I like your pheromones chapter 1 to chapter 76. It was the end of September in Ming City, and the temperature was gradually dropping. It was raining outside the window, and the sky was dark. It was the perfect weather for sleeping in. Half of the students in the back row of the classroom had already fallen. The Duan Jian, who was usually the first to fall, was casually propping up his face and chatting with his goddess on WeChat. Goddess Jiang Qinian was a student of the art class. The two of them had been chatting for a while, so they were quite familiar with each other. When Jiang Qinian said that she would bring him milk tea next class, the Duan Jian's tiredness dissipated, and his lips curved into a smile. As soon as he finished typing, the Duan Jian felt that someone was looking at him. He subconsciously raised his head and met the eyes of the physics teacher on the podium. It was the first physics class in the morning, and most students couldn't resist the sleepiness. The teacher was used to it, but to his surprise, the Duan Jian didn't fall down. In fact, he seemed to be in good spirits. This was the first time in more than a year of teaching the Duan Jian. "Hey! Duan Jian, it's you." The physics teacher smiled. "You'll answer this question." The Duan Jian stood up and glanced at the big screen in the classroom. It seemed to be full of multiple-choice questions. "I choose C," the physics teacher. Faint laughter could be heard in the classroom. Song Yi, who was sitting next to the Duan Jian, was dying of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, are you sleepwalking? The teacher wants you to explain the solution. Sit down." The physics teacher patted the podium. "Everyone, cheer up. Class will end in 10 minutes. At this moment, a commotion could be heard from the back door of the classroom. "Lu Ge, the back door is closed." "Did he knock? This is physics class, right? Old Feng has a good temper. He won't say anything if his favorite disciple knocks. The class monitor just stands there, and Old Feng is all smiles." "It's class time, why would I go in?" A boy's voice came from behind the door. He sounded a little indifferent. "Isn't it the same sitting on the floor? My water and phone are in the classroom, are you stupid?" The Duan Jian is sitting at the back of the classroom now. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy who spoke first glanced at the back door a little fearfully, but then he thought of something. It's not like Lu Ge is afraid of him. Outside the door, Qinyu laughed and said, "Will it kill you to speak less? You're still a primary school student. What are you afraid of?" The bell rang, and the physics teacher on the podium announced the end of class. The class became noisy, and it was at this moment that someone kicked open the front door. Qinyu, who had kicked the door, saw the corner of the physics teacher's mouth twitching. He grinned and said loudly, "Hello, Teacher Feng. You went to play basketball?" The physics teacher's gaze swept across the group of young boys' slightly moist foreheads. He didn't need to think to know why they were skipping class. In the beginning, when Lu Xingxi skipped class a few times, the teachers of class 10 were shocked. They thought that Lu Xingxi had finally gone astray. Later on, he found out that she only relaxed occasionally. When it was time to study, she would still get first place in the grade. The teachers of class 10 were basically used to this young master's behavior. As long as there were no problems with the results, they didn't care much. Qinyu didn't feel guilty at all. "You know, a student's the best. I was too sleepy this morning, so I wanted to move around a little so that my brain could become active." His words were not serious, and intermittent laughter could be heard in the class. Qinyu liked to be in the limelight. Just as he was about to say a few more words, the person behind him gently kicked his calf, indicating that he shouldn't block the way. Qinyu shut his mouth and walked forward. "Lu Xingxi, the physics teacher said to the tallest boy, you were first in the grade for this week's physics exam. The exam wasn't easy. The fact that you got full marks proves that you did put in a lot of effort. You deserve praise." When he heard this, Qinyu turned around and looked at Lu Xingxi strangely. Lu Xingxi put in a lot of effort to study physics? Old Feng had taught him for more than a year. How could he not know that this was a talented player? It was funny no matter how he thought about it. The boys around him also had a hard time holding back their laughter. However, the person who was praised didn't change his expression and lowered his long eyelashes. "Thank you, teacher." His acting was quite good. The youth who had just finished exercising was full of vitality. Although he was only in his second year of high school, Lu Xingxi's shoulders were already very broad. The muscles on his arms protruded clearly when he held the book. Lu Xingxi's sarcasm was harsh but polite. The atmosphere was subtle. The Duan Jian's gaze was fixed on him. Song Yi's scalp tingled at his half-smile. She didn't know what Lu Xingxi was thinking. The Duan Jian's lips moved slightly. His eyes curled up as if he wanted to say something. Song Yi thought to herself, it's here. The Battle of Mount Tianwang is about to start, what are you all standing here for? The homeroom teacher's voice suddenly interrupted. Are you all gathered here for a meeting? The flag-raising ceremony is about to begin. The homeroom teacher of Class 10, Zhou Minjun, was responsible for teaching Chinese. The first person she saw was the Duan Jian, who was dressed differently from everyone else. Duan Jian, where's your school uniform? Seeing that the teacher had arrived, the Duan Jian lowered his eyes. I forgot to bring it. Students from the discipline department, write down his name. After Zhou Minjun finished talking to the two girls, she turned around and reminded him, don't forget next time. Tell me, how much time do you have to wear your school uniform properly? Seeing that Lu Xingxi had left, the Duan Jian, who had been full of fighting spirit, suddenly lost his momentum. He hummed a little dejectedly. Zhou Minjun and his mother were university classmates. Sometimes, when his mother remembered, she would ask Zhou Minjun about the Duan Jian's situation in school. In front of Zhou Minjun, the Duan Jian was relatively well behaved. Zhou Minjun looked at him and whispered, what conflict did you have with him? The Duan Jian looked up. Don't cause trouble, Zhou Minjun reminded him. You're in your second year of high school, okay? Seeing that he agreed, Zhou Minjun hurried back to the front of Class 10. Number 1 Middle School was the best private high school in Ning City. Every year, countless students wanted to enroll in it. Since the establishment of the school, this batch of teachers had been particularly strong. Especially Class 10. The school had allocated the best teaching resources to this class for no other reason than Lu Xingxi was studying there. In addition to the top students of Number 1 Middle School in Class 10, there were also some young masters and young ladies who used their connections to get in. Zhou Minjun was able to manage such a special class. As the head teacher, her ability was obvious to all. At least the Duan Jian had become much more obedient under her command. After the flag-raising ceremony, Duan Jian and Song Yi did not want to go back to class. When they were called by the boys from Class 3, Duan Jian asked a few of his classmates to play basketball with Class 3. After almost 2 classes, the boys were tired and sat lazily on the bench to rest. The Duan Jian raised his head to drink the water. His Adam's apple bobbed as his long legs touched the ground. His entire body was relaxed. A boy from Class 3 asked, Brother Duan, what's up with Du Shuchen from the sports class? When we met today, he was still yelling that you were trying to court his goddess. He obviously liked Jiang Qinian first. Before the Duan Jian could say anything, Song Yi laughed. Du Shuchen is a loser, right? There's a hierarchy when it comes to chasing girls. Do you want to line up to get a number? Everyone laughed, including the Duan Jian. The boy who asked first laughed. I just mentioned it to Brother Duan. Du Shuchen said he couldn't stand you and was looking for a chance to mess with you. Our Xiao Duan is not afraid of that loser. Du Shuchen is nothing. He's just an idiot. Ah. Someone said, did the Duan Jian have a conflict with Lu Xingxi today? No. The Duan Jian thought for a moment. He asked me to go back to get my uniform. I didn't want to go. I was there. A boy from Class 10 interrupted. The class monitor was a little scary. When he smiled, I broke out in cold sweat. Duan Jian, you can do it. The boy from Class 3 continued. He still had a lingering fear when he thought of the scene in the morning. You even dared to talk back to him. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Song Yi tried to smooth things over. What's there to talk about? Do you really think he's as unreasonable as you? If you had some special privileges, wouldn't you be able to fly to heaven? Ha 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 ha. If my family was half as good as his, I wouldn't just fly to heaven, I would also go to the sea. Before the end of language class, Zhou Minjun gave everyone homework and asked them to memorize Li Sa within the week and pass it with the group leader. They were in the first group by the window, and the group leader was Lu Xingxi. Duan Jian narrowed his eyes and looked around. The class had just ended, and there were already girls memorizing the text. Duan Jian naturally wouldn't memorize it. He swiped open his phone and prepared to play a game to distract himself. He had been a little restless these past few days. Yesterday, when he was surfing the net at the internet cafe near school, a friend put his hand on his shoulder. The other party was an alpha. He didn't know why, but at that moment, every cell in Duan Jian's body rejected his friend's approach. If he hadn't forcefully suppressed that impulse, he would have almost flipped the person over. Just as he was about to start the game, Song Yi sent him a message. Duan Jian was wondering why Song Yi couldn't speak directly when he was sitting next to him. He clicked on the message and saw that it was a photo of Lu Xingxi. Lu Xingxi seemed to have just exercised. His hair was slightly damp, and his muscular forearms were sweaty. He held a bottle of mineral water and drank from it. His single eyelids were half closed, and he looked a little childish. The whole photo was full of hormones, and it was obvious that it was taken secretly. Duan Jian, ? Song Yi deleted the photo and turned to explain, I sent it to the wrong person. I was going to send it to the group that holds up number 1 middle school. Number 1 middle school sounded domineering, but in fact, the members of this group were all Omega students of Ning City number 1 middle school. Last time, Duan Jian had glanced at Song Yi's phone. The group was discussing which alpha was the biggest. There was really no restriction. If you have the time, why don't you memorize the text instead? The Duan Jian pointed at the word Li Sa on the textbook. Even Li Sa is not as good as you. Song Yi laughed heartily. Suddenly, he saw something and turned to Duan Jian. There's a freshman who praised you for your good looks. If you're an alpha, he'll definitely chase you. He'll follow you with a string of yes and yes. Xiao Duan, you're quite popular. Then tell Junior. The Duan Jian started the game. If he wants to chase after her, he can. Xiao Duan will wait for him. Song Yi took it as a joke and didn't take it seriously. Although the Duan Jian was a playboy, Song Yi knew him well. Ever since he was young, the Duan Jian only liked girls. The Omega in the group seemed to have a good impression of the Duan Jian and was still praising him. Song Yi shook her head in her heart. The Duan Jian basically slept through the afternoon class. He was especially sleepy today and didn't have much energy. There was still one last class before they were released for dinner. The Duan Jian lazily walked to the toilet. He was in a daze, but the others were very awake. Especially when the wind blew in the corridor, his scent became more obvious. From time to time, students would cast glances at him. Where did the Duan Jian get this pheromone? He got it with Omega, right? Don't they use scent blockers? A big shot is a big shot. Arrogant. The Duan Jian vaguely heard someone say something about pheromones, but he wasn't feeling well and could only hear the gist of it. He thought he was suffocating, so he hurried to the toilet. However, he didn't feel much better after he went to the toilet. His head was even dizzier, and he felt like he was having a fever. The Duan Jian rubbed his temples. Just then, someone passed by him. The person's scent was fresh and clean, and the Duan Jian's height was just above the person's ear. He couldn't help but look up. When he saw that it was Lu Xingxi, the Duan Jian's urge to rub himself against him dissipated. However, for some reason, as soon as Lu Xingxi got close, Duan Jian's feverish feeling became even more severe. The things that were rampaging in his body suddenly found an outlet and rushed out impatiently. The Duan Jian groaned. His legs were so weak that he almost couldn't stand. He quickly grabbed the door handle of the toilet cubicle. Lu Xingxi stopped. He looked at the Duan Jian from head to toe and asked in an uncertain voice, "Are you beta?" The Duan Jian heard his skeptical tone and laughed. "What do you think?" As soon as Lu Xingxi came back, the Duan Jian began to feel confused again. After Lu Xingxi left, the dizziness from stepping on clouds had mostly dissipated. But as soon as Lu Xingxi approached, the Duan Jian felt as if there was a switch in his body. When the switch was pressed, he wanted to get closer to Lu Xingxi. He remembered how Songyi had told him with a bleak face that when he saw the class rep, he instinctively wanted to get close to her. At that time, he had laughed at Songyi's low self-control. Wrong, wrong. The Duan Jian didn't like the feeling of losing control. He took the scent blocker from Lu Xingxi, hesitated for a moment, and quickly thanked him in a low voice. This thing looked like a spray. He had seen Songyi use it before. The Duan Jian aimed the spray at himself and pressed it hard. He couldn't smell the pheromone himself, so he could only ask Lu Xingxi. Is there any smell left? The omega pheromone was gradually suppressed by the scent blocker. Songyi's scent blocker was milk-flavored. Lu Xingxi looked at him. There shouldn't be any left. The Duan Jian didn't feel at ease with Lu Xingxi standing too far away. The scent blocker seemed to have a calming effect. The Duan Jian sprayed almost half the bottle, but he didn't feel dizzy anymore. He felt refreshed. You're standing so far away. What can you smell? The Duan Jian pulled open his collar and pointed to his glands. Come over and smell carefully. Lu Xingxi glanced at him with a subtle expression. The Duan Jian had just evolved into an omega and wasn't aware of these things. Lu Xingxi was different. An omega asking an alpha to smell his glands was already an open invitation. There's no smell, Lu Xingxi repeated. Seeing that he was so certain, the Duan Jian did not insist. He straightened his clothes, opened the door, and walked out. There was no one outside the men's restroom. Duan Jian took out his phone to check the time. Class was about to end. Duan Jian wanted to know what was going on with him. He shoved the blocker into Lu Xingxi's hands. I'm going to the hospital. Help me return this to Songyi. The Duan Jian muttered, it's obvious that it's his stuff. Kid, even the sealant he used smells of milk. Lu Xingxi looked at him. When he said the word milky, the Duan Jian chuckled. This brat mocked others, but he wasn't very mature himself. Duan Jian. Lu Xingxi thought for a moment and reminded him, don't let others smell what you smell like. The Duan Jian didn't take his words to heart. The security guard at number 1 middle school recognized the Duan Jian. Even though it wasn't school time, he let him out of the school gate. The Duan Jian took a taxi to the central hospital. He didn't have the patience to wait, so he registered for the emergency room. It was a workday, and there weren't many patients at this time. Soon, it was the Duan Jian's turn. He was treated by a female doctor. The Duan Jian briefly explained his situation to her. The doctor asked about his age and physical condition, then asked, how did you find out that you might be an omega? A classmate of mine. He smelled it. The female doctor's hand paused on the mouse. Alpha? The Duan Jian nodded. Then your classmate is a good person. The female doctor wrote a bill. Pay the bill first, then do a checkup. The Duan Jian was a little confused. Thinking of Lu Xingxi's words, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. After leaving the emergency room, he took out his phone and found Xianxia. Xianxia and Songyi were both his junior high school classmates. After high school, Xianxia went to class 4. Xianxia's gender was alpha. At that time, Songyi joked that the three of them made a perfect ABO group. The Duan Jian sent a message frowny face if an omega asked you to smell him, what do you think it means? Xianxia was probably playing with her phone, so she replied very quickly. I think my luck with women has come. The corridor fell into silence for a moment. Then, people started to realize what was going on. Everyone started to whisper among themselves. Du Shuchen opened his mouth, but no words came out. If the Duan Jian was an omega, it would be even more embarrassing for him. He was an alpha, but not only was he dragged so far away by an omega, he even had his head smashed by a chair. F***ck, he cursed. You don't look like an omega. Before he could finish, the Duan Jian pulled him up and was about to smash him against the wall. Du Shuchen's pupils constricted. Just as he was about to hit the wall, he was pulled back by the Duan Jian. The Duan Jian had one hand on his neck and the other on his hair. You don't look like one? The Duan Jian laughed. Didn't you just say that I'm a slut? Hey, Du Shuchen, you gave me such a high evaluation. Are you secretly in love with me? He didn't speak loudly, but because the corridor was quiet, everyone heard him. Some people in the crowd couldn't hold it in and laughed. Du Shuchen's face was red with anger. When he heard the Duan Jian say that he was an Omega, he didn't have the heart to do it. He didn't expect the Duan Jian to act like a lunatic. Du Shuchen was furious. He struggled and cursed, F***ck off. Duan Jian, don't F***king act cool in front of me. As soon as he cursed, the Duan Jian slammed his head against the wall. It was a loud noise. Du Shuchen was already injured, and he was about to pass out from the pain. For a moment, he couldn't help but hope that someone could teach this lunatic a lesson. The Duan Jian saw that Du Shuchen's face was twisted. He was about to attack again when someone grabbed his hand from behind. The boy's breath was as clean as the snow in early winter. The Duan Jian accidentally bumped into the boy's strong chest. The teacher is here. Lu Xingxi said. Stop fighting. The Duan Jian twisted his wrist but failed to break free. Lu Xingxi's strength was frighteningly strong. Duan Jian was held tightly by the other party and could only reluctantly withdraw his hand. What are you doing? What are you guys doing here? The grade 2 head of year shouted through the crowd and gradually pushed through the crowd to walk over. After Du Shuchen was released, he was panting heavily. The Duan Jian's attention was attracted by the grade director. Du Shuchen's expression changed when he saw that Duan Jian was not on guard. From time to time, he would steal glances at the chair that Duan Jian had thrown aside. Just as he was about to take it, someone beat him to it and kicked the chair away. Haven't you had enough? The chair scratched the ground with an ear-piercing sound. Lu Xingxi lowered his eyes. Stop finding trouble for yourself. His gaze was so cold that it was penetrating. The boy's tall figure was especially oppressive in this situation. Du Shuchen subconsciously retracted his hand. The grade 2 head of year saw them fight and was about to go crazy. He suppressed his anger and looked at Lu Xingxi. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He really did not know if he should deal with this person. You fought too? He didn't fight. The Duan Jian beat him to it. I fought with Du Shuchen. Lu Xingxi glanced at him. After asking around, he found out that only the Duan Jian and Du Shuchen were involved in the fight. The head of year heaved a sigh of relief and called the two of them to his office. Zhou Minjun did not expect to see the Duan Jian so soon. She had called Lu Xingxi over to ask about the situation. After taking care of Lu Xingxi for more than a year, she naturally did not believe that Lu Xingxi would force himself on Omega. However, before the surveillance footage came out, she still asked Lu Xingxi about it. Lu Xingxi said that one of their classmates had an accident yesterday and that he had given him a scent blocker. Duan Jian's results were at the bottom of the cohort. A space coordinate problem was beyond the scope of Duan Jian's knowledge. He stood in front of the blackboard in a daze for 3 minutes. The math teacher looked at his innocent face and sighed. You can go now. Duan Jian went down just like that. As soon as he sat down, Song Yi immediately came up to him. My God! What's wrong with you? And the class monitor, why are you two together? When he saw Duan Jian leave the classroom without saying anything, he thought Duan Jian was just going to pee. Who knew that 10 minutes later, Xianxia would send him a string of exclamation marks. Then, the Class 10 and No. 1 middle school's chat groups would explode. Both groups were discussing how Duan Jian pressed Du Shuchen against the wall and how Omega was in the toilet with Lu Xingxi yesterday. Duan Jian, Song Yi thought to himself, what the F***ck? I haven't seen him for one night and he's changed? Can I call Duan Jian my sister in the future? Do you want to know why I became Omega? Do you want to know what Lu Xingxi and I did in the toilet? Do you want to know what happened to Du Shuchen? Song Yi wanted to die. Duan Jian, help me write a 3,000-word self-reflection. Song Yi, Duan Jian, after you finish, Xiao Duan will tell you a story. Song Yi. Get lost. The bell rang. Duan Jian's phone suddenly vibrated. He looked at it and saw that Song Yi had added him to a new group chat. Duan Jian's eyelids slid open and he saw the name of the group. supporting number 1 middle school. Welcome newcomers. A transfer student? Why is O joining the group now? Welcome, little cutie. Song-yi, this is Duan Jian. The entire group fell silent. After a while, everyone stood up. Brother Duan. Thank you, Brother Duan. Luckily, the Omega who was with Lu Xingxi was you. As soon as I heard Brother Duan's name, I felt relieved. Our Lulu didn't betray mommy. It's true. Master Duan gave me a sense of security that I've never felt before. He made me believe that even if he and the school hunk slept on the same bed for a night, they would still be pure classmates the next morning. Duan Jian thought to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? Bro and Grandpa? But the group of Omega was too enthusiastic. Duan Jian felt that it would be impolite to ignore them, so he replied, thanks. He's so handsome even when he's just thanking me. No wonder he's the top student of number 1 middle school. F*CK, the Duan Jian was amused. Everyone in your group is talented. Our group. Song-yi corrected him. You're an Omega now. Your puberty came a little late when you were 16 or 17 years old. For most high school students, physical education was the most anticipated class. The autumn sun shone lazily. After running one lap, the physical education teacher let the students do their own activities. Class 10 had reached the match point. If they won the next quarter, the game would be over. The third quarter began. Perhaps due to the difference in the score, the PE class was a little impatient and didn't handle many details well. On the other hand, Duan Jian felt that he and Lu Xingxi had a tacit understanding after the last goal of the previous game. Their coordination was getting better and better, and the difference in the score snowballed. The atmosphere on the court was tense. Different from the confrontation at the beginning, the PE class realized that they were going to lose, so their actions were more or less like they had nothing left to lose. Du Xuchen's performance was the most obvious. He would rather not intercept the ball than mess with Duan Jian. It was normal to have physical contact during basketball, but with Du Xuchen's frequency, Duan Jian could tell that his opponent was looking for trouble. Unfortunately, Du Xuchen was too slow. Duan Jian could avoid him if he paid attention. With the last rebound goal, the whole game came to an end. 44-23. What was a bloodbath? Hey, hey, hey! Brothers from the PE class. Chen Yu was the first to shout. How about we do a square dance on the flag-raising platform? The players on the court were having a mental breakdown. When they heard that these bastards wanted them to do a square dance, they hesitated. Obviously, they didn't want to keep their promise. Seeing that their opponents wanted to back out, the boys from Class 10 were unhappy. You dare to ask for a game, but you don't dare to keep your promise? You want to be a scapegoat if you lose? Weren't you so stubborn before? Someone shouted Black Panther's name. Jiang Lin. What's wrong with your class? Yeah, Jiang Lin, you're not that kind of person, right? Boys had their own pride, especially Black Panther. He was a typical gangster who was committed to upholding justice. When he heard his opponent call his name, he felt that his opponent respected him and gave him face. Let's dance. Black Panther gritted his teeth and looked to his side. We agreed in front of everyone. It's not appropriate to do it like this. The faces of the boys in the sports class all turned ashen, especially when they heard the Duan Jian and Lu Xingxi discussing whether to play My Wife is the Biggest or Seven Beautiful Fairies. They were all shocked by the choice of the Duan Jian 3 vulgarities. Lu Xingxi looked at his song selection and couldn't help but laugh. I don't know much about this. You choose. The Duan Jian was a black-hearted man. He looked around and felt that if it was a square dance, these people could still jump around and shamelessly say that they did not know how to do it. Finally, he came up with an idea. Why don't you guys follow the girls over there and do aerobics? You have to learn the movements well. In the direction he pointed, there was a class of grade 1 students having a physical education class. A group of young girls were dancing to the music played by the teacher. They were quite lively and youthful. However, if these tall and strong boys were to twist their waists, swing their arms, and jump in circles, that would be terrifying. Those who are in position, come down first. Those who are not, continue to dance with them until the end of the song. Xianxia didn't mind watching a show. As soon as he proposed this idea, everyone in class 10 agreed. Now, in order to end this embarrassing dance as soon as possible, the boys in the physical education class who only wanted to stretch lazily had no choice but to follow the music seriously. Black Panther. Brother Black Panther is good at dancing. I think so too. It's a national dance. The Duan Jian leaned lazily against a tree like an emperor. When he heard what the others said, he nodded his head as if he was bestowing a reward. His expression was as annoying as it could get. Jiang Lin, come down first. Black Panther breathed a sigh of relief. After him, more and more people were pardoned and left the dance team. In the end, no one knew if the boys in class 10 did it intentionally or not, but only Du Shuchen was left. Previously, there were many people, so it was not a big deal. However, when Du Shuchen was the only one left, he followed the girls and danced the aerobics. The scene was very dramatic. The students in class 10 had a hard time holding back their laughter. The students in the physical education class also couldn't help but laugh. Someone scolded in a low voice, "This is too F***ing funny. Du Shuchen is quite funny. He's also terrible at basketball. F***ck, why did I play for him before?" With 4 minutes left, Lu Xingxi finished the exercise book. After a while, the students who used their phones to search for answers also finished a chapter. Everyone took photos of the exercise book and created a discussion group to share their answers. The atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. When the chemistry teacher came out, he saw a stack of exercise books neatly placed on the ground, ready for inspection. His gaze first swept past Lu Xingxi, then he looked at the others. Finished? The students nodded one after another. The chemistry teacher asked them to find someone to follow the class representative to send the exercise books to the office. If the accuracy is high, I'll take it that you've learned well. It's fine if you skip this class, but if you make too many mistakes, you'll still have to copy the points. The girls hurriedly said, "Thank you, teacher." Go in. The chemistry teacher moved aside. There won't be a next time. Don't disappear in my class next time. They entered the classroom. Xianxia twisted open the water bottle on the table and took a big gulp. The Duan Jian was looking for a power bank when he suddenly heard Xiangxi's sigh. I think the class monitor is not bad. The Duan Jian didn't even look up. Haven't you always thought he was good? That's different. I used to have a fan filter. With his qualities and the halo of a top student, I purely admired him as a Prince Charming. But after what happened recently, I really think he's a good person. The Duan Jian didn't reply. Bro, you still don't like him? Xiangxia turned his head and saw that the Duan Jian had found his power bank. He charged his phone and seemed to have thought of something. His lips curled lazily. Xiangxia heard the Duan Jian's ambiguous answer. That's it. On Friday night, when Lu Xingxi returned home, Jiang Yao had just finished playing mahjong with a group of rich ladies and was asking the housekeeper to clean up the mess. When they saw Lu Xingxi, someone said, "Xingxi has grown so tall? This child was born well. He takes after his mother. His grades are good, right? I heard from our Yuan that Xianxia got first place in Ning City during the last joint examination." One of the ladies smiled and said to Jiang Yao in a half-envious and half-flattering manner, "How did you teach him to be so good?" I didn't teach him much. Jiang Yao smiled and said, "He became sensible early." Jiang Yao had a slim figure and a pretty face. Other than the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she didn't look like a woman her age at all. After sending off her mahjong friends, Jiang Yao faced Lu Xingxi. She smelled the faint smell of tobacco on his body and paused. Did you smoke? I went online for a while. Lu Xingxi said, I didn't smoke. Jiang Yao nodded. Your grandmother fell last night and is now staying at Nanshan Hospital. Lu Xingxi was slightly stunned. Is it serious? It's not serious. I just went to see her today. She's in good spirits. She can go home after the weekend. Jiang Yao conveyed her grandmother's message. She said she misses you. If you have time, you can go to Nanshan Hill to see her. Lu Xingxi replied, then I'll go tomorrow. Do you want me to accompany you? No, don't you have something to do tomorrow? I can talk to Grandma for a while. As soon as he put down his school bag, he saw Xianxia looking at him with smiling eyes. Is there anything new in school? Lu Xingxi also smiled. I don't think so. What is new? He was so calm that Xianxia knew that the gossip she had heard before was nonsense. After she felt relieved, she also had the mood to joke. For example, have you met a beautiful Omega recently? The Duan Jian was too lazy to pay attention to him. Just as he was about to tell him to get lost, an electrifying feeling suddenly rushed through his limbs and bones. The stimulation that spread from his spine made his body go limp. The Duan Jian's breathing gradually quickened, and his white neck was stained with a layer of peach blossom red. The pheromones on his body spread like claws and fangs. The sweet and wanton smell was like a cluster of plants that suddenly bloomed. The Duan Jian's pheromones were too strong. Lu Xingxi was provoked by him, and the bad possessiveness in his bones couldn't help but stir. His gaze accidentally swept over the back of the Duan Jian's neck. It was white and smooth. Instinct told him that this was an omega that had never been marked before. His brain seemed to have been suddenly pressed. The urge to possess the other person was screaming wildly in his blood. Lu Xingxi averted his eyes and hesitated. Are you? It would have been better if he didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, the aura of alpha became particularly noticeable. The Duan Jian suppressed the desire to pounce on him. I'm going to the toilet. He dropped a sentence and was about to walk to the toilet. Wait. Seeing the Duan Jian stop, Lu Xingxi paused, and his voice was a bit hoarser than usual. I'll go with you. The Duan Jian knew that he was in a dangerous period. If he walked alone, he might encounter an accident. It was much safer to have an alpha with him. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly nodded. Lu Xingxi followed behind him, and the two of them kept a safe distance of 1 meter. But even so, the pheromones of everyone along the way didn't seem to be as strong as the one behind him. The terrifying and irresistible attraction made the Duan Jian dizzy. When he reached the toilet, his steps were a bit messy, and he almost fell when he pushed the door open. He had just split, and his estrus period was not fixed yet. As a precaution, Fu Yuan reminded him to bring suppressants. Duan Jian let out a long sigh of relief when he found the suppressant in his pocket. For once, he felt that listening to his mother was useful. After Duan Jian took out the device, he wondered how to use it. His hand slipped, and the unopened inhibitor fell to the ground. The Duan Jian cursed under his breath. He bent down and picked up the inhibitor. Lu Xingxi, who was standing outside his cubicle, heard the commotion and asked casually. The Duan Jian said vaguely that he was fine. Lu Xingxi waited for him to use the inhibitor, but after waiting for a long time, the omega pheromone in the air did not disappear. Instead, it seemed to be getting stronger. He could not help but ask, "Are you done?" "I don't know how to use this." The Duan Jian's voice was filled with doubt and despair. "Why can't I open the lid?" "That's because you're out of energy. Give me the inhibitor." "How do I give it to you?" Lu Xingxi had been a little impatient because of his pheromone, but when he heard such a stupid question, he lost his temper. He laughed and said, "Can you open the door and stick your hand out? Open it a little and give it to me." The Duan Jian also realized how stupid his question was. He opened the door a little and handed the inhibitor over. The fingers of his outstretched hand were beautifully knuckled. Perhaps it was because he was in heat, but even his fingertips were pink. Lu Xingxi did not look any further. He unscrewed the inhibitor and handed it back. Seeing that the inhibitor was unscrewed, the Duan Jian did not hesitate and directly inserted the needle into his arm. The inhibitor was very effective. The abnormal heat on his body quickly subsided. The Duan Jian came back to his senses and threw the empty inhibitor into the trash can. He opened the door, said goodbye to Lu Xingxi, and went straight to the sink to wash his face. When the cold water washed away the lust on his face, the Duan Jian turned to look at him. He quickly and quietly thanked him. Lu Xingxi saw that the redness on his ears had not subsided. There were still remnants of the Duan Jian's pheromone in the air. It was not appropriate for the two of them to stay here alone. He took the initiative and said, "Let's go out first?" The Duan Jian nodded. But as soon as he stepped out of the door, the Duan Jian felt that something was wrong. The results of the blood test came out quickly. The data showed that Lu Xingxi and the Duan Jian's pheromone match had reached an astonishing 99%. While waiting for the blood test results, the Duan Jian searched for information on the internet. Alpha stress disorder was a relatively common condition, but most omega patients with this condition found it difficult to find an alpha with a high compatibility. For safety reasons, they could only isolate themselves during estrus. If they could find a high compatibility alpha, they could effectively treat the condition through the act of exchanging pheromones. The Duan Jian scrolled down, wanting to see what the act of exchanging pheromones was. Sleeping in the same bed for more than a night. Kissing, exchanging saliva. Temporary marking. Lifelong marking. Using items contaminated with alpha pheromones could also alleviate symptoms to a certain extent. Note, if one of the behaviors alone is unable to alleviate stress disorder, all of the above behaviors can be stacked. For example, kissing at the same time as the temporary marking, kissing at the same time as hugging, etc. Each of these treatment methods was wilder than the last. At first, the Duan Jian felt that it was weird, but now he had figured it out. He was the kind of person who was very receptive. If he could avoid being quarantined with a temporary marking, he would choose the temporary marking. The Duan Jian held the report and began to test it. "Why don't you bite me?" Lu Xingxi's voice was indifferent, and no emotion could be heard. "Why don't you quarantine yourself?" Seeing that Lu Xingxi wasn't going to help him, the Duan Jian wanted to fight him for a moment. He wanted to grab Lu Xingxi's collar and force him to bite his neck. But he wasn't sure if he could beat Lu Xingxi. The Duan Jian suppressed his irrational impulse and thought about it very rationally. "Father Lu," the Duan Jian lowered his voice and even used honorifics. "Can you do me a favor and bite me?" Lu Xingxi really didn't expect the Duan Jian to have such a trick up his sleeve. "Just a little. It'll be quick." Lu Xingxi stared at the pair of expectant eyes for more than 10 seconds before he opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Do you know what will happen if you give a temporary mark?" Once an alpha marked an omega, whether it was temporary or permanent, their instinct would make them have a strong desire to protect and control that omega. The desire to monopolize an omega may even make an alpha lose their mind. "I think," the Duan Jian saw that he was about to relent and flatter him sincerely, "with your willpower, you won't be affected by your instincts. After all, you're such an outstanding person." Lu Xingxi glanced at him. After a long time, the corners of his lips curled up, and he smiled ambiguously, "Then come." The Duan Jian's eyes lit up when he heard him agree. The Duan Jian took off his jacket and was about to take off his shirt. "He looked like he wanted us to end this quickly." Lu Xingxi interrupted him. "Go to the toilet." He was beginning to think that the Duan Jian's late separation wasn't a bad thing. Otherwise, based on the Duan Jian's unselfconscious personality, he doubted that the Duan Jian would have been able to grow up well. The Duan Jian stopped and looked at him with a face that said, "Why are you so troublesome?" Lu Xingxi looked at him and had the illusion that he was the omega waiting to be marked. In the toilet cubicle of the hospital, the smell of disinfectant dampened the entire space. Lu Xingxi locked the door. "Why did he give you his uniform? Is he going to run on your behalf?" Song Yi looked at the Duan Jian from head to toe, his eyes widening in disbelief. "When did you and a class leader make such an unspeakable deal?" "I have stress disorder." As an omega, Song Yi had heard of this condition. He looked at the Duan Jian with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say to comfort this poor man. After a while, Song Yi suddenly felt that something was wrong. The Duan Jian didn't seem to have isolated himself. "Lu Xingxi and I have a high compatibility of pheromones. He can help me treat my stress disorder." The Duan Jian waved the sleeves of his uniform at him. "So this is a treatment method and an unspeakable deal? Can you be any more exaggerated?" Song Yi said in a daze, "I also want to get stress disorder. Do you think the class leader will give me his uniform?" The Duan Jian stopped waving his uniform and looked at Song Yi as if he was crazy. Song Yi suddenly reacted. Wait a minute, stress disorder should be very serious. It can't be alleviated by the school uniform's pheromones. Don't tell me you. Seeing that Song Yi's voice was rising and his expression was gradually becoming more and more frightened, the Duan Jian made a prompt decision to cover his mouth. Song Yi. Woo woo woo. The Duan Jian, have you calmed down? Keep it down. Song Yi nodded desperately. The Duan Jian let go of his hand. Xiao Duan. The moment he regained his freedom, Song Yi whispered in the Duan Jian's ear, "You're not human. You're such a beast." Duan Jian also gritted his teeth. F***ck, wake up. He was the one who bit me. Song Yi, he bit you? How can you be so lucky when you have stress disorder? The Duan Jian, Song Yi also realized that his reaction was too unsteady. He pulled the Duan Jian and whispered sneakily, "Are you happy? Is the class leader good?" The Duan Jian really didn't know how to answer this question. Director Jiang was very good at seizing opportunities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the grade's director. This ability to seize opportunities was reflected in all aspects. Since he had caught the culprit today, he would fiercely rectify the atmosphere in No. 1 middle school and let the whole school see the consequences of not wearing the school uniform. He ingeniously asked for 20 people to run laps in groups. This way, not only would it avoid confusion, but it would also allow everyone to see clearly who was running on the field. It would have the effect of a public execution. When the flag-raising ceremony was about to end, Song Yi looked over. They're only in class 7 now. God knows when they'll be done. The boys had 5 laps and the girls had 3. There were more than 20 classes in the grade and nearly 200 people had to run. From where they were standing, they could see the finish line of the field clearly. A few boys who had finished running supported each other as they walked. They were as tired as dead dogs. Song Yi saw this and turned around. Are you going to leave directly later? The Duan Jian was also looking at the boys. If Lu Xingxi hadn't been there, he would have been among those running laps. Although he might not have been running obediently, it didn't seem very kind to leave just like that. I'll go get him a glass of water. After the flag-raising ceremony, the students left in order of their classes. The Duan Jian walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. There was a milk tea shop next to the cafeteria. Because it tasted good and had a variety of products, and because it was in No. 1 middle school, it was considered a popular shop in Ning City. Students often bought milk tea here. He had originally planned to order the white peach oolong, but he suddenly saw a new product. As the monthly exam approached, the atmosphere in the class became more and more intense. Song Yi walked in through the door of class 10 and saw some of the students who didn't study much were cramming at the last minute. Where's my physics book? Where's my book? Did I lose my book? The last time I saw it was during last month's exam. Can you be quiet? I'm carrying Jingku to assassinate the Emperor of Qin, and you're screaming at the side. Who are you trying to kill? It was chaos all the way. Thus, when he saw the Duan Jian reading a chemistry book, Song Yi felt that it was nothing out of the ordinary. *T. Song Yi looked at the Duan Jian and almost thought that he was blind. Xiao Duan, Song Yi pondered for a long time and finally asked carefully, did something happen to your family? The Duan Jian sometimes felt that Song Yi's brain was really strange. Yes, the Duan Jian said, my parents are both bankrupt. If I don't study, I'll have to move bricks at construction sites. No matter how strange his brain circuit was, Song Yi realized that he was joking. He went along with the Duan Jian and said, it's a waste to move bricks at construction sites. You're a mountain of gold yourself. You have to be good at using resources. Go to hell, the Duan Jian laughed and said, I promised my mom that I'd get into the bottom 50 in the monthly exam. Isn't that simple? No. 1 middle school has so many exam groups. I'll get you on the bus. The Duan Jian, no. Song Yi? The Duan Jian, cheating is shameful behavior. Song Yi, when these words came out of the Duan Jian's mouth, it was especially funny. The Duan Jian said, I promised my mom that I wouldn't cheat. As he spoke, he lowered his head and continued reading his chemistry book. Song Yi remembered that the Duan Jian was a man of his word. He would never go back on his word. Xianxia felt that this guy still had some redeeming qualities. I'm going to vomit. The Duan slammed the chemistry book on the table and said expressionlessly, why does an element have so many valence combinations? Won't they fight? Xianxia was about to die of laughter. The Duan spent most of the day reading books. Xianxia decided to test the results of his studies. Xiangyi's grades were also bad, but he was still slightly better than the Duan. At least he knew that there wouldn't be a price war. He drew a few Duan knowledge points. He didn't know anything at all. Xianxia advised him, you can't do this. Why don't you find a top student to highlight the key points and explain the topics to you? Last time during Qingqi's monthly exam, it was his girlfriend who saved his life and improved his ranking by more than 100 places. The Duan felt that it made sense. Just as he was wondering where he could find such a top student to save him from this crisis, Zhao Minjun entered the classroom. Everyone, move the desks and chairs around in a bit. We'll set up the exam room for tomorrow's monthly exam. She drew a seating chart on the whiteboard. Move the group near the back door to the corridor. Those who stay in the classroom, spread out your seats. They started moving the seats. The Duan looked around the classroom. The first person he saw was Lu Xingxi. Firstly, it was because he was tall. Secondly, there weren't many books on Lu Xingxi's seat, unlike the other students who had piles of exercise books. Among the students who were panting, it was easy for him to move his seat. The Duan eyes lit up. He felt like he had seen his savior. A few minutes later, the bell rang for the end of class. The Duan asked calmly, is it funny? Lu Xingxi, it's okay. Duan I think you're laughing quite happily. Lu Xingxi paused, and the smile on his face faded a little. He even used honorifics. He must be really angry. The Duan mouth twitched, and he said coldly, it's my honor to be able to entertain you. His murderous aura was so aggressive that Xianxia, who was watching from the back, trembled with fear. It's over, it's over. The last time I saw little Duan like this, he took down 4 people by himself. Qinyu, Lu Xingxi knew he was in the wrong, so he asked sincerely, then what can I do to make you happy? Duan do you see the microphone that teacher Zhao left on the podium? Take it out, turn left, and shout I'm a dumb goose 3 times, and I'll magnanimously forgive your rudeness. Lu Xingxi, Duan didn't have any self-awareness, and he boldly urged, go, little goose. This time, it was Qinyu's turn to be silent. Xianxia said with difficulty. Class rep, is he going to hit someone? Qinyu. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xingxi leaned forward, his indifferent single eyelid slightly lowered, and he stared straight at the Duan Xianxia kicked Qinyu's chair. It's over, it's over. Class rep is really going to hit someone. Qinyu, don't kick me, I don't dare stop him. As the other party approached, the Duan nerves all over his body stood on end. Alpha naturally gave people a sense of oppression, especially when he had Lu Xingxi's mark on him. No matter what the Duan thought, his body recognized this as his alpha. The Duan instinctively wanted to obey this person. As soon as he met Lu Xingxi's dark and silent eyes, his desire kept screaming, listen to him. The Duan suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind and smiled sinisterly. Sure. Using your mark to suppress me, you little bastard, you dare to play dirty? Today, Daddy will show you what it means to, it's my fault, Lu Xingxi said. I shouldn't have said that you were dumb. What do you mean instinct is bullshit in the face of violence? Duan was stunned for a second. Only then did he come to his senses. Lu Xingxi was apologizing. The boy's long eyelashes drooped down. His eyelashes were not curled up, and his brow bone was very prominent, making his eyes look even more clean and deep. Perhaps it was because he rarely said such things, but after he finished speaking, he frowned slightly. After the initial shock, the Duan felt a little flattered for a moment, and his ears inexplicably heated up. When he came to his senses, he immediately abandoned these feelings that he shouldn't have. In the afternoon, the Duan entered Class 10. Their exam was at 3 o'clock sharp, and the other students had to wait for a while before heading to their respective exam rooms. News of the Duan Jian's feat in the morning had spread throughout the entire grade. When he came in, the students in the class couldn't help but look at him. There was a big bag of snacks on the Duan Jian's desk, and the jacket he lent to Jiang Qinian in the morning was hanging on his chair. Knowing that Jiang Qinian had come, the Duan Jian smiled and sat down. The math exam in the afternoon. The key points Lu Xingxi highlighted the night before seemed to be working. The Duan Jian felt that he had seen many of the questions before. Although he still couldn't remember how to solve most of them, at least it was much better than when he used to go to sleep after filling in the blanks. The Duan Jian tasted the sweetness of success. Tomorrow was the science exam. He wanted to look for Lu Xingxi to highlight the key points again, but Lu Xingxi directly gave him a few of his textbooks. Flip through them and look at the underlined areas and notes. The Duan Jian thought that he also had to revise. After all, the science exam wasn't easy, so he didn't want to disturb him. The Duan Jian read through most of the evening self-study. He could understand about 70% to 80% of the concepts, but he really couldn't understand the questions. His brain was about to burst. He didn't expect to turn around after class. Lu Xingxi and Chen Yu were playing a game of landlord on their phones. Class rep, the Duan Jian shouted, after this game, can you take some time to save the students in trouble? Lu Xingxi didn't even look up. Always relying on others to save you is not good for your growth. The Duan Jian, you weren't like this yesterday. That's why I've changed today. The Duan Jian saw that he was still leisurely calculating cards. It seemed that he really didn't want to help him. The Duan Jian turned to Chen Yu and asked, who are you playing against? Is it from the class? Chen Yu, we're random passers-by every game. The Duan Jian took out his phone. Add me, I want to play too. After the game, Chen Yu added the Duan Jian. Mobile Dodiju had a function that allowed players to throw items at other players in the game. As soon as Duan Jian arrived, he threw tomatoes at Lu Xingxi's character. After throwing the tomatoes, he threw eggs, and lastly, he watered it. From the beginning to the end, Lu Tsss's face was face. Chen Yu's SSSSS, SSSS, SASA's, SA's 2's to SSSSSSSS. Seeing Lu Xingxi leave the room, Chen Yu asked, you're not playing? If I keep playing, I'll be smashed to death by the tomatoes. Lu Xingxi was expressionless. He looked at the Duan Jian and said, it's time to study. The Duan Jian watched as he flipped open the teaching materials. He looked like he was going to give him one-on-one tutoring. Watch your words. The Duan Jian was happy to see that Lu Xingxi was finally willing to help. Although I'm a contractor, you don't have my contract, so you can't call me a contractor. Then why should I call you that? Lu Xingxi's mouth twitched, and his expression was a little mocking. Tomatoes richest? With Lu Xingxi's help, the Duan Jian's SSSSSS was. That night, he felt that he had learned a lot and was full of confidence for the next day's exam. At the end of the 3-day monthly exam, the students moved their seats back to their original positions. The Duan Jian and Song Yi successfully met up. To celebrate the end of the monthly exam, Song Yi planned to skip the evening self-study session and go online with a few boys from class 3. The Duan Jian also went with him. But he left his phone in the classroom. After dinner, he had to come back. To take a shortcut, the Duan Jian walked to class 10 from the corridor of the Moral Education Department. When he was about to reach the door of class 10, he saw 2 people standing in the corridor, talking. Number 1 Middle School was famous for their speed in grading papers. After the exams the day before, the scores for most of the subjects were already out by the next morning. In the afternoon, the students' overall grades and ranking were also out. Duan Jian went to check the results. When he found out that he was in the bottom 100, he blinked in surprise to make sure he was not seeing things. Song Yi was also in disbelief. Did you sneak onto the bus behind my back? Onto the bus? That's impossible. Duan Jian pointed at the monthly test results on the classroom wall with his thumb. This is my personal strength. Song Yi raised her head and looked at the top of the test results. Lu Xingxi's name was still printed in the first place of the grade. Oh my god. Song Yi was used to seeing such a shocking score, But she was still surprised. The class monitor's total score is more than double mine. That's your problem. You should reflect on it, Duan Jian replied casually. He took out his phone to take a picture of the results and sent it to Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan quickly replied to his WeChat message. After seeing his results, Fu Yuan was surprised. She gave him a few words of encouragement and then asked if he still wanted to live in the dormitory. Duan Jian replied yes. Fu Yuan saw his determination and agreed to let him move to the dormitory. If he needed help, she would ask Uncle He to help him move his luggage. Duan Jian politely declined her kindness. After every monthly test, the seats in the class would be changed. The seats were arranged by Zhao Minjin. She would separate the students who often gathered and gossiped. She would also arrange for some people to sit where they wanted to sit according to the opinions of the students. During the change of seats, Zhao Minjin said from the podium, "The school will be holding an autumn sports day next week. Those who are interested in participating can register with the PE committee after changing your seats." There was an uneven response in the classroom. Zhao Minjin smiled and said, "Last year, our class was only a few points away from first place. If you guys work harder this year, you might be able to surpass the sports class." A boy raised his hand. "Teacher Zhao, I heard that the class teacher who gets first place will get a bonus?" "Yes," Zhao Minjin said generously. "If you get the bonus, I'll treat you to a meal." As soon as she finished speaking, the boys started to discuss among themselves. "Brothers, let's sign up for Teacher Zhao's meal. Who's up for the 3000 M? Why don't you go to Zhou? You even got second place last year. Let Luga compete in the relay race. Luga is the most stable. The class monitor will definitely sign up for several events." Song Yi patted Duan Jian on the shoulder. "Our Xiao Duan is not bad either. Xiao Duan, do you want to do the long jump or the high jump?" Someone said, "The school hunk and the school bully, this lineup is very strong." The crowd burst into laughter. When the seats were changed, Duan Jian and Song Yi did not move. However, the two boys behind them had been transferred away. Song Yi asked curiously, "Where are you guys moving to?" Before one of the boys could speak, a clear male voice interrupted them. Chen Yu said to the two boys, "There are so many books. Do you need help?" No, the boy saw him and quickly said, "We just need to move twice." When Song Yi saw Chen Yu standing there, he suddenly realized something. He looked to the side and saw that Lu Xingxi had also brought a table and chair over. At this moment, he was leaning on the table leisurely, waiting for the two boys to move away. Song Yi immediately perked up and asked Chen Yu, "Are you guys going to sit here?" The Duan Jian's application to live on campus was approved very quickly. The day before the sports meet, Song Yi and Xianxia helped him move into his dorm. He had a lot of luggage, and his dorm was on the 6th floor. If it weren't for the help of others, the Duan Jian would have had a hard time moving so many things up. Other than Song Yi, there was no one else living in dorm 601. After the Duan Jian moved in, the dorm became their own space. Xianxia smiled and asked, "Are you two living together?" Song Yi giggled. "Although Xiao Duan is very good-looking, I don't like O's." "Duan Jian, you can also apply to live on campus. I don't mind if you come and disturb our two-person world." "Forget it, my sister probably won't agree. That little girl is very annoying when she makes a fuss," Xianxia said as he put the suitcase in his hand by the door. "I put your suitcase on the floor." As he spoke, he moved his wrists. He was still brooding over the Duan Jian suitcase. "You stuffed a shot put in your suitcase? It's so heavy." Duan Jian didn't even turn his head. "Don't ask. If you ask, it means you can't do it." Xianxia, in their dorm, the upper bunk bed was the lower bunk table. Song Yi had already climbed onto the upper bunk bed. "Xianxia, help me take the bed sheet from the chair." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He felt that the Duan Jian's temper was a bit too much. "You're helping him make his bed?" "Song Yi, I asked him to help me secretly take photos of the class leader. In exchange, I helped him make his bed." Xianxia, it's been more than a year, and you're still thinking about Lu Xingxi? Give up early. The little vixen who is thinking about him can be ranked from number 1 middle school to the vice middle school next door. You're not good enough. Xianxia, I'm just looking. It's a kind of appreciation for beauty. Besides, even if my rank isn't high enough, there are others who are. Xianxia asked, what do you mean? Xianxia raised her chin and gestured to the Duanjian. He still has the class monitor's mark on him. Xianxia was shocked. My son? My son has been marked? Duanjian, let me correct you, your father. Xianxia, F***ck, does Lu Xingxi want to die? What couldn't he play with? Why do you have to find such a thrill for yourself? Xianxia, Duanjian resisted the urge to punch him. I'm suffering from stress disorder. He's a good match for me. This is treatment. And what's wrong with me? Can I beat him to death? Xianxia still hadn't recovered from her shock. She couldn't help but say the truth, you look like you don't care about your family. Xianxia. Ha 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 ha. Duanjian didn't hold back this time and directly kicked him in the calf. After a moment of chaos, Xianxia stopped joking. His expression became serious and he said half seriously, but are you sure he doesn't have any other intentions towards you? Alpha wouldn't randomly mark Omega. Even if it wasn't out of love, if he was willing to mark someone, he wouldn't have any ill feelings towards that person. And no matter how you looked at it, Lu Xingxi didn't look like the kind of person who would kindly mark a classmate just because he was suffering from stress disorder. He didn't seem to be helping the Duanjian out of sympathy, but more of a willingness. If that was the case, that would be troublesome. Xianxia echoed, actually, I also want to say that this doesn't seem like something the class monitor would do. Look at how he's always been soft-hearted when he rejects others. Xianxia was also serious for once. Really, don't mess with him. The gap between you and him is too big. Be careful not to be eaten clean. You two are thinking too much. Duanjian was expressionless. Do you know how this mark came about? I asked my father to call it. Other than Xianxia, the Duanjian's team had no other competitors. At the end of the competition, it was just him and Xianxia competing. Both of them were good-looking, and one of them was even the school bully. Many people gathered around to watch with interest. Many of the girls' eyes were shining. In the last lift, the Duanjian barely missed it. Xianxia touched the pole. It was a close victory. Xianxia didn't mind losing to him. After the competition, he put his hand on his shoulder and said, my son is still the best. Duanjian avoided him and said, go away. Your pheromones are overflowing. Xianxia said, remember the smell. It's my father's scent. Duanjian said, go away. After the high jump, the Duanjian went to the toilet to pee. Then he walked to the base camp of Class 10. Before he reached it, he saw a large group of people gathered together. It seemed that something had happened. What's wrong? Duanjian asked as he walked closer. Zhou Xingchen was walking and playing with his phone. He accidentally sprained his ankle, the girl next to him said worriedly. He might not be able to run the 3,000 meters. Duanjian also looked over. Zhou Xingchen sat on a chair. Lu Xingxi asked him about his condition. Duanjian looked at Zhou Xingchen and nodded. Lu Xingxi, on the other hand, calmed down and said, how are you going to run? Are you going to cross the finish line with your sprained ankle? If you really cross the finish line, the school should give you an award for being physically disabled. The surrounding students were all concerned about his ankle. Zhou Xingchen was already ashamed. After hearing Lu Xingxi's words, he became even more dejected. Lu Xingxi looked at him for a moment, then reached out his hand. Give me your account number. Don't do that, Lu Gu. You just finished the 800m. Zhou Xingchen shook his head. Let Qinyu calculate it for me. Where is Qinyu? He went for the shot put assessment. Zhou Xingchen was silent for a moment. He was unwilling to give his account number to Lu Xingxi. Seeing this scene, a boy took the initiative to say, do you want me to run? But I'm not as fast as Zhou Xingchen, so I might not be able to get a good ranking. Don't bother, brother. I'll run. With your speed, those who don't know might think that this is a race between the tortoise and the hare. The boy said as he was about to take the number. Gee, do you really think you're better than me? Last time, who ran 1500 and couldn't wait to lie on the field like a corpse? I can run too, but I'm afraid I can't outrun the sports class. Both the 3000 and 1500 meters are worth 5 points, right? Just like the relay race, these are the 3 events with the highest scores in the sports meet. Hearing their words, a girl rationally analyzed, the girls in our class definitely can't outrun the sports class with 1500 meters. We'd better find a good boy for 3000 meters. The problem is, where can we find such a god? It's only 10 minutes until the start, I'll run for you. Duan Jian took a step forward and walked straight to Zhou Xingchen. Give me your account number. Seeing that it was him, the girl's eyes lit up. Yes, Duan Jian can run. The boys also seemed to have woken up from a dream. Yeah, we forgot about Brother Duan. Lu Xingxi turned around and his gaze fell on Duan Jian's face. Zhou Xingchen saw that it was Duan Jian, and his gaze wandered for a moment. His rationality told him that giving his account number to Duan Jian was the best choice, but emotionally, he couldn't quite accept this person's help. The first place in the 3000 meters will get 5 points, the second place will get 3 points, and the third place will get 2 points. Zhou Xingchen suddenly opened his mouth with a hint of provocation in his eyes. If I run, I can at least get 3rd place. What place can you get? Duan Jian lazily opened his eyes. I'll get 5 points. This wonderful 3000 m race not only moved the students, but also some of the teachers. There were 4 PE teachers in the 2nd year of high school, and all 4 of them were referees for this sports meet. One of them was Mr. He. He taught both the 10th class and the PE class. Seeing his students work so hard for the sports meet, Mr. He was very touched. What a wonderful race. Mr. He said to Zhou Minjun, Mr. Zhao, the Duan Jian in your class is a good kid. I haven't seen a kid with such a sense of collective honor in a long time. Zhou Minjun smiled. He has a sense of honor. He's a good student. On the 2nd day of the sports meet, knowing that the PE class and the 10th class would compete in the finale event, Mr. He volunteered to go to the rostrum. He decided to be the temporary commentator for the relay race, so that all the teachers and students could experience the joy of sports competition. Before the race, Mr. He said, this 4x400 meter relay race is very important. If we can get these 5 points, the 10th class will surpass the PE class and become the top scorer of this sports meet. On the other hand, the PE class will definitely win and become the champion for the 2nd time in a row. This kind of competition that decides the winner is usually called. Mr. He pondered for a moment, not knowing what to call it. Someone below the rostrum shouted, Mr. He, this is called the Battle of Mount Tianwang. Yes, the PE class versus the 10th class. The Battle of Mount Tianwang is about to start. Mr. He cooperated and said, then before the race starts, let the students from the 2 classes cheer for the athletes. Students from the PE class, let's have some fun. Brother Lin, come on. Show us the glory of the provincial team. Black Panther, go. After the PE class had enough fun, Mr. He began to encourage the other side. Students from the 10th class, let the athletes hear your cheers. Class monitor, come on. School hunk is the most handsome. School bully is the most awesome. The 10th class is awesome. Just show it off and we'll be done. The students from both sides are very passionate. Mr. He was very satisfied. Let's take a look at the contestants from the 2 classes. The first runner for Class 10 is Duan Jian, followed by Qinyu, Zhou Xingchen, and Lu Xingxi. The first runner for PE class is Jiang Lin, followed by Gu Qingyu, Zhou Qiao, and Lin Zheng. They're all handsome guys. They're very eye-catching on the track. Guli screamed and waved her Polaroid at the starting line, Zhou Xingchen. Move to the side. Don't stop me from filming Lu Ge and Xiao Duan. Zhou Xingchen was speechless. I have to hand it to this woman. She doesn't take pictures of her boyfriend with a Polaroid, but she's always thinking of ways to take pictures of you too. The Duan Jian was curious. Why? I don't know. She said she's a fan of you and Lu Ge. You should quickly find a girlfriend and let her change her fan. Luga is a fan too. Sure. Lu Xingxi kicked the track with the sole of his shoe and casually said, "Can you introduce me to one? I'm going through so much trouble to introduce you to a girl, and you're just going to casually reject her?" Zhou Xingchen shook his head. "I don't do things that offend people. I don't need you to introduce me," the Duan Jian smiled and said lazily, "I'm too handsome. Most people can't catch up to me." Zhou Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know how to mock him. Lu Xingxi raised his chin and motioned for the Duan Jian to look at Black Panther, who was also the first runner for PE class. "Don't let Black Panther catch up to you later." "Don't worry," the Duan Jian said, "the person who can catch up to me hasn't been born yet." Lu Xingxi suddenly asked, "What about Jiang Qinian?" The Duan Jian readily responded, "Then I'll naturally slow down and wait for her." Lu Xingxi laughed. "You like her that much? What do you see in her?" The Duan Jian, "She's pretty, tall, and she'll bring me milk tea." Chen Yu exclaimed, "Are your standards that low?" The Duan Jian was honest. "The main thing is that she's pretty." As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Lu Xingxi and smirked, "If you were a girl, you'd definitely be pretty too." Chen Yu and Zhou Xingchen didn't know what to say when he dared to tease Lu Xingxi. They were both shocked by Duan Jian's ability to behave atrociously in front of the king of hell. "If you were a girl," Lu Xingxi looked at him and met the Duan Jian's amber eyes. He deliberately paused for a moment and said lazily, "I want to pursue you." Chen Yu, ha 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 ha. That evening, Zhou Minjun applied to leave the school. During the evening self-study session, he led the entire class out of the school. Number 1 Middle School was located in a bustling area of Ning City. There was a large shopping mall just a few kilometers away. When they arrived, they found out that Zhou Minjun had booked a seat at Haidaleo the night before. Regardless of whether they won the first place today, they were bound to get a seat at Haidaleo. Duan Jian. Chen Yu saw the Duan Jian and Song Yi looking for a seat. He called out to him and pointed to the 2 empty seats next to him. Come, come, come. Sit here." Lu Xingxi sat on Chen Yu's left. After the Duan Jian sat down, he and Song Yi sat on his right. They were sitting at a table for 12 people. It was just enough. When it was time to order, Zhou Xingchen ordered 6 extra bottles of beer. The girl next to him sighed. "Didn't Teacher Zhao forbid drinking?" "Shoo," Zhou Xingchen shook his head at her. "Secretly. If she comes, we'll hide." "Why did you order 6 bottles?" Chen Yu asked casually. "With your alcohol tolerance, can you finish it? Isn't Luga here?" Lu Xingxi smiled. "I'm not drinking. You can finish what you ordered yourself." Seeing that he was really starting to drink the lemonade, Zhou Xingchen glanced around. The table was split evenly between men and women. He was too embarrassed to ask a girl to drink with him. Zhou Xingchen's eyes lit up. "Duan Jian, let's drink. You must be able to drink, right?" Caught off guard, the Duan Jian raised his head. Song Yi, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. "Yes, you can drink a little bit." Before Duan Jian could reply, Zhou Xingchen saw him as their only hope. He took the initiative to pour Duan Jian a full glass. "Here's a toast to you." Zhou Xingchen held a glass of wine in his hand. "I wasn't familiar with you before, so I wondered why you were so jumpy. At that time, because of Qiao. Let's not talk about it. After this, I finally know what kind of person you are. From now on, we are friends. You haven't even had a drink and you're already digging your heart out?" The Duan Jian raised his eyebrows. "I can't keep up with your pace." A burst of laughter came from the table. Zhou Xingchen pursed his lips. "Can't you say something nice?" "No." Duan Jian pushed his glass forward and clinked glasses with him. "It's no big deal. I didn't like you before either." He always had this indifferent look. Those who didn't know him would think that this person needed to be taught a lesson, but there was also an inexplicable temperament that made people want to get closer to him. Zhou Xingchen couldn't help but ask, "What about now? You have to rely on me. How can I not like you?" Duan Jian had just put down his glass and was about to sit down when Zhou Xingchen filled his glass again. As long as you like me, we are brothers. Zhou Xingchen was a little carried away by his words. Come on, drink more. Duan Jian, he originally thought that after this drink, Zhou Xingchen would look for someone else. He didn't expect Zhou Xingchen to treat him as his savior and hope that he could finish the 6 bottles of beer with him. Seeing that Zhou Xingchen had already said so much, the Duan Jian couldn't directly refuse. Moreover, if he admitted that he had drunk 1 bottle in front of so many people, the Duan Jian more or less couldn't say it. Zhou Xingchen was still looking at him eagerly. The Duan Jian had no choice but to drink with him. Zhou Xingchen drank as he said, I used to think that you were quite lively. You knew not to cause trouble in front of Lu Ge. Fortunately, you didn't provoke Lu Ge. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have had the chance to bury the hatchet. The Duan Jian couldn't help but ask, is he drunk? Does he not think before he speaks? He's just like that. Lu Xingxi was scooping up food with a colander. When he heard this, he said, he's not very smart to begin with. Lu Xingxi. I suddenly realized that you seem to have scooped up the last piece of beef. What? Duan Jian pushed his bowl forward and said, can I be the lucky one to eat the last piece of beef? At the bottom of the high school building, Zhou Minjun counted the number of students. After confirming that all the students had arrived safely, she announced that they were dismissed. The Duan Jian kept clinging to Lu Xingxi as she counted the number of students. Song Yi glanced at them several times and felt like his worldview was collapsing. Fortunately, they were standing at the end of the line and it was dark, so not many people noticed this unusual scene. After they were dismissed, Lu Xingxi looked at Song Yi and hesitated. The Duan Jian clung to him and refused to let go, so he said, I'll walk him to his dorm. Song Yi hurriedly said, oh, that's great. Thank you, thank you. Thank me for what? The Duan Jian suddenly looked up and stared at Song Yi alertly. Why are you smiling at him? Song Yi didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and looked confused. What's wrong with smiling? The Duan Jian said, let me tell you, it's useless to smile. Lu Xingxi's whole body, including the gland behind his neck, has my name written on it. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xingxi, who was getting a headache from all the noise, covered his mouth. The boy's fingers were slender and his palm was wide. The Duan Jian's face was quite small, so at first glance, it looked like half of his face was covered. The Duan Jian said, hey, hey. You. Ugh, what are you doing? Lu Xingxi was annoyed that the boy's breath was all over his palm, so he took his hand back. The Duan Jian regained his freedom and complained, Lu Xingxi, why are you helping others? Song Yi, Lu Xingxi didn't find it strange. He's drunk. Don't mind him. Song Yi. Okay. Song Yi thought that it was fortunate that the Duan Jian would forget everything after he woke up. Otherwise, when he woke up tomorrow, this ancestor would probably kill him to silence him. On the way back to the dormitory, the Duan Jian did not stop. His posture with Lu Xingxi was so intimate that Song Yi couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. As he looked, he wondered if he should take a picture of this rare opportunity and use it to mock the Duan Jian for doing ridiculous things after drinking. Unexpectedly, Duan Jian suddenly turned his head and asked him in an unfriendly tone, what are you looking at? The Duan Jian's eyes were beautiful and sharp. When his face turned cold, there was a hint of fierceness. In the past, many people had been frightened by his appearance. Song Yi wasn't frightened by him. He only thought that this scene was funny. He was worried that if he laughed, the Duan Jian would continue to cause trouble. He quickly coaxed him. I won't look, I won't look. I won't even look at you. As soon as he said this, Song Yi couldn't help but let out a laugh. Duan Jian, Song Yi. He couldn't hold it in anymore. The Duan Jian twitched his lips expressionlessly. Suddenly, he thought of something. He decisively reached out his hands and covered Lu Xingxi's face. After covering his face, he faced Song Yi and said proudly, keep looking. But I'm covering his face. You can only look at my hands. He didn't know why he was so possessive of Lu Xingxi. Moreover, the Duan Jian was probably really drunk. His hands were covering Lu Xingxi's eyes, so the latter couldn't see the road clearly. Song Yi had a hard time holding back his laughter, but he didn't dare to laugh. If he did, he reckoned that Lu Xingxi would also want to kill him to silence him. Lu Xingxi finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "Take your hands away. I can't see the road." "It's okay. I'll help you." "Take them away. Or I'll throw you to the ground." "Go ahead." The Duan Jian made up his mind. He can't look at you anyway. Every Wednesday night, the English teacher would arrange a weekly test. During dinner, Duan Jian was a little absent-minded. He felt bored at the thought of staring at the English test papers for 2 hours. Just then, Xianxia sent him a message. Duan Jian's eyes lit up when he saw that Xianxia asked him to go online. He asked Song Yi, "Do you want to go back for the test?" "Why?" "Xianxia asked me to go online. He asked if you want to go." "I'm going." Song Yi was a little amused. What's wrong with him? Didn't he say a few days ago that he wanted to focus on his studies this semester? Unlike Duan Jian and Song Yi, Xianxia's grades were very good. Although his liberal arts grades were a little worse, his comprehensive science grades were top-notch. His class seemed to have taken the weekly test in advance. Tonight, the teacher asked them to study by themselves, but he felt that it was boring. "Okay," Song Yi said, "then we'll meet him in Ionia." There were several internet cafes near No. 1 middle school. Students who skipped classes often came here to relax. Xianxia had already sat down at the internet cafe they frequented. Duan Jian saw a glass of iced orange juice on the 2 seats next to him. He knew that Xianxia had reserved these seats for him and Song Yi. Duan Jian pulled out a chair and sat down. The internet cafe was almost full of people. The smell of cigarettes was strong. After entering the internet cafe, Duan Jian vaguely felt that his exposed skin was slightly itchy, and his head was a little dizzy. Xianxia saw that he was frowning and motionless. He asked curiously, "You haven't been home for a long time. Do you feel that everything here is strange?" "What?" "The internet cafe, your second home." Xianxia saw that he was still absent-minded and reached out to turn on his computer. "Did you really forget how to turn on your computer? Come on, Daddy will teach you." Duan Jian pushed him away with a smile and pressed the power button himself. After playing with the Duan Jian for half a day, the discomfort did not disappear, but it did not worsen either. Coupled with the distraction of the game, he gradually forgot about it. "Xiao Duan," Song Yi suddenly called out to him. "Someone just told me that Teacher Zhao is going to have a class meeting later. Do you want to go back?" "What?" The Duan Jian had his earphones on and could not hear clearly. "We're having a class meeting." Song Yi raised her voice. "I think we're going on an autumn outing." "Oh." Duan Jian looked at the time. "Are we going back after this round?" Song Yi nodded. Xianxia asked, "Where's your class going for the autumn outing?" "Let's go to Jingshan Monastery." "Retreat, retreat, retreat. Canaan is here." "Why are you running, Duan Jian?" "Help me block it." Xianxia frantically moved as he spoke, but his hero was still killed by the enemy. He turned his head and looked at Duan Jian. "Do you know that you're trying to sell your teammates out?" Duan Jian sneered. "What else can I do? I'm going to die with my teammates?" Xianxia said, "Scum." Duan Jian said, "Noob." Xianxia said, "What did you say?" Duan Jian said, 66666. "You're so cool when you die." Xianxia was speechless. After this round, Duan Jian and Song Yi went back to the classroom. Duan Jian did not know if it was an illusion, but after he sat down in his seat, the uneasy feeling he had in the internet cafe disappeared. He was in a good mood. Before he could think about it, Jinyu asked him, "Did you play games?" After returning to the resort, the Duan Jian took a shower, changed into a t-shirt and shorts, and came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. It was already past 9 o'clock. The night wind in the mountains blew through the window and it was a little chilly. On the way back from the tunnel, Zhou Xingchen kept talking about playing games together. He asked on his phone. Zhou Xingchen and the others were sitting in the living room. the Duan Jian went downstairs. He saw Chenyu and Zhou Xingchen sitting on the sofa. Song Yi was also there. The three of them were laughing and chatting about something. A few students were playing cards in the distance. The Duan Jian walked over and asked casually, "Where's Lu Xingxi?" "He went out to smoke," Chenyu said. The Duan Jian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Chenyu looked at his expression and laughed. "Why? Is it strange that he smokes?" "Song Yi, it's not strange at all. As long as you see the class monitor's face, it's acceptable for him to smoke, fight, and swear." The Duan Jian put his hand on Song Yi's shoulder. "Promise me that you won't talk so much." Chenyu was amused. When Zhou Xingchen saw the Duan Jian, he hurriedly said, "Come, come, come. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's team up and get chicken dinner." "I don't know how to play that game." "It's okay," Chenyu said. "Zhou Xingchen is strong. He can take on 3 people by himself. We can just lie down and walk to victory. Come on, Xiao Duan." Song Yi knew that the Duan Jian was a little dizzy with 3D games. He didn't usually play these shooting games. He probably didn't even have an account. "I have an extra account. Do you want to use it?" The Duan Jian saw that each of them was more proactive than the other, so he didn't want to reject their enthusiasm. He took out his phone and sat down next to Zhou Xingchen. They started to play games. The number that Song Yi had lent to the Duan Jian was very coquettish, and she was wearing one outfit after another. When the Duan Jian landed, the girl with 2 ponytails was wearing a sailor suit and was jumping around to warm up. Zhou Xingchen pulled him back. The first Duan Jian dropped to the ground and turned into a crate. In the second round, the Duan Jian was charged a toll to cross the bridge. In the third round, Duan Jian led his team to a reverse chicken dinner. Zhou Xingchen and Chenyu did not expect Duan Jian to say that he did not know much about the game. That meant that he really did not know much about the game and was not humble at all. At the start of the 4th game, Zhou Xingchen was searching the house and did not hear any footsteps. He was sniped from below. Even Chenyu and Song Yi were killed. Only the Duan Jian managed to survive by hiding in the sniper's blind spot. Duan Jian's character was trembling as he searched the house, but all he found was a gun that was better than nothing. "I think," Zhou Xingchen said tactfully, "this game has gone too far." The Duan Jian ignored him and said, "You guys play for a while. Wait for me to finish." Zhou Xingchen said, "No, we want to see with our own eyes how you get pinned down." The Duan Jian was speechless. The Duan Jian also thought that he would lose, but since Zhou Xingchen said so, he was not convinced. "How do you know that I'll be pinned down?" Zhou Xingchen suddenly interrupted him. Left, left, left. "Someone is surrounding you. What should I do?" "All 4 of us are here. Get into formation." "It's over, it's over." The Duan Jian looked up at him and said, "What are you shouting for?" "Who said it's over?" Zhou Xingchen said, "It's still not over? Do you think you're the ultimate sniper god?" The Duan Jian snorted and said, "Learn from me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Duan Jian pressed the button on the microphone. Although he did not turn on the microphone, he did turn on the receiver. The 4 people surrounding him were talking, and he felt that a few of them were alpha players. Lu Xingxi had just come out of the shower when he suddenly received a friend request. It was from the class group. He and the Duan Jian had never added each other as friends. When the Duan Jian sent him a friend request, he sent him a friend request. "Which room are you in?" Lu Xingxi clicked accept. 301. He waited for a while, but the Duan Jian didn't send him any more messages. Lu Xingxi suddenly thought of something and quickly sent a message, "Are you feeling unwell?" In the tunnel in the afternoon, there was indeed a medium-sized red mark on the Duan Jian's neck, but when they were playing games at night, Lu Xingxi took a look and saw that the mark had disappeared. He thought that the red mark wasn't because of stress. Even if it was, it wouldn't act up tonight. After a long time without a reply, Lu Xingxi put down the towel and walked to the door. He was about to ask Song Yi which room the Duan Jian was in when someone knocked on his door. "Who is it?" There was no response. Lu Xingxi opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the person outside fell into his arms, his whole body trembling. Seeing that he couldn't stand steadily, Lu Xingxi reached out to support him. Lu Xingxi had just showered, and his hair was still a little damp. The pheromones floating in the air mixed with the scent of shower gel, like wet grass stained with the smell of lemons. The Duan Jian was dizzy and just wanted to be as close to this person as possible. His arms unconsciously wrapped around Lu Xingxi's shoulders and buried his face in his neck. The Duan Jian wasn't weak, and he held on tightly to him like a drowning piece of driftwood. For the first time, Lu Xingxi felt that the Duan Jian really needed him. He patted the Duan Jian's back gently. "Does it hurt a lot?" The Duan Jian was in too much pain to speak and could only nod. His head was still buried in Lu Xingxi's neck. As he nodded, his soft hair brushed against Lu Xingxi's skin, making it a little itchy. Lu Xingxi let him hug him for a while. The Duan Jian was surrounded by Alpha's pheromones, and he slowly recovered. The Duan Jian released him. He took a step back and said in a low voice, "My agitation is acting up." Lu Xingxi looked at him. His neck was red, and the allergy-like red marks extended all the way to his chest. It wasn't hard to imagine what was underneath his clothes. "Yeah," Lu Xingxi said, "it seems very serious." The Duan Jian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Lu Xingxi gently pulled him in. "Come in and talk." The Duan Jian realized that he had been too anxious just now, and he had directly opened the door and hugged Lu Xingxi. The Duan Jian touched his nose awkwardly. Fortunately, no one saw. He walked into the room, and Lu Xingxi followed him in. He raised his hand and locked the door. "Can you?" The Duan Jian was a little embarrassed. He had already asked Lu Xingxi for a temporary mark. He had checked the information. Even if the temporary mark faded, the effects of the mark would gradually stack. If he asked for too much, not only would he be addicted, but Lu Xingxi might also be affected. The Duan Jian thought about it and finally came up with a more reasonable idea. "Can you let me live here?" "Live here?" Lu Xingxi's gaze swept across the only bed in the single room. He raised his eyelids, and his emotions were unclear. "Then where will you sleep?" The Duan Jian couldn't figure out what he meant. He was a little uncertain. I'll sleep next to you?" He was afraid of being rejected, and before Lu Xingxi could answer, he hurriedly added. The Duan Jian slept well that night. In the latter half of the night, he vaguely felt like he was entangled by something and couldn't move. But overall, the aura floating around him made him feel very relaxed. He felt like he hadn't slept so well in a long time. He moved his eyelids contentedly, intending to take his time to stretch himself. Why can't I stretch my arms?" He tried to struggle, but it was useless. The thing that was entangling him was very strong. His palm couldn't help but slide down and touch something firm and smooth, similar to human skin. "What is this? Is it a monster with abs?" The Duan Jian was half asleep and couldn't stretch his arms for a long time. He kicked the thing on the ground. The soles of his feet felt hard. "Tsk!" A soft snort drilled into the Duan Jian's ears. The boy's voice sounded displeased from being woken up, mixed with a bit of anger. It sounded low and hoarse. The Duan Jian's ears were pricked by this offensive voice, and he opened his eyes. Coincidentally, his eyes met the boy's. The other party's dark and silent eyes lazily glanced at him. The emotions in his eyes were unpredictable and dangerous. The Duan Jian saw Lu Xingxi and looked around in confusion. He was sure that he was lying on the same bed as him. Then, he realized something and flipped over abruptly. When he saw that the mattress he had slept on last night was still on the floor, he had already run over to Lu Xingxi's bed and had even curled up in her arms to sleep the entire night. In an instant, the Duan Jian was troubled by the question of whether he had taken the initiative to climb onto Lu Xingxi's bed, or whether Lu Xingxi had carried him onto the bed. The Duan Jian thought for a few seconds and couldn't come to a conclusion. Fortunately, the guilty party complained first and spoke with great momentum. "Lu Xingxi, what did you do?" The Duan Jian said. In order to intimidate him, he leaned forward and raised his eyebrows. "Huh? What are you about?" After being tormented for most of last night, he felt like he had been woken up by the Duan Jian not long after he closed his eyes. It was early in the morning, and this guy even touched and called him names. Even a saint would get angry, and he wasn't a good-tempered person. The boy casually glanced at him and said lazily, "You're not Lu Gu anymore?" The Duan Jian saw how calm he was and couldn't help but doubt himself for a moment. Could he have fallen asleep and climbed onto Lu Xingxi's bed? Not only did he climb up, but he even hugged Lu Xingxi because of his stress disorder. If that's the case, Duan Jian gulped, feeling a little guilty. "Last night, I carried you up," Lu Xingxi said directly. When the Duan Jian heard this, he felt emboldened. "Why did you carry me up? Then I should let you sleep on the floor and watch you kick away all your blankets. The next day, you'll catch a cold, have a fever, and have a sore back?" Lu Xingxi saw that he still dared to move closer and didn't bother to be polite with him. He leaned forward a little, and his tone was full of guidance as he said word by word, "Otherwise, why do you think I carried you up?" When he said the word F***ck, he didn't know if it was intentional or not, but his voice was a little heavier. Alpha's aura was overwhelming. Probably due to lack of sleep, he looked a little different than usual. The Duan Jian felt his ears being pricked again. Lu Xingxi saw that he had suddenly quieted down and laughed. His voice was low, but there was an unclear joy in it. The Duan Jian clearly saw his Adam's apple move. This extremely masculine scene made the Duan Jian frown and want to say something. "Didn't you say that every night in the dorm, Song Yi thought you died in bed?" As soon as they left Lu Xingxi's room, Song Yi immediately asked in a low voice, "Does it hurt?" Duan Jian. "Song Yi, is the class rep fierce in bed? He looked like a beast this morning. I feel like alphas are more violent." Duan Jian. "I slept with him." Song Yi turned pale with fright. "Do you want to sleep with him again?" Duan Jian, "Sleep with a quilt and a pure chat. May I ask, do you know how to write the word pure?" Song Yi, "I know. Before last night, this word was written on your face, but after last night, there was an extra word in front of it. I'm suffering from stress disorder, so I asked him for help," Duan Jian said, pointing to himself. "I'm a pure male high school student. If you continue to slander me, I may do something irreparable to you in order to defend my reputation." Song Yi, "Pardon me for asking, but how did you get your stress disorder of only recognizing the class leader? If I were to hold your hand, would you be able to infect me with it?" Duan Jian admitted defeat. He smiled and gave Song Yi a head-on hug. Song Yi didn't try to avoid him and just hugged him tightly. She sniffed his body. "What are you sniffing?" "The scent of Prince Charming." Song Yi tried to distinguish. "It smells like grass and wood? It's so pure. It's such a contrast to his personality. It's so exciting." Duan Jian was too lazy to pay attention to her and pushed Song Yi's hair down. Because he was in heat, Duan Jian was a little listless. In the afternoon, when he was in the car, he vaguely felt a tingling in his body. It took more than 3 hours to drive back to No. 1 Middle School from Little Rock Hill. There were many Alpha students in their class. Half of them were Alpha, half of them were Beta, and a few were Omega. The Duan Jian predicted that his stress disorder would kick in sooner or later after 3 hours in such an enclosed environment. Duan Jian looked around the car and saw Zhou Xingchen and Lu Xingxi sitting behind him and Song Yi. Duan Jian paused and said to Zhou Xingchen, "Let's change seats." Zhou Xingchen, "Why?" The Duan Jian said domineeringly, "Because I want to." Zhou Xingchen felt that he was being too overbearing. "No way. If you switch seats with me, you'll be sitting with Lu Ge. You have to ask him if he wants to sit with you." Duan Jian nodded and said casually, "Lu Xingxi, do you want to sit with me?" Lu Xingxi had his headphones plugged in, so he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, he vaguely heard the Duan Jian calling his name. He took off his headphones and was a little confused. "Huh?" The Duan Jian raised his voice. "Lu Xingxi. Do you want to sit with me?" Song Yi was drinking water on the side. When she heard this, she almost spat out the cola in her mouth. Everyone fell into silence. Someone laughed and said, "Sit? Who's going to sit? Is the Duan Jian flirting with Lu Ge again?" TSK, TSK, TSK. Why do you two always like to do this in the car? Jinyu smiled and said, it's not dark yet. You guys should pay attention to your surroundings. The people who were laughing and jeering were all boys. In the past, when they knew that he didn't have a good relationship with Lu Xingxi, very few people would joke about the Duan Jian like this. Song Yi. Lu Xingxi guessed that it was because of his stress disorder. He stood up and laughed. Let's change seats. Knowing that everyone was just joking, the Duan Jian suddenly stretched out his hand and waited for Lu Xingxi to sit down. He put his arm intimately on Lu Xingxi's shoulder and leaned his head over. He raised his eyebrows at the people who were jeering just now. Who else can sit? Lu Ge and I, of course, we're sitting. Everyone was silent. They were all stunned. When she said that, Duan Jian could clearly see that the corners of Qiao Nan's lips curled up even more. The smell of rust in the air rolled up and down, and the fishy smell brushed past the tip of the Duan Jian's nose. Qiao Nan's voice trembled slightly, and an abnormal fanaticism flowed from his eyes. He was excited. Are you angry? Around the corner, Lu Xingxi's eyes darkened. The boy's dark eyes looked not far away, and the rain swept past him. The temperature in his eyes was colder than the rain. After the Duan Jian left, Xiao Nan saw the awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to say that there was a misunderstanding between him and the Duan Jian. He wanted to take this opportunity to explain. Xiao Nan finished speaking and got up to leave. Lu Xingxi found it strange and followed him. Because of me, you became unhappy. Xiao Nan's eyes were glued to the Duan Jian's face, and his tone was almost indecent. You look cute when you're angry. Lu Xingxi narrowed his eyes, and his face was expressionless. An unprecedented desire to destroy rose in his heart, and the alpha pheromone was suppressed to the extreme. It was so gloomy that it was almost violent. He was about to step forward. The Duan Jian looked at Xiao Nan and suddenly smiled. He seemed to have thought of something, and his lips curled up and he said lazily, Xiao Nan, you seem to have become uglier. Lu Xingxi paused. The Duan Jian stood there carelessly, and his gaze fell on Xiao Nan. He looked him up and down. I heard that in order to increase the enrollment rate, the Vice Middle School doesn't give students a break on the weekends. You must be under a lot of pressure, right? Your hairline has moved up, and I can see that you've been studying very hard. Xiao Nan was stunned. Duan Jian paused for a moment, then said in an indifferent tone, but even if that's the case, Lu Xingxi was still the top scorer in Ming City's last joint examination, right? While you're learning to be bald, he can easily get first place. Every day, there are many young ladies lining up to confess to him. As the Duan Jian spoke, he observed Xiao Nan's reaction. Seeing Xiao Nan frown, a hint of violence flashed in his eyes. His calm almond eyes were gradually filled with anger. Duan Jian could not help but click his tongue in his heart. I'm sorry, class leader. I still have to use you to dampen the pervert spirit. Anyway, I'm praising you. You don't seem to be at a disadvantage. Do you know what a handsome guy is? That's what a handsome guy is. Duan Jian looked at him and said slowly, as for you, when you look in the mirror will probably be scared to death. If you have the time to jump around in front of me, why don't you worry about where you're going to get a hair transplant in the future? After he finished speaking, he turned around to leave. Suddenly, a chuckle came from behind him. You've really grown up. Xiao Nan smiled gently and said, before, you only knew how to rush up and hit people. Now, you even know how to talk back to me. Duan Jian's back was facing him. He could hear Xiao Nan's footsteps getting closer and closer. Xiao Nan followed. In a place where the other party could not see, Duan Jian's lips were tightly pressed into a line. He closed his eyes and was about to turn around. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar scent. It was the clear fragrance of grass and wood, with a hint of seawater coolness. When Duan Jian turned around, he just happened to see Xiao Nan's collar being grabbed from behind. The person who grabbed him was so strong that Xiao Nan staggered a few steps. The suppression between alphas was often barbaric and straightforward. Although the attack was not directed at Duan Jian, the pressure was so strong that Duan Jian could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Realizing who was behind him, Xiao Nan's pupils constricted and the blood drained from his face. Lu Xingxi raised his eyebrows slightly and muttered, "You still dare to follow?" After buying the blockers, the two of them walked out of the pharmacy. It had been some time since the evening self-study session, and there were fewer people on campus. Only the third-year buildings were still lit. Duan Jian looked at his phone for a while and suddenly saw a new post. It was from Jiang Qinian. It said that she had to prepare for the art exam and might have to go out of town for a while. Duan Jian frowned slightly. Lu Xingxi saw that he was so focused on his phone that he almost bumped into a girl. He reached out and pulled him back. Duan Jian came back to his senses and was about to thank him, but before he could say anything, his voice stopped abruptly. His gaze inadvertently swept across the dormitory. Duan Jian's eyes darkened when he saw who was standing in front of the dormitory. Lu Xingxi also saw Xiao Nan. He stepped forward and stood in front of Duan Jian. Xiao Nan didn't seem to expect them to be together. After his surprise, he noticed Lu Xingxi's protective behavior. Xiao Nan smiled and said, "Class Republic." He looked behind him and lowered his voice. "Duan Jian." Lu Xingxi ignored his greeting and said coldly, "How did you get in?" "You're no longer a student of number 1 middle school. Number 1 middle school is my alma mater, after all. I came back to visit." As Xiao Nan spoke, he looked past Lu Xingxi and stared at the person behind him. He licked his lips and said, "I also came to see an old friend." Duan Jian frowned and was about to say something when he saw Xiao Nan's sticky gaze. He was about to speak when a hand rested on the back of his head. The boy's fingers were a little cold. When they gently brushed against his hair, it was as if he was comforting him. Lu Xingxi rubbed his head and then naturally wrapped his arm around Duan Jian's shoulder. After that, he looked at Xiao Nan's gloomy face. Lu Xingxi curled his lips and said casually, "Which friend? If I know him, can you bring me along?" His voice wasn't loud, but his eyes were curved. He seemed to be really interested in the friend Xiao Nan was talking about. Xiao Nan looked at his hand on Duan Jian's shoulder and his eyes darkened. What made him even more concerned was that Duan Jian didn't resist this intimate gesture. At such a close distance, he could smell Alpha's breath. At the thought of Duan Jian being tainted with someone else's scent, Xiao Nan's expression twisted. A thirst for blood surged from the bottom of his heart, but he suppressed it. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was a little afraid of Lu Xingxi. This fear was not only because of the mutual suppression between alphas, but also because of the deep-rooted impression. He had been a top student since he was a child. His teachers trusted him and his classmates were happy to get along with him. But after entering class 10, no matter how hard he worked, no matter how much time he spent, Lu Xian would always leave him behind in every exam. He could see that Lu Xian was more popular than him. The teachers also spoiled him intentionally or unintentionally, not only because of his good grades, but also because of his family background. This kind of person who had everything made Xiao Nan afraid. He wasn't afraid of Duan Jian. To him, Duan Jian was more like a bluffing child. Yes. Just a child who wasn't good enough. He suppressed the violence in his heart and said word by word, "My friend is shy. He might not like to see other people. He would teach him." After the marking was done, he would teach Duan Jian who to talk to and who to smile at. Instead of standing together with another alpha like he was now. The Duan Jian didn't expect that after a night, the post on the forum's homepage had not been removed. Instead, it was getting more and more lively. When he woke up, he felt a little weak and his limbs were numb. Songyi got out of bed and sniffed seriously. She suddenly turned her head and said, "Xiao Duan, I think I smell your pheromone." "Are you?" The Duan Jian made a vague sound. Calculating the time, his estrus period should be here. Although there were no symptoms for the time being, the Duan Jian gave himself an injection of suppressant just in case. After the injection, he habitually looked at his phone. There were a few boys who were close to him asking him about the post, including Xianxia. "Xianxia, son. You really got together with Lu Xingxi? You found a very strong partner." "I'm a little scared." The Duan Jian's eyelids were half closed. He was still a little sleepy. Seeing that Xianxia wanted to be his father so early in the morning, he neatly replied, "Get lost. Xianxia, you can get lost, but before you leave, I want to make sure whether Lu Xingxi is my daughter-in-law or not. Duan Jiayan, she's your godfather. Xianxia, Duan Jiayan, do you think that one day you and I will break through the boundaries of friendship and walk into the hall of marriage hand in hand? Xianxia, you actually have such improper thoughts about me?" The Duan Jiayan was so angry that he wanted to laugh. He snorted and replied, "My relationship with you is my relationship with him." After replying, the Duan Jiayan climbed out of bed. He didn't sleep well last night and was a little tired. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but on the way from the dormitory to the classroom, the Duan Jiayan felt that many people were looking at him. This feeling reached its peak when he stepped into the classroom. This class was the morning self-study of Chinese. The teacher was not around, so the students had to memorize by themselves. When Duan Jiayan pushed the door open and entered, he saw with his own eyes that the textbook in the girl's hand fell onto the table when she noticed him. Then, the girl poked her deskmate and whispered, "Look. Duan Jiayan." Duan Jiayan, Duan Jiayan thought to himself, "Is this the first time you've seen me?" He walked to his seat. Just as he sat down, a boy ran over to Lu Xingxi to borrow his chemistry homework. "Lu Gu. Daddy Lu." The boy wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. "Where's your chemistry homework? Save me. Chemistry class is next." The chemistry teacher who taught them was very irritable. If the students did not do their homework, they might be asked to stand in the corridor for the entire class. Duan Jiayan asked casually, "You had chemistry homework yesterday? I want to copy it too." As he spoke, he habitually turned his head to look at Lu Xingxi, who was sitting in the back row. The latter had just taken out his homework and tossed it on the table. He raised his chin slightly and gestured for the boy to take it. When he heard Duan Jiayan's words, Lu Xingxi looked up. The boy had already reached for Lu Xingxi's homework. When he heard this, he immediately held it out with both hands. "Then copy it, copy it. I won't fight with you." As he spoke, he turned his head and said, "Qin Yu. Lend me your chemistry homework." Duan Jiayan took the chemistry homework. He copied it quite quickly. After he finished copying, Duan Jiayan put the homework back on Lu Xingxi's desk. "Thanks." Lu Xingxi nodded. Duan Jiayan looked at him for a moment. For a moment, he wanted to ask him if he had seen the post last night. Before he could say anything, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the tip of his nose. Duan Jiayan lazily yawned at Lu Xingxi. "Lu Xingxi, Qin Yu, ha 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 ha." Duan Jiayan blinked his wet eyes twice, trying to disperse the tears that had flowed out from his yawn. He blinked and said, "I didn't sleep well last night." Even in this situation, Xiaonan stared at him. Alpha's pheromone was strong and pungent, as if he wanted to drag Xiaonan down with him. If it weren't for the fact that he was exhausted, the Duan Jiayan would have laughed out loud at Xiaonan's wretched appearance. When he hit Xiaonan, he almost couldn't stand straight. His body hurt like hell, especially his hands that were in direct contact with Xiaonan. The skin on his hands was red like an allergic reaction. It was the first time he had seen his stress disorder so severe. Xiaonan suddenly reached out as if he wanted to grab the Duan Jiayan. But his wrist was grabbed from the side. Xiaonan's wrist was grabbed tightly, and his whole body was dragged a few steps back. Before he could steady himself, the person who grabbed him kicked him in the stomach. The other person was too strong. Xiaonan barely managed to support himself against the wall with one hand and covered his stomach with the other. He retched intermittently from his throat. After a while, he looked up and saw Lu Xingxi's cold face. At the same time, Alpha's pheromone pressed down. Xiaonan couldn't help but scream under the pressure of the terrifying and fierce aura. He suddenly knelt down. Seeing Lu Xingxi, the Duan Jiayan's tense nerves gradually relaxed. His legs went soft, and he was about to fall to the ground. Someone grabbed his arm from the side and pulled him into a tight hug. He looked up and saw the boy's clean jawline. The boy had a warm floral scent, and in this cold rain, there was an indescribable attraction. Xiaonan, who was originally huddled in the corner, seemed to be stimulated by this scene. He staggered and tried to stand up, but Lu Xingxi was too strong and he couldn't stand still. The chauffeur, who had just alighted from the car, was shocked. He quickly held Xiaonan down. Lu Xingxi hugged him and slowly stroked his back with one hand. Duan Jian could feel her chin brushing against the top of his head. Lu Xingxi's voice was very soft. "Don't be afraid, he can't stand up," Duan Jian blurted out. "Who's scared?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he was stunned by his own unnatural voice. The Duan Jian belatedly realized that his arm was trembling. Not only his arm, but his entire body was trembling. He didn't know if it was because of fear or anger. The boy in front of him was silent for a few seconds. He sighed and said in a low voice as if he had accepted his fate, "I'm scared." The Duan Jian was slightly taken aback. He had not expected Lu Xingxi to say that. For a moment, the Duan Jian did not know what to say. He said embarrassedly, "I'm not afraid. I'm just angry." "Trembling is just a conditioned reflex." "Yes, you're not afraid," Lu Xingxi repeated. "I'm afraid." As he spoke, he reached out and brushed the blood on the Duan Jian's lips with his cool fingertips. "I'm afraid that he'll stand up and cause trouble for me." "Of course you're not afraid. You're so good at fighting. Are you coaxing a child?" The Duan Jian was already feeling uncomfortable, but after being enveloped by his pheromone, the burning sensation on his body gradually subsided. Coupled with this kind of nonsensical consolation, he almost laughed out loud. "No, I'm not coaxing you." Lu Xingxi saw him smiling at him, and the cold hostility in his eyes slowly dissipated. He raised his eyebrows slightly and muttered, "I'm really scared." Zhou Xingchen's voice came from the alley. "Lu Gu, have you found the Duan Jian?" He had been surfing the internet near number 1 middle school when he received Lu Xingxi's message and decided to look for him. Noticing the headlights, he ran over to them. Zhou Xingchen saw the driver holding down Xiaonan in the alley, and then noticed Lu Xingxi holding the Duan Jian. He quickly realized what had happened here. He vaguely realized that he might have misunderstood something. Seeing the injuries on the Duan Jian's body, Zhou Xingchen was stunned. He turned his head and stared at Xiaonan. Anger surged to his head. "You hit him?" Xiaonan did not have the energy to speak at all. Zhou Xingchen could not help but snort at the sight of him. He was about to tug at his collar when Lu Xingxi spoke up to stop him. "Don't worry about him. Call the police first." As soon as he heard the "call the police," a trace of fear flashed across Xiaonan's eyes. After taking the statement, the Duan Jian and Fu Yuan went home. Fu Yuan saw the fatigue in his eyes and looked at his injuries with a little heartache. After confirming that the Duan Jian was fine, Fu Yuan told him to rest early. After the Duan Jian returned to his room, Fu Yuan called someone she knew. She wanted to ask how Xiaonan should be judged in this situation. Thinking of what Xiaonan had done in high school, Fu Yuan gripped her phone tightly. If this person were to be released after a few years of imprisonment, she had to think of a way to prevent Xiaonan from harassing the Duan Jian again. After asking around, someone told her that Xiaonan's case was very serious and that it was very likely that he would be sentenced severely. Fu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that Xiaonan would be sentenced to 10 years and even monitored for the rest of his life. Once Xiaonan showed any intention of getting close to the Duan Jian, he would be quarantined. The person on the other end of the phone vaguely told her that someone had already informed her and told her not to worry. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yuan suddenly remembered. The classmate who had taken the statement with the Duan Jian at the police station today seemed to have the surname Lu. When Lu Xingxi got home, it was already very late. As soon as he entered the living room, he found Xianxia watching a TV series. She was wearing pajamas and looked a little lazy. Xianxia usually paid attention to her health and usually went to bed around 10:30 p.m. Lu Xingxi was a little surprised. "You're not asleep yet?" Auntie Shu smiled and said, "Madam is waiting for you to come back." Xianxia saw him and gestured for him to come over. "Let me see if you're hurt." Lu Xingxi smiled and sat down so that Xianxia could take a closer look. After confirming that he was not injured, Xianxia said, "You have Omega's pheromone on you." He admitted generously, "It's my classmate's." Xianxia also smiled. "Is it the drunk classmate from last time? You can smell it?" Xianxia nodded. I took a look at his information. When she spoke, her tone was gentle. His pheromone is Freesia? This flower is quite beautiful. If it's sown in autumn, it will bloom in 11 or 12 months. I want to raise a few at home. Mom, Lu Xingxi said helplessly, can you keep the flowers alive? Auntie is taking care of it. As she spoke, she thought of something. Go to the old house tomorrow to see Grandma and apologize to her properly. She hasn't seen you for half a month, and now she can't even see you on her birthday. Lu Xingxi nodded. Your little sister Yuan is still making a fuss tonight, saying that she wants to see Big Brother. Xianxia smiled and gestured. This child is quite cute. I watched her grow up. She's only this tall. She's a slender and elegant little girl now. Lu Xingxi met her teasing gaze and asked hesitantly, isn't she a little girl? It's the little girl. As she spoke, she stood up. Boys like you should have more common topics with your peers. After telling him to rest early, Xianxia returned to her room. As he watched her leave, Lu Xingxi thought of Jiangyao's words. He narrowed his eyes and his gaze darkened. Freesia, it was funny. After such a long time, he only knew that the Duan Jian's pheromone was the fragrance of flowers, but he did not know what kind of flowers they were. On Monday, school started. During the weekend, Fu Yuan told the Duan Jian that his classmate might have helped to find the culprit. Qiao Nan would be severely punished, so he asked him to thank the culprit. As he spoke, Fu Yuan saw that he agreed absent-mindedly, so he simply said, why don't I go to school and treat your classmate to a meal and thank him? I'm sorry to have troubled him. After Lu Xingxi left the room, Chen Yu's eyes fell on the Duan Jian. After a short moment of confusion, the latter took the menu and began to discuss what to eat with Xianxia. The Duan Jian felt someone looking at him. He looked up and saw Chen Yu looking at him thoughtfully. The Duan Jian thought he wanted the menu. After Xianxia finished ordering, he pushed the menu in front of Chen Yu. What do you want to eat? You order. Chen Yu took the menu and didn't answer the question. I suddenly realized that you're quite good-looking. The Duan Jian smiled and nodded without any modesty. Thank you, you're not bad either. After a while, Chen Yu suddenly asked, do you think Dog Lu is good-looking? The Duan Jian didn't hesitate. Of course he's good-looking, handsome. He's just a little worse than me. Chen Yu, Lu Xingxi stood at the entrance of the Sichuan restaurant in a daze. He also felt that his temper was a little inexplicable. He didn't know why, but he had an inexplicable hostility toward Xianxia. What was even more inexplicable was that she didn't provoke him at all. She didn't say a word to him from beginning to end. She kept her pheromones well and politely didn't talk to him. Speaking of pheromones, Xianxia and the Duan Jian sat very close to each other. Probably because they had some contact before, the Duan Jian smelled a little of Xianxia's black tea. Wasn't she still in heat? Wasn't her stress disorder quite serious? Didn't she feel pain sitting so close to others? He exhaled and ground his molars with a little force. He felt that his thoughts were not only too broad but also unreasonable. Lu Xingxi put out the cigarette and walked back. After lunch, the Duan Jian went back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Song Yi excitedly told him that something good might happen in the afternoon. She heard that the school's anniversary celebration was coming up and the school was planning related activities. As expected, during the afternoon class, Zhou Minjun announced that next month would be No. 1 Middle School's 80th anniversary celebration. Every class from grade 1 to grade 2 would have a program. Class 10's performance was a choir, and they were going to start rehearsing tonight. At the same time, Zhou Minjun also said that there might be an ABO-related practical activity this month. If there were no accidents, the second year of high school should be going to the ABO Museum in Zhao City. Just as she finished her announcement, Song Yi, who was beside the Duan Jian, said, Zhao City, it's a good place. Near the coast of Zhao City, the nightlife was very rich. Bars and other entertainment venues were everywhere. Song Yi was in high spirits. Shall we sneak out to play? The Duan Jian was also very interested. If we're really going to Zhao City, then let's sneak out to play. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Minjun's gaze fell on them. She looked at the two brothers and called out one of them. Duan Jian, what are you and Song Yi whispering to each other? The Duan Jian was stunned, then his brain turned. Teacher, we're calculating the date of the monthly exam. The monthly exam is approaching, so Song Yi and I have decided to supervise each other. We mustn't be distracted by these things and affect our studies. Laughter came from the classroom one after another. Even Zhou Minjun smiled. After the two announcements, the students were a little impetuous. Zhou Minjun withdrew her gaze from the Duan Jian and turned to look at the class. That's right. This month's monthly exam is coming soon. Everyone, focus on your studies and don't be distracted by these things. You should focus on your studies. At night, Zhou Minjun made time for the evening self-study session and took the students to the music classroom to rehearse a choir. The song for Class 10's choir was an inspirational pop song, which was decided by the class's entertainment committee member. After Zhou Minjun agreed, the entertainment committee member went to the printing room in the afternoon to print out the lyrics and sent them to everyone in the music classroom. The Duan Jian sang along for more than an hour. He was a little bored, so he took advantage of the break to play with his phone. When he refreshed the page, he saw a new post. It was from Xianxia. She posted a selfie and a picture of number 1 middle school's gate. The caption was a goodbye emoji. They hugged for a while. The Duan Jian felt Lu Xingxi slowly let go of him. He took a step back and got out of Lu Xingxi's arms. Lu Xingxi's pheromone made the Duan Jian feel very comfortable. He could smell the lemon fragrance in the air. The Duan Jian smiled. Do I have a buff? Without waiting for Lu Xingxi to speak, he continued to ask, if I go after Jiang Qinian now, do you think she'll like me? Lu Xingxi thought for a moment. I don't think so. The Duan Jian laughed and clicked his tongue. He didn't want to go back to the dormitory for the time being. After thinking for a while, the Duan Jian said to Lu Xingxi, I want to go online for a while. You can go back first. With Song Yi? Song Yi today. The Duan Jian paused and didn't say the word estrus. He hasn't been feeling well recently. I'm looking for Xianxia. As he spoke, he lowered his head to search for his phone. Lu Xingxi lowered his gaze and looked at the Duan Jian for a while. I want to go online too. Lu Xingxi suddenly said, why don't we go together? Xianxia's class is not over yet. You have to wait for him. The Duan Jian's fingers paused. He hesitated for a moment and felt that this made sense. He looked up at Lu Xingxi and hesitated. Don't you need to go home? I might play very late. How late? 11 or 12. I might stay up all night. He thought about how the Duan Jian would stay in the internet cafe until dawn. He didn't know whose scent he would pick up. Lu Xingxi frowned slightly. That inexplicable sense of irritation surged up again. He felt that he had been a little abnormal recently. Lu Xingxi suppressed these messy thoughts and nodded. There were 5 or 6 internet cafes behind number 1 middle school. Duan Jian went to the one he frequented the most. He and Lu Xingxi had just entered. The two of them were looking for a shared seat when they suddenly heard someone calling his name. Duan Jian. Black Panther looked at Duan Jian as if he had seen his family. He called out enthusiastically, here. Come sit over here and play with us. The Duan Jian was afraid that he couldn't hear him, so he raised his voice and said, I want 2 seats. The internet cafe was noisy. Black Panther vaguely heard the words 2 seats in a row. He was about to say, you want to take 2 seats? Suddenly, he saw who was standing behind him and blurted out, what the F***ck? Then, he reacted, come here. Here are 2 seats in a row. Seeing the Duan Jian sit down beside him, Black Panther looked at him, then looked at Lu Xingxi, who was sitting 1 seat away. Why did you bring Lu Ge here? As Black Panther spoke, he felt that there was only one possibility. Is that post on the forum real? F***ck, why can't you learn from Lu Ge? Why do you have to make him cooperate with you to come to such a foul place? Before the Duan Jian could retort, Lu Xingxi heard him and laughed. It's fine. I like to cooperate with him. That laughter was full of meaning, and coupled with the ambiguous tone of his words, when it fell into the ears of others, there was an inexplicable sense of indulgence. Black Panther was speechless. Black Panther thought to himself, you two are really a match made in heaven. The Duan Jian patted Lu Xingxi and said, "Hey, best actor Lu, that's enough. He's not very smart. He'll really be tricked by you later." Black Panther was stunned. "What do you mean?" The Duan Jian said, "What I mean is that he was just joking and that the post is fake." "You said we'll play a game." "How many?" Black Panther said, 5. "Including you and Lu Ge, that's 5 people. We have an agreement with 9th High School. The loser is only fit to carry the loser's shoes. The loser has to call him Big Brother." "It's a misunderstanding, Chief." The Duan Jian hurriedly said, "We're just classmates. We're just playing games together." Chief Jiang had already insisted that the two of them were in a relationship. At this moment, he felt that the Duan Jian was trying to cover it up. This explanation sounded weak and powerless. Chief Jiang laughed. "Then when he called you boyfriend, he was calling Jiang Lin?" Black Panther was caught off guard. When he heard this, he took a step back in fright. "No, I don't dare to snatch him from my father. No. I don't dare to be with the Duan Jian. No, no, no." Black Panther shook his head frantically. He was almost scared to death by this assumption. Chief Jiang looked at his useless appearance and knew that the person who had shouted could only be Lu Xingxi. The Duan Jian was still defending himself. They were just joking. They were just playing. However, his expression was very sincere. It was as if it was real. Chief Jiang shook his head in his heart. He wondered why this child wanted to escape when he encountered something at such a young age. "I saw the two of you pulling each other. Is this a joke?" The Duan Jian glanced at Lu Xingxi. In an instant, Lu Xingxi clearly saw him blink at him. His expression also changed. He revealed a soft and ingratiating expression. Before Lu Xingxi could react, the Duan Jian turned his face and looked straight at Chief Jiang. "That's because it's his first time being arrested. He's too nervous. When he's nervous, it's easy for him to have a stroke." Chief Jiang, Lu Xingxi gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to grab the Duan Jian and teach him a lesson. After a moment of silence, he went along with the Duan Jian and said, "It was me." My hand twitched. Chief Jiang revealed a meaningful expression and looked at Lu Xingxi. "Look, nothing major has happened yet and he's already in a hurry to cut ties with you. Love at your age is very fragile." Lu Xingxi, Duan Jian, the Duan Jian still wanted to say something, but Chief Jiang did not want to listen to his sophistry anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Each of you will write 3,000 words to reflect on your mistakes. I'll contact your class teacher tomorrow and ask her to deal with this matter." After saying that, Chief Jiang asked the two of them to stand where they were while he went to the men's washroom to catch them. Chief Jiang swept through all the internet cafes near the school. A total of more than 30 students were captured. All of them were pulled to the playground of No. 1 middle school to run laps. It was almost 11 o'clock. In order to save time, everyone ran together. Thinking that he had to run 10 full laps, Duan Jian couldn't be bothered to run seriously. He and Lu Xingxi wandered leisurely in the crowd. Suddenly, a figure brushed past him. "Duan Jian." The Duan Jian turned around. A somewhat familiar-looking boy rushed to him and said, "Fight with me again." The Duan Jian looked at the hot-blooded boy and paused. "Who are you?" The boy was caught off guard when he heard the question. His expression contorted for a moment. Then, he looked speechless. "I'm Lin Jing. I'm the one who ran the 3,000-meter race with you. You even beat me." The Duan Jian exclaimed. He remembered now. He was the special student from the sports class when they ran the 3,000-meter race. At that time, the two of them had competed for first place and he had almost lost to him. Black Panther ran to their side and explained, "Brother Lin was depressed for many days after losing to you. He said that his self-esteem was trampled under your feet." The Duan Jian looked at Lin Jing and said faintly, "This is a punishment run, not a competition. Do you think I will compete with you? I don't care. I win if I can outrun you." Lin Jing said as he sped up. "I'm going to avenge my humiliation tonight." The Duan Jian thought to himself, avenge your humiliation? Isn't that childish? The Duan Jian did not know why, but he felt inexplicably unhappy as he watched the other party run further and further away. Lu Xingxi's self-reflection on the flag-raising stage caused rumors about him and the Duan Jian to spread like wildfire in Ning City No. 1 middle school for a long time. Some people believed that his self-reflection was purely a show of affection, while others believed that he was really dumped by the Duan Jian. Even after being dumped, he was still determined to pursue the school bully. As the other main character of the incident, the Duan Jian not only had to explain everything to his friends and classmates who asked him about it, but he could also hear people gossiping behind his back when he walked around the school. Hey, is he the girl paused. The senior you like, the senior you like? The junior behind her was filled with righteous indignation. The scumbag who dumped Senior Lu. Shh, keep your voice down. He's the big boss of the second year. I heard that whoever angers him will have their head smashed and bleed. The Duan Jian thought to himself, I heard it all. At first, he had the patience to explain, but there were too many people asking about it. Later on, he became numb and simply let them talk. Lu Xingxi was even lazier than him. Even though he was described as the bitter male lead, and even the Duan Jian felt that these rumors were too tragic, he had no intention of explaining. Previously, Zhou Minjun had mentioned that the school would organize an ABO-related practical activity this month. The second year of high school should have gone to the ABO Museum in Zhao City. But even at the end of the month, the school didn't do anything. Just when everyone thought that this matter was over, the school suddenly announced that they would be going to Zhao City for the weekend. It would be 2 days and 1 night, and the students had to be prepared. When the news was announced, everyone was excited. The night before the departure, Xianxia was jumping up and down while packing up. She checked the bars in Zhao City and said, Xiao Duan. There's a bar that's famous online. It said that the boss is super handsome. I think he's also a tattoo artist. As she spoke, Xianxia pointed her phone at his face. The Duan Jian glanced at it and said disinterestedly, So are you planning to have a Zhao City love story? Xianxia, I'm just looking and admiring handsome guys. I prefer the class leader. The Duan Jian casually asked, What is he like? Xianxia, Prince. Don't you think that dating a guy like him is like walking on a knife's edge? If you're not careful, his mother might use all kinds of tricks to make you leave her son, or use all kinds of tricks to make you unable to leave her son. Xianxia paused, then concluded, It's exciting. The Duan Jian was once again charmed by Xianxia. Looking at Duan Jian's speechless expression, Xianxia giggled. I was just joking. I'm Zhou's mother, his mother, his. She looks like his sister. The night they arrived in Zhao City, although Zhou Minjun repeatedly emphasized that they couldn't go out at night, students this age were all energetic. Not to mention, they were in a place with a rich nightlife. Almost as soon as they signed in at Zhou Minjun's place, Zhou Xingchen sent a message to the Duan Jian, Want to come out and play? The Duan Jian, where? Zhou Xingchen sent the address, There's a KTV nearby. The decorations are pretty good. The Duan Jian replied. The KTV Zhou Xingchen mentioned seemed to be the most famous entertainment venue nearby. On the way to the KTV, the Duan Jian saw a lot of students from No. 1 middle school. When he opened the door and entered, Guli happened to be singing. There were nearly 10 people in the room. Other than Guli, the others were all classmates. She was singing a Korean song with a psychedelic and lazy tune. The lights in the KTV flickered. The light fell on the outermost boy's face. He was playing with his phone with his eyes down. The lines of his eyebrows were clear and distinct. When he heard the door open, the boy suddenly looked up. The Duan Jian and Lu Xingxi's eyes met. Lu Xingxi's fingers were holding a cigarette. The thin smoke obscured his facial features. Although the Duan Jian knew that he smoked, this was the first time he saw him smoke. When he saw the Duan Jian's gaze fall on his fingers, he realized that Lu Xingxi was looking at the cigarette in his hand. Lu Xingxi's originally lazy expression disappeared. His eyes revealed a hint of a smile. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He put out the cigarette and motioned for the Duan Jian to sit next to him. Guli saw all of his movements. She couldn't help but hold her face. Oh. So cute. The atmosphere in the KTV was heated. Apart from him and the Duan Jian, everyone else had decided to stay out for the night. Chen Yu, in particular, had started to rock his head and rap. Lu Xingxi lowered his eyes and looked at the Duan Jian who was leaning on him and saying something shocking a few minutes ago. After saying those seductive words, not only did the other party not know what was good for him, but he also leaned close to him and sniffed his body. He was like a puppy. If he wasn't sure that the Duan Jian simply liked his pheromones, he didn't know if he would have some thoughts about being hugged so intimately. When the Duan Jian tried to sniff his glands, Lu Xingxi couldn't sit still anymore. He pulled the Duan Jian to the side slightly to stop him from running amok. Then, he said to Chen Yu, "I'm going back first." Chen Yu had just finished an impromptu rap. He turned around and said in surprise, "You're going back? It's a little early." "I'll send him back." Lu Xingxi gestured to the unconscious Duan Jian and said, "I'll go to the pharmacy to buy some hangover medicine." Chen Yu looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "You shouldn't have delayed him. You should go first." Lu Xingxi ignored the teasing in Chen Yu's words and half pulled and half carried the Duan Jian. The latter put his arm around Lu Xingxi's shoulder and asked, "Are you leaving?" Lu Xingxi nodded. He remembered the time when they ate Hadaleo. The Duan Jian had also put his arm around his shoulder like this when he was drunk. At that time, he and the Duan Jian were just classmates. Now, they should be just classmates. "Let's go," the Duan Jian was still thinking about what he had just said. "We'll go to the door and pick up some prawns." Lu Xingxi said leisurely, "I'm not going." "Why?" Hearing this, Duan Jian's fingers tightened slightly as he clawed at his back. Lu Xingxi could feel his cat-like strength and teased, "Because I have one on my back." The Duan Jian reacted. "Who are you scolding?" "I'm not a shrimp." "Then what are you?" "I am." The Duan Jian pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "A handsome guy who doesn't want to reveal his name. If you don't know how to address me, you can choose to call me Daddy." Duan Jian, are you pretending to be drunk? Lu Xingxi chatted with him as he led him out of the KTV. "Why do you always like to be a father?" "I like everything." The Duan Jian leaned against him and mumbled, "I also like you." He paused and added, "The smell on your body." Lu Xingxi felt a headache coming on because of this heartless pause. He felt that if he allowed the Duan Jian to continue like this, there might be a qualitative change in their pure schoolmate relationship. There was a pharmacy not far away from the KTV. After buying some hangover medicine, Lu Xingxi took the Duan Jian back to the hotel. After entering the room, he wanted the Duan Jian to take the medicine as soon as possible. As he lowered his head to open the medicine box, an arm wrapped around his waist from behind. Lu Xingxi stopped what he was doing. Someone pressed their face against his back, followed by a heavy, fog-like fragrance of flowers. He heard the person behind him say in a low voice, "I want to take a shower." Probably because he was drunk, his voice was more sticky than usual. Lu Xingxi turned around and looked at him. He also felt that he might not be able to sleep well at night with the smell of alcohol on his body. Then take the medicine first and rest for a while before taking a shower. The Duan Jian thought about it and felt that Lu Xingxi made sense. He took the hangover medicine without hesitation. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. He felt that the fragrance of the flowers was a little familiar. As he was thinking about it, Chen Yu laughed and said, "So pure? I didn't know you liked this kind of thing." Lu Xingxi also laughed. "Can't I?" Chen Yu, "Of course not, brother. You can like anything. But this kind of pheromone omega doesn't seem to be common. At least, I haven't seen it before." Zhou Xingchen also chimed in, "Lu Ge, why don't we do a retro blind date ceremony and help you find this kind of omega in number 1 middle school? If we can't find it in number 1 middle school, we'll join forces with number 2 middle school, number 9 middle school, number 17 middle school." Lu Xingxi glanced at him, the smile still on his face. "You're quite free, aren't you?" Zhou Xingchen could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He shook his head and shut his mouth. As they were joking around, Xianxia suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and said, "Xiao Duan, is your pheromone?" Frisia, he paused and swallowed the last few words. Duan Jian nodded. He thought about it just now. He probably hadn't told Lu Xingxi what his pheromone was. Although Lu Xingchen might have smelled it, forget it. It was just a coincidence. Duan Jian glanced at the label one last time and looked away a little lazily. Song Yi looked at Duan Jian and then at Lu Xingxi. He was a little conflicted. Although rumors about these two people were abuzz, Song Yi knew that Duan Jian had never had such intentions. He originally thought that Lu Xingxi probably didn't have such intentions either. At most, he would only treat Duan Jian as a good friend. The smell of a credible aura was something that was very personal. Lu Xingxi said that he liked this kind of pheromone so directly. Could it be? The tour guide urged everyone to go to the next exhibition spot. Seeing the Duan Jian follow casually, Song Yi temporarily put those thoughts away. After returning to Ning City, the school asked them to write a 1,000-word summary of the practical activity of visiting the ABO museum. The Duan Jian was slow with his handwriting, and he did not like to do such things. Even when he had to hand in his homework on the last day, he was still slowly catching up on it. During the lesson, half of the people in the classroom were gone. The Duan Jian scribbled on and off. Recently, the temperature had dropped sharply. For the sake of the students' health, the school had begun to allow them to wear their own clothes to school. The heater was not turned on in the classroom, so it was a little cold. The Duan Jian was about to fall asleep as he wrote. He took out his phone and was about to listen to music while writing to refresh himself. Suddenly, he smelled something sweet. The faintly discernible smell of honey brushed past the tip of his nose. Then, he smelled gardenias, cinnamon, and fruit candy. The Duan Jian's thumb paused as he swiped on his phone. This was the smell of an omega pheromone, and there was more than one omega emitting the pheromone. Song Yi, who had been sleeping, raised his head at this moment. He looked at the Duan Jian a little uncomfortably and his eyes rippled slightly. Why do I feel like, the Duan Jian, I think so too. Song Yi screamed. No way, who's so careless? The Duan Jian, I don't know, I think it's from our floor. As he spoke, the Duan Jian looked for the inhibitor in his drawer. At this moment, the broadcast sounded. Emergency announcement. All students and staff, please pay attention. The one who spoke was a female teacher. She spoke quickly and clearly. There's a student named Omega who's an estrus. Due to the late injection of the inhibitor, some of the Omega students in the second year of high school have been affected and have entered estrus one after another. All Alpha and Beta students, please head to the playground. Especially Alpha students, please use your fastest speed and head to the playground in an orderly manner under the guidance of the teaching staff. When Qinyu returned to the classroom and walked to his desk, he saw Lu Xingxi squatting below him. Qinyu looked at Lu Xingxi, then at the Duan Jian, who was sitting next to Lu Xingxi. He hesitated for a moment and asked, what is the meaning of this? Lu Xingxi said calmly, we are looking for excitement. Seeing Qinyu's surprised expression, Lu Xingxi added, we don't have any other intentions. Don't overthink it. Qinyu, Duan Jian saw that Qinyu's expression was distorted. He glared at Lu Xingxi, who was talking nonsense, and said, get up. Lu Xingxi, can I get up now? Duan Jian looked around and nodded. There are enough people. Lu Xingxi stood up slowly. Duan Jian remembered that he was still sitting in Lu Xingxi's seat, so he stood up and returned to his seat. He had been sitting in his seat for 10 minutes. Duan Jian felt a tingling pain all over his body. He looked at the allergic marks on his chest that had not completely disappeared. As soon as he left Lu Xingxi's seat, the red marks seemed to have become more obvious. He thought for a moment, then turned to Qinyu and said, shall we switch seats? Qinyu looked at him and then looked at him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. You and Lu Xingxi have reached the point where you have to sit together in class? Duan Jian, Lu Xingxi did not speak. Duan Jian looked at Qinyu's playful expression and explained, I have stress disorder. Lu Xingxi and I are a good match. Sitting together can relieve the symptoms. Qinyu let out an ah and looked as if he had understood. Is it the kind of stress disorder that most Omega patients have that is basically incurable? Duan Jian, it's the stress disorder. Qinyu said tactfully, actually, if you had told me that you wanted to discuss your studies with him, I would have believed you. What he meant was, you don't need to make up such an excuse to deceive me. Lu Xingxi was very happy to hear this. He interjected, we do have some learning problems to discuss. As he spoke, he lightly kicked Qinyu's chair. His intention was obvious. You stay aside. Qinyu smiled cheekily. I'll stay aside. I won't disturb your studies. Duan Jiayan. The Duan Jiayan clicked his tongue and reached out to undo his shirt. When Qinyu saw that he had already unbuttoned 2 buttons, he asked in confusion, what are you doing? Duan Jiayan, didn't you say that you don't believe that I have stress disorder? Let me show you where I'm allergic. Lu Xingxi had been watching the two of them talk with great interest. He thought that the Duan Jiayan looked quite cute when he was speechless. When he heard this, Lu Xingxi's expression turned cold. Qinyu. Qinyu was startled by his shout. I don't want to see. Don't show it to me. Let's switch seats now. Duan Jiayan ignored him. He pulled down his shirt and pointed to his collarbone. Do you see it? It's red. I'm allergic. Qinyu didn't dare to look. He closed his eyes and said, I see it, I see it. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Duan Jiayan, why are you closing your eyes? Are your eyes on your eyelids? Qinyu, yes, yes, yes. My eyes are on my eyelids. Come, let's switch seats. After putting down his phone, the Duan Jiayan got out of bed. Although it hurt, he still decided to wash up. Song Yi saw that he was walking slowly in his slippers. When he lowered his head to wash his face, the back of his neck was red. Song Yi quickly reminded him, Xiao Duan, the back of your neck is red. Are you allergic again? The Duan Jiayan nodded as he washed his face. Song Yi finally realized why he was sitting on the bed motionless this morning. Does it hurt? Why don't you go to the classroom and look for the class monitor? The Duan Jiayan finished washing his face and shook off the water droplets on his hands. He said he'll be here in a bit. Song Yi was stunned. Huh? He's coming to our dorm? The Duan Jiayan nodded. Give me a mark. Song Yi was silent for a while before suddenly saying, Xiao Duan. The Duan Jiayan was caught off guard and instinctively shouted back, what? Song Yi, I think. Class monitor. I think. It's possible. Probably. Probably, the Duan Jiayan raised his eyebrows and looked like he was asking what Song Yi was going to say. Song Yi sighed. Forget it, I'll go first. Song Yi said as he went to grab his bag. After a while, Song Yi felt that this matter was really difficult to settle. He turned around and looked at Duan Jiayan from head to toe, sighed, and said pointedly, Brother, you're quite good looking, but your brain doesn't know how to think. The Duan Jiayan? Song Yi, you're wasting God's gift. The Duan Jiayan, what's wrong with me? Song Yi, you don't know how to appreciate your fortune. The Duan Jiayan, speak properly. Forget it. Song Yi knew when to stop. She smiled ambiguously and changed the topic. When you finish marking, remember to tell me if the class leader's bite was satisfying. After Song Yi finished speaking, she opened the door. Seeing the boy standing outside the door, Song Yi was slightly stunned. She quickly put away the lewd smile on her face and said with youthful vigor, Well, class monitor, good morning. Duan Jiayan was washing his hands on the balcony. He could not see the dormitory door and did not know who had come. Hearing Song Yi's words, the Duan Jiayan sneered from the balcony. He was afraid that Song Yi couldn't hear him, so he said in a louder voice, You even bit me? How could you be so obscene? Do you want me to bite you too? Tell me, does it feel good? Song Yi looked at Lu Xingxi in front of him, who was looking up slightly. He only felt that the surroundings had fallen into a deathly silence. Sure. Lu Xingxi looked at the figure on the balcony and suddenly broke the silence absent-mindedly. Where do you want to bite? Song Yi, heavens! Ah, what kind of nonsense is this? When the Duan Jiayan heard his voice, he was stunned. Then, he hopped over in 2 steps. Lu Gu. The Duan Jiayan wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. I'm going to die from the pain, hurry up and give me a hug. The Duan Jian had probably been tormented by stress all night. Now that he saw his savior, he no longer cared about his image. Seeing Chief Jiang walking over aggressively, the Duan Jian was still a little stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Lu Xingxi, who was beside him, grabbed his arm and pulled him in the opposite direction. The Duan Jian reacted and immediately quickened his pace and ran after them. Chief Jiang did not expect the two students to run away just as he took 2 steps in that direction. How guilty were they? Chief Jiang was furious and chased after them. He often caught couples in school, so he was already familiar with which path these students would take. He saw that Chief Jiang had taken a shortcut from the garden and was about to catch up. The Duan Jian pulled Lu Xingxi and turned a corner. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. As he ran, he shouted, "Lu Xingxi! Why are we running?" "Because Chief Jiang." Lu Xingxi paused for a moment. "Does he think we're in a relationship? Can we explain it to him?" "How?" Lu Xingxi asked, "Are we going to the flag-raising platform to read the self-reflection again?" The Duan Jian also realized that in Chief Jiang's mind, the two of them were in a relationship. If they were caught this time, it would be the kind of relationship that would not change despite repeated warnings. Adding to the mistake, adding to the crime. The Duan Jian sighed in his heart. Lu Xingxi looked around. It was almost time for Class 10's performance. It was not a good idea to continue wasting time with Chief Jiang. "Let's run to the performance stage," the Duan Jian also reacted. "There are more people, right? Let's go." At the end of the garden was the junior high department of No. 1 middle school. A little further was the sports field, and the performance stage was next to it. The Duan Jian did not know why Chief Jiang was so energetic. A middle-aged man in his 30s chased after them for more than 10 minutes. Along the way, he kept shining his flashlight in an attempt to threaten them into submission. If they wanted to get close to the performance stage, they had to pass through the audience. The students from grade 10 to grade 12 sat there neatly according to their classes. As the number of people increased, the number of unfamiliar alpha pheromones increased. The Duan Jian's exposed skin began to ache. He unconsciously grabbed Lu Xingxi's arm, but then he felt that it wasn't enough. He slid his palm along the boy's slender and strong forearm and held his hands together. He wanted to have as much contact with Lu Xingxi as possible. Lu Xingxi felt his movements and turned his head. "Are you in pain? Why don't you stop running?" At most, he would go to the flag-raising platform to recite his self-reflection again. Duan Jian had been running all the way, and his excitement had long surpassed his pain. He grabbed Lu Xingxi's hand and shook it. "Run! Run, run, run! Hurry up, hurry up! I think we're going to lose him." Lu Xingxi saw that his eyes were shining. He was clearly being chased by the grade director, but he didn't know what he was so happy about. He also cooperated with him. "Okay, we'll dump him." The two of them ran too fast. Chief Jiang probably could not take it anymore. He took a loudspeaker from somewhere and shouted as he chased after them, the two boys in front. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Which class are you?" Duan Jian did not know what was wrong with him, but when he heard this, he suddenly began to laugh wildly. Lu Xingxi did not understand what he was laughing about, but when he saw him laughing so happily, he unknowingly smiled as well. At the same time, he did not forget to remind him, "Stop laughing. Be careful or you won't be able to run later." Duan Jian was about to cry from laughing. Loudspeaker? What is he thinking? He's really a little genius, ha 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 ha, I can't stop. My stomach hurts. Help, Lu Gu. Lu Xingxi had no choice but to increase the strength of his hand and pull him along. Chief Jiang was very angry. Male student on the left. Are you making fun of the teacher? Your behavior is very bad. The commotion here was too big. Although Chief Jiang's loudspeaker was mostly covered by the music on the stage, the surrounding students were looking in their direction. Chief Jiang won first place in the city's 3,000-meter sprint at the teacher's sports meet last time. He probably caught someone. Isn't old Jiang known as a couple killer? He always catches one. This time, it looks like he's going to fail. There's nothing we can do. These two brothers are too fast. Hey, don't you think these two look a little familiar? The sports class was at the outermost position, so they could see everything. Black Panther was originally playing games when he suddenly heard the discussion around him. He opened his eyes and was stunned. My dad? Lu Xingxi's voice wasn't loud, but everyone around them heard him clearly. Song Yi glanced at Lu Xingxi and then at the Duan Jian. The latter was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Lu Xingxi. Really? I'm a little embarrassed. Although he said he was embarrassed, he had a cheeky smile on his face. He didn't look guilty at all. Just then, the bell rang for the evening self-study session. The Duan Jian suddenly thought of something and turned to Lu Xingxi and Qinyu. Are you free on Friday night? It's my birthday and I want to treat you to dinner. He paused. There's an amusement park that recently opened a winter night show. I heard it's quite fun. I want to go after dinner. Do you have time? The math teacher walked into the classroom and asked the students to sit down. He saw that the Duan Jian was still chatting with his back to the podium and was about to call his name. Yes. Lu Xingxi reminded him. The teacher is looking at you. The Duan Jian quickly turned around. Chen Yu, yes. How old are you? 17. The Duan Jian nodded and leaned back in his chair. He wanted to continue chatting. Chen Yu, then you'll be able to get married in a year. According to the law, Omega could get married when they turned 18. Alpha could only get married after they turned 20. Lu Xingxi casually interjected, why get married so early? Chen Yu touched his chin and smirked. Yeah, we have to wait until we're 20 before we consider marriage. Chen Yu emphasized the word wait. Lu Xingxi understood the meaning behind his words and smiled. At the same time, he glanced at Chen Yu. The two of them laughed inexplicably behind their backs. The Duan Jian tilted his head slightly. 20 is quite early. Let's talk about it after that. Lu Xingxi didn't have any objections and agreed. That's fine too. Song Yi's mood was really complicated. For the past few years, the Duan Jian had always celebrated her birthday with Song Yi and Xianxia. Ever since Fu Yuan remarried, the Duan Jian had never asked her to celebrate his birthday with him. Firstly, it was because Fu Yuan was busy with work. Secondly, it was because Fu Yuan had remarried. He had to spend his birthday with He Qing and He Yunshan. He was not good at facing his stepfather and younger brother. To the Duan Jian's surprise, on the night of his birthday, he received a call from He Yunshan. The child had probably just finished school and was happily wishing him a happy birthday. Duan Jian didn't expect He Yunshan to remember his birthday. After chatting with He Yunshan for a while, Duan Jian hung up with a smile. For convenience's sake, after arriving near the amusement park, the Duan Jian found a reputable Hunan restaurant nearby. Watching the Duan Jian order, Zhou Xingchen couldn't help but ask, Duan Jian, are you from the south or the north? The Duan Jian asked curiously, isn't Ning City in the north? Of course, everyone present was from the north. Then why do you like to eat spicy food so much? Zhou Xingchen said, I thought you were like Fox, a southerner who migrated to the north. Where is Guli? Qingzhou. Zhou Xingchen was very excited at the mention of Guli. Have you heard of her? She's a water town within a water town. Different places raise different people. Just look at Fox and you'll know what a Jiangnan beauty is. The Duan Jian was about to laugh at his constant display of affection when Zhou Xingchen changed the topic. But she's not your type, right? What's the name of the girl you used to like? Jiang something? Xianxia said casually, Jiang Qinian. Zhou Xingchen, yes, the former school belle. Zhou Xingchen paused and smiled a little mockingly. Then let's interview the bully of our number 1 middle school. What's your type? The Duan Jian didn't move his lips until he finished speaking. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The Duan Jian shook his head slowly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't think it was appropriate to say anything. He looked at the boy in front of him. The other party didn't seem surprised by his reaction, but when he saw the Duan Jian's clear refusal, Lu Xingxi lowered his gaze and pursed his lips. After a while, he lowered his eyelids and asked softly, aren't you going to consider it at all? The Duan Jian glanced at him and lowered his voice. It's not a question of whether or not to consider it. Then what's the question? Yes. He seemed a little hesitant and said hesitantly, it's that we're not suitable for each other, yes. Lu Xingxi responded in a good-natured manner. Then tell me, how are we not suitable for each other? He looked at him patiently. I'll see if we can get along. Don't, Lu Gu. The Duan Jian pursed his lips and his expression was a little stiff. Can't we be friends? Lu Xingxi heard this and saw the tension in his eyes. He said gently, I don't think so. The Duan Jian didn't expect Lu Xingxi to be so resolute. His patient and firm attitude made the Duan Jian a little uncomfortable. The Duan Jian was silent for a moment. He decided to be ruthless. You see, my grades aren't good, and my temper isn't good either. As he spoke, he observed Lu Xingxi's expression. I'm not particularly good at anything, and I don't have any goals in life. If you were with me, you could have been a winner in life, but in the end, I might have led you astray. Xianxia used to say that I didn't care about my family. Maybe in the future. In order to make Lu Xingxi realize the seriousness of the problem, the Duan Jian thought about it again and hardened his heart. I might cheat on you in the future. The Duan Jian added sincerely, don't let yourself be wronged like that. You're quite far-sighted. When Lu Xingxi heard this, he laughed and said in an indescribable tone, that's fine too. What could he do? Cheating is okay? Duan Jian felt that things were not quite as he had imagined. Then can I? Lu Xingxi deliberated for a moment, then licked his lips and looked at the Duan Jian. Suffer a little under your care? At this time, the fireworks were extinguished, and the surroundings were quiet. The Duan Jian did not react for a moment. When the Duan Jian understood what the other party meant, he felt powerless. He looked at Lu Xingxi and hesitated. Did you like me because I became Omega? It's because you become Omega that we have the opportunity to interact. That's why I like you. Lu Xingxi corrected him. It has nothing to do with gender. The Duan Jian really did not know what to say. If you feel uncomfortable, you can continue to treat me as a friend. Then don't you think it's a little inappropriate to have such feelings for a friend? The Duan Jian probed. I'm not trying. What? When they left the haunted house, the Duan Jian felt a sense of relief. Compared to the workers who kept popping out to scare them, Lu Xingxi was more of a burden for the Duan Jian. Qingyu and Zhou Xingchen had come out earlier than them and were already waiting at the door. When he saw the Duan Jian, Zhou Xingchen said with lingering fear, what's wrong with that female ghost? She just showed up and didn't give us any time to prepare. The Duan Jian laughed. You screamed so pitifully. You should be thankful that she wasn't scared by you. As they joked, the sound of a child crying came from the side. It was a little girl who looked no more than 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing a light-colored down jacket and looked like a little ball. Seeing that there were no parents around, the Duan Jian looked in her direction a few more times. Even when they were about to leave, the little girl was still crying. The Duan Jian told the others and walked over. He hesitated for a while, then squatted down and whispered to her, little girl, where are your parents? Boo. Bu Jidao, I found Daddy, the little girl sobbed, and the Duan Jian rubbed her head tentatively. Noticing that she didn't resist his touch, the Duan Jian patted her back. Don't cry, don't cry. Big brother will wait with you. Mommy and Daddy will come for you soon. When the little girl heard this, she raised her teary eyes to look at him. He was good-looking and had a clean, youthful air about him. The Duan Jian smiled at her. The little girl stared at him for a while, then suddenly took a step forward and tried to jump into his arms. The Duan Jian didn't expect her to be so shy. When he recovered, he immediately opened his arms and hugged her. Zhou Xingchen wanted to ask him why he suddenly walked over, but when he saw this scene, he was stunned. This person holding a child in front of me is the Duan Jian? Lu Xingxi listened to his skeptical tone and smiled. What's wrong? I thought he was the kind of person who would threaten to beat up a child if they cried again. Zhou Xingchen had a look of disbelief on his face. He actually knows how to coax children? Qinyu was also slightly surprised. I also think it's very magical. Qinyu noticed that Lu Xingxi didn't seem surprised, so he asked, don't you think it's strange? I've seen him take care of his younger brother. Lu Xingxi recalled the scene at the hospital. He's quite soft-hearted. Qinyu thought that this was probably the filter of love. After a while, the little girl's parents came over. Her parents were two A's and one O's. Omega's emotions were much more unstable. When she saw her daughter, her eyes immediately reddened. When they saw the Duan Jiayan hugging her, the two of them thanked him profusely. The Duan Jiayan was a little embarrassed by the little girl's parents. When they were about to leave, the little girl was held in Omega's arms. Omega whispered something to her. She suddenly turned her head and gave the Duan Jiayan a big smile. Thank you, brother. Goodbye, brother. Her voice was crisp. After she stopped crying, her pronunciation was very clear. The Duan Jiayan smiled. Goodbye, sister. After they left, Zhou Xingchen couldn't help but ask, do you like children? The Duan Jiayan didn't say anything. He glanced at him without saying anything. Qinyu said casually, I quite like them. It would be great if I could have a daughter in the future. A little princess. Zhou Xingchen, I also want a daughter. I hope Fox can give me a daughter. Qinyu, what about Dog Lu? Do you want a son or a daughter? As Qinyu spoke, Zhou Xingchen suddenly thought of something. He looked at the Duan Jiayan and said, oh right, you can give birth on your own. Seeing Zhou Xingchen looking at him with admiration, the Duan Jiayan sneered. Give birth, my ass. The Duan Jiayan stared at him. The boy looked down at him. At this distance, Alpha's aggressiveness was particularly noticeable. The Duan Jiayan subconsciously stepped back. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He looked away from Lu Xingxi and said in a low voice, this request seems to be a little too much. Then ask for something else. Lu Xingxi considerately went along with him. How about a kiss? The Duan Jiayan said, this request seems even more difficult. Lu Xingxi laughed. He leaned back and sat up straight. At the same time, he reached out and rubbed the Duan Jiayan's head. He placed his hand on the top of the Duan Jiayan's head in a gentle manner, but the Duan Jiayan straightened his back in an instant. Lu Xingxi noticed his stiff reaction. The smile on his lips deepened. His voice was gentle. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask me. Before the Duan Jiayan could speak, he added, I don't need you to say that you like me, and I don't need you to kiss me. The other party was obviously denying the messy proposal just now, but his casual tone sounded inexplicably indecent. If you want to study hard, of course I'll teach you, he said. Seeing the Duan Jiayan hesitate, Lu Xingxi withdrew his hand. What's wrong? Do you feel awkward? No. Seeing that Lu Xingxi had directly exposed his concerns, Duan Jiayan subconsciously denied it and made up an excuse at the last minute. I'm not. I'm afraid of delaying your revision time. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Duan Jiayan felt that this excuse was untenable. Sure enough. No, I won't. I was worried that you would feel uncomfortable with me. Lu Xingxi looked at him with a half-smile. As long as you don't feel awkward. The Duan Jiayan pursed his lips and tried to remain calm. How can that be? Whoever tutors me is my father. You're the father of fathers. That being said, the moment the bell rang, the Duan Jiayan immediately turned around as if he was running for his life. Song Yi had been paying attention to his and Lu Xingxi's movements and heard most of their conversation. When Song Yi saw that he had turned around, she immediately leaned over and whispered, Xiao. Duan. You. Release. Release. 1. Now. When Duan Jiayan saw Song Yi's expression, he knew that he couldn't just brush him off. He also lowered his voice. He confessed to me that day at the amusement park, but I didn't agree. Song Yi almost wanted to yell out that she didn't know what was good for her. She even raised her voice. Why don't you agree? Duan Jiayan saw the teacher looking in their direction. Keep your voice down. You're going to be called later. Song Yi softened her voice again. What's your situation now? Duan Jian said vaguely, I didn't agree. He's just like that. Song Yi was very puzzled. Then why did you go to him for tutoring? Do you want to die? Duan Jian was also very puzzled. Then what should I do? I'm asking you, do you know? Song Yi couldn't take it anymore. Have you heard of boiling a frog in warm water? Duan Jian clicked his tongue. Thinking of his conversation with Lu Xingxi, he was inexplicably angry. Bullsh*T, he's boiling water? He even asked me to kiss him just now. Can't he be more shameless? Song Yi suddenly looked at him with pity. With Duan Jian's status, a kiss was already shameless. If he really did something else, it would be terrible. Song Yi suddenly remembered something and asked him, when was the last time you were in a relationship? Middle school? Duan Jian nodded. After entering high school, all the girls he liked Lu Xingxi, which directly caused him to be single for more than a year. The last time he was in his second year of middle school. Song Yi was curious. How far have you gone with your girlfriend at that time? Duan Jian thought for a long time. In the end, he was a little embarrassed. I think we kissed? Compared to the monthly exam, the results of the city's joint examination were released more slowly. After a weekend, Duan Jian arrived at school on Monday morning and heard the study committee member and his deskmate talking about the results of the joint examination. He asked, Are the results out? The study committee member turned around and said in a daze, They're out. Oh my god, the class monitor scores are terrifying. It seems like only language was deducted a little, but the other subjects were close to full marks. The study committee member continued, The second place is from Ning High School. It's more than 30 points behind the class monitor. I heard that guy started to doubt his life. Even Duan Jian, who had no concept of grades, found it unbelievable. At this moment, someone pushed open the front door of the classroom. Zhou Xingchen and Lu Xingxi walked in one after the other. There was a commotion in the classroom. Someone suddenly leaned on the table and said, Lu Ge, accept my bow. 719, I wouldn't even dare to copy that score. It's true. Someone just asked me if Lu Xingxi was a robot. I sent him the photo without hesitation. Have you ever seen such a handsome robot? Duan. In the midst of the commotion, Zhou Xingchen shouted, You're in the top 500. There were more than 1,000 second-year students. Song Yi was originally sleepy, but when he heard this, he woke up. What the F***ck? Duan Jian also couldn't believe it. The study committee member turned around. 508. I forgot to tell you that I went to the office this morning and saw your results. Duan Jian exclaimed. Then he exclaimed again. Suddenly, he put his hands on the table and looked at the study committee member happily. Really? Being stared at by him, the study committee member quickly nodded. Zhenzhen. Congratulations to you. You've improved a lot this time. Duan Jian also felt that his improvement was very impressive. He wanted to say something, but the boy next to him patted him on the shoulder. Congratulations. Lu Xingxi said, You did very well. Lu Xingxi sat down in his seat. Duan Jian turned around. Her amber eyes were bright. Lu Xingxi smiled as well when he saw the smile on his face. Are you very happy? Duan Jian nodded vigorously. He was about to say something when Zhou Minjun entered the classroom. She first asked everyone to sit down and then projected the results on the screen. In this exam, our class's overall results are not bad. Zhou Minjun said, apart from a few students who didn't perform as expected, most of the students did pretty well. She named a few of the top students and praised them one by one. Then, she changed the topic. There are a few students who have made great progress in this exam. Zhou Xingchen, Hu Hao, Li Xixin, and Duan Jian. The Duan Jian was stunned. Zhou Minjun looked at him and smiled. Duan Jian has improved by more than 500 places in this exam. He's the student with the highest improvement in the second year of high school. You should all learn from him. Zhou Minjun paused for a moment and then announced, It's also because of these hardworking students that our class has the highest average score in the second year of high school. When do you want to watch a movie? I'm more inclined to watch it before the monthly break. What do you think? There were all kinds of voices around them. Zhou Xingchen said directly, awesome. More than 500 places. That's awesome. The school bully is taking me to the movies. Brother Duan. A boy in the corridor gave him a thumbs up. 66666, everyone was praising him. Duan Jian suddenly lowered his head and reached out to scratch at the desk. He looked a little helpless. Song Yi saw that his ears were red and laughed strangely. Are you kidding me? You're embarrassed. Seeing him coming over, the Duan Jian subconsciously wanted to retreat. He didn't notice that the desk was behind him. As soon as he took a step back, he bumped into the desk. The sound was particularly clear in the silent classroom. This sound reminded the Duan Jian of what he was here for. The Duan Jian suddenly said, wait, don't move. Lu. Xianxia stopped and stared at him with interest. What's your situation now? The Duan Jian was stared at by him. He tilted his head uncomfortably and said hesitantly, do you still have any sense? He didn't expect that when he asked this question, the boy in front of him curved his lips and smiled. Lu Xianxia didn't answer his question. Instead, he walked over to him step by step. The Duan Jian leaned against the desk and had nowhere to retreat. He didn't want to show his cowardice, so he didn't go around and just watched Alpha approach. The closer he got, the stronger the Alpha's aura became. Alpha in the susceptibility period couldn't control his own pheromone. Whether Lu Xianxia wanted to or not, his pheromone wrapped around the Duan Jian like a cage, sealing off the latter's escape route. The Duan Jian heard him speak. His voice was soft. Guess what I want to do? Without waiting for him to answer, Lu Xianxia leaned down, narrowed his long eyes, and looked at him unscrupulously. He stretched his legs back, encircling the Duan Jian into his territory, and his pheromone covered him. They were so close that it almost seemed like they were going to kiss. Didn't they tell you not to come to me? Lu Xianxia's fingers flicked the Duan Jian's forehead. His words were indescribable. Alpha in the susceptibility period only knows how to encircle territory and plunder what he wants. What I want to do to you. He pointed his finger at the Duan Jian's glands and slid his fingertips down the back of his smooth neck. Like a beast testing its prey. The next moment, his palm completely covered that fragile piece of skin. Lu Xianxia leaned forward and whispered into the Duan Jian's ear, those things are scary. The Duan Jian's eyelashes fluttered. His throat was a little dry, and his neck could not help but straighten. If Lu Xianxia squeezed the back of his neck, he would hit him. Just as he was feeling nervous, the fingertips on his glands closed slightly and rubbed them with a moderate amount of force. It hurt a little. But it wasn't to the point of being unbearable. How dare you come in when you don't know anything? Lu Xianxia retracted his hand. It was unclear whether he was praising him or mocking him. Where did you get the guts? The Duan Jian heaved a sigh of relief. He had never been afraid of anything since he was young, but the other party's appearance just now really made his hair stand on end. Seeing that Lu Xianxia was still in the mood to joke with him, the Duan Jian relaxed a little. After he relaxed, he couldn't help but frown. What's going on with you? Lu Xianxia answered honestly, I'm not feeling well. The Duan Jian paused and hesitated for a moment. Shinchili said that the pheromone would make you feel better. Did it work? You came in because of this? He asked knowingly, turning the question into a statement. With a faint smile in his eyes, he said, you even climbed over the wall. The Duan Jian looked at his unhurried expression and suddenly felt that he had lost face by being so flustered. He clicked his tongue and said in a threatening tone, I climbed over the wall because of this. Can't I? Sure. Lu Xianxia held back his laughter. You can do whatever you want. Seeing his attitude, the Duan Jian decided to go with the flow. You've helped me so many times before. What's wrong with me climbing over the wall to help you? Lu Xianxia took a few days off. On the first day, the Duan Jian had no idea what was going on. On the second day, he felt that his days were going on as usual. On the third day, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at the empty seat behind him. During the evening self-study session, Jinyu saw him sitting there lazily with a jelly in his mouth and playing with his phone. Qingyu said casually, aren't you bored after Lu Xingxi left? The Duan Jian turned his head. It was as if he had been stabbed in the heart. His expression was a little unnatural, but his tone was still as casual as ever. I'm bored? I'm never bored. Qingyu didn't expect this reaction. After being slightly surprised, he smiled and said, he's pretty bored. I saw his assistant last night. He was still playing games in the wee hours of the morning. I guess he can't sleep. The Duan Jian frowned slightly. Are you guys really that uncomfortable after going through your susceptibility period? Insomnia? It's uncomfortable. Every time I go through my susceptibility period, I feel like I'm going to turn against society the next second. Qingyu thought of something. The last time Lu Xingxi was in his susceptibility period, he got into a fight with someone in a bar and broke their bones. Song Yi heard this and came over curiously. Class rep is that fierce? Qingyu nodded. He usually has too much self-control. When he's in his susceptibility period, he's especially depressed. You know how it feels, right? As Qingyu spoke, he looked at the Duan Jian. Anyway, when he's in his susceptibility period, you should stay away from him. I think he'll commit a crime if he sees you. The Duan Jian was silent for a moment. Qingyu didn't know that when Lu Xingxi was in his susceptibility period, not only did he go up to him, but he also obediently let him hug him. Song Yi heard the whole process of Lu Xingxi's susceptibility period from Xianxia. At this moment, Song Yi turned his face and whispered to the Duan Jian, actually, I also think the class rep was a little perverted when he hugged you for a while that day. Duan Jian? Duan Jian asked sincerely, then what do you think he should do? Song Yi, you didn't listen to health classes in the past, so you don't understand. Song Yi, F***ck, they're all light. It's already good enough that they didn't get marked. Duan Jian. Duan Jian's ears reddened at his rude and blunt words. He couldn't help but lament in a low voice, F***ck, what are you thinking about all day? Song Yi looked at him for a while and suddenly sighed. That sigh was filled with anger and frustration at the lack of competitiveness. Before Duan Jian could understand what he was sighing about, Song Yi looked at him lovingly. Tell me, when will you grow up? Duan Jian felt goosebumps rise on his skin when he heard Song Yi's tone. He looked at Song Yi threateningly. Song Yi didn't know what was wrong with Song Yi, but Song Yi just smiled wantonly. On the day Lu Xingxi went back to school, Duan Jian woke up a little late in the morning. By the time he got to class, it was already halfway through the morning self-study session. He glanced at the back seat out of habit and saw the boy sitting there doing exercises. He thought he was seeing things. Duan Jian sat down. He took out a box of chocolate cake from his drawer and slowly gnawed on it with his head lowered. Someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. You didn't eat breakfast? Duan Jian nodded with his back to him. Duan Jian leaned back and pressed his chair against Lu Xingxi's desk. You've been playing games every day for the past few days? Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Lu Xingxi said, did Qingyu tell you? Duan Jian nodded. He saw your assistant. The teacher was sitting at the podium. Lu Xingxi spoke softly and slowly. How have you been these past few days? He asked, did you miss me? After the city joint examination, there would be a parent-teacher conference. Class 10's parent-teacher conference was scheduled for Friday. The Duan Jian told Fu Yuan the date. Fu Yuan asked for the details and agreed. The parent-teacher conference would start during the break and end at noon after school. When Fu Yuan arrived, the Duan Jian had nothing to do. He thought for a while and decided to go out to buy some snacks. He went to the convenience store to buy a bottle of Coke and a bag of potato chips. When he came out, a small sports car happened to stop in front of him. The Duan Jian did not pay much attention to it. He was about to walk over when Xianxia, who got out of the car, saw him and paused. She carefully sized up the boy in front of her. His hair and eyebrows were not a common color. His pupils were clear, and his height was about the same as described in his profile. Xianxia remembered Lu Xingxi's behavior during his susceptibility period. She hesitated for a moment and said, classmate? He was the only one around. The Duan Jian stopped when he heard her voice. He turned to look at Xianxia. The woman's eyebrows were beautiful, her figure was slender, and her temperament was elegant and generous. The Duan Jian guessed that she was a student's parent. He replied politely, "Hello." Xianxia smiled at him. "I'm here for my son's parent-teacher conference, but I'm not sure where the Year 2 building is. Are you a student of number 1 middle school?" "I am." The Duan Jian had nothing else to do after buying snacks. "I'm a Year 2 student. I'm going back to class. I'll take you there." "That's great." Xiangyao thanked him. "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you." "It's okay." The Duan Jian looked at her car. "Your car? Just park here. This is the parking area," Xiangyao said as she got out of the car. Lu Xingxi sent her a WeChat message and asked if she needed to pick her up. "No need." Xiangyao replied, "A cute kid will show me the way." In the classroom, Lu Xingxi could tell that his mother was in a good mood from her tone. He did not think much of it. He put down his phone and looked around. "Where's the Duan Jian?" Songyi said, "I went to buy some food." As he answered, Songyi clicked his tongue in his heart. How many minutes had it been? Then, he started to look for her. However, Alha was always like this. He would not feel at ease if he did not put her under his nose. Recently, he felt that the Duan Jian's attitude towards Lu Xingxi had gradually changed. At least, they were no longer as evasive as before. In addition, Shinchili's attitude towards Lu Xingxi had changed. Perhaps, number 1 middle school had a large campus area. It took about 10 minutes to walk from the school gate to the second-year teaching building. Along the way, Jiangyao kept observing the Duan Jian. The latter was tall and thin, with fair skin. She was indeed a very beautiful child. Jiangyao said nonchalantly, "Did number 1 middle school get first place in the city's joint examination?" "Yes," the Duan Jian replied. "His name is Lu Xingxi. His photo was on the commendation board just now." When Jiangyao heard him mention Lu Xingxi's name, she took the opportunity to ask, "What do you think of him?" The Duan Jian did not think much of it. "He's a good person and he's good at his studies." When Jiangyao heard that, for the first time, she despised Lu Xingxi's efficiency. Ever since Lu Xingxi asked her to help deal with the Duan Jian at the hospital, she vaguely felt that her son should have a good impression of this classmate. It had been more than 2 months, and he only said that he was a good person when he mentioned him. This kid, he was disappointing. Jiangyao thought for a moment and deliberately said, "But a boy like him who is especially good at his studies, don't you think he's a nerd? He might be a little eccentric and difficult to get along with, right?" The Duan Jian was slightly stunned. Most parents who heard about Lu Xingxi's grades would think that this boy was very outstanding and would definitely do well in the future. If an alpha was willing to carry the inhibitor for an omega, it meant that he cherished and protected her. Even someone as carefree as Duan Jian knew that Lu Xingxi's actions weren't something that could be covered up by just being considerate. In the next few days, when he thought of the inhibitor, the Duan Jian couldn't help but recall the way Lu Xingxi had talked to him in the noisy internet cafe. His feelings were complicated. The other party's gentleness was like a net, binding him bit by bit. The Duan Jian belatedly realized that some things were gradually getting out of control. After the parent-teacher conference, Fu Yuan was busy preparing to move to Haicheng. She had originally planned to leave on the weekend so that the Duan Jian would have time to send her off at the airport. However, on Wednesday morning, He Yunshen's condition suddenly worsened. The doctor suggested that he be transferred to Haicheng Hospital as soon as possible, so Fu Yuan could only buy a flight for that day. When the Duan Jian received a call from Fu Yuan, he was still in class. Fu Yuan first called him, then realized that he couldn't answer, so she hung up and sent him a WeChat message. Yunshen's condition has worsened. I discussed it with Uncle He and decided to take the afternoon flight to Haicheng. When the Duan Jian saw the message, he quickly replied, "What time are you leaving?" Fu Yuan, 4:50 p.m. She hesitated for a moment before sending another message, "It'll take 2 to 3 hours to travel from school to the airport. It's too troublesome. Go to class well. Mom will return to Ning City to spend the new year with you next month." The Duan Jian directly said, "I'll come over to send you off." After sending the message, the Duan Jian looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock. There were still 10 minutes before class ended. It would take about an hour for him to travel from school to the airport. After class, the Duan Jian said to Song Yi, "I'm going to the airport to send my mom off. If any teachers ask about me in the afternoon, help me apply for leave." Song Yi quickly asked, "Auntie, you're leaving now? Isn't it the weekend?" The Duan Jian, He Yunshan's condition is too serious. With that, he opened the back door and left the classroom. Lu Xingxi watched him leave, deep in thought. After Duan Jian left, Qinyu asked in a low voice, "His family?" Lu Xingxi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. When the Duan Jian arrived at the airport, he was just in time for Fu Yuan to check in. At this time, there were not many passengers in the airport. Sunlight poured down from above, illuminating the grayish-white airport hall. The first person the Duan Jian saw was He Yunshan. He was too conspicuous. The skinny little boy sat in a wheelchair, his skin pale. The passengers coming and going would more or less glance in his direction. The Duan Jian strode over. Fu Yuan and He Qing were changing their boarding passes. He Yunshan saw him first. "Big brother." His voice was very loud, and his eyes lit up. As he greeted them, Fu Yuan and He Qing also turned around. Fu Yuan greeted the Duan Jian, "Ah Yi." The Duan Jian walked over, "Mom, Uncle He." He reached out and rubbed He Yunshan's head slightly, "Little boy." The staff gestured to He Qing, "Sir, please put your luggage on the conveyor belt." The Duan Jian looked at the luggage by He Qing's feet and reached out to pick it up. Their positions were closer to the front, so when they ran, they naturally ran in the front. Starting from the university town, they reached the most famous lake in Ning City. It was late winter, and the trees around the lake were bare, and there was gray snow on both sides of the road. After running for a while, the crowd gradually dispersed. Seeing the Duan Jian running at a leisurely pace, as if he had come prepared, the runner next to him called out to the Duan Jian, "Bro, which school are you from?" The boy who spoke observed him and Lu Xingxi. "Look at your fluorescent rings. You're from Ningyi Medical University, right?" "We're from the same school." "Which year are you in?" Duan Jian, "No, a sister gave it to me just now." Lu Xingxi added, "We're in our second year of high school." The boy said happily, "Junior." There was a group of people beside him, both male and female. Apparently, they were all high school students. Those people also looked at them with interest. "You skipped class to come here?" "A couple?" Lu Xingxi, "No, I'm his." He wanted to say that they were classmates, but he paused. Lu Xingxi smiled and said, "He has a suitor." When the boys heard this, they immediately burst into laughter. A few girls also laughed while secretly observing him and the Duan Jian. The Duan Jian looked up and stared at Lu Xingxi expressionlessly amidst the laughter. Lu Xingxi received that stare, and the smile on his face faded. He pretended to be serious and said, "Senior, don't laugh. I'm a little embarrassed." Duan Jian thought to himself, "You know what embarrassment is? Don't laugh, don't laugh. Hey, stop laughing. Pfft. You kids nowadays. Why are you so precocious?" "I just figured it out too late," a girl interjected. A girl interrupted, "I had a crush on a guy in my class for 3 years in high school. I didn't dare to confess to him even after graduation. I regret it so much now." The girl was an extrovert. As she spoke, she nodded at Lu Xingxi. "Junior, I hope you'll be able to woo another junior soon." That's right, that's right." The girl next to him also said to Duan Jian, "Junior, you should consider him. When you go to university, you'll realize that the boys around you are not as good-looking as you were in high school." Duan Jian looked at the seniors who were even more excited than Lu Xingxi. He wanted to say that he liked girls. It didn't seem to affect him much whether the guy was good-looking or not. But in this situation, he just couldn't say these words. Duan Jian nodded with mixed feelings. Seeing him nod, the group of university students were excited for a while. In the end, they enthusiastically said, "Consider our medical university during the college entrance examination." They ran away in twos and threes. The distance of 100 miles was too long. At first, everyone could still run together, but later, most people chose to walk. Duan Jian was also out for fun. He didn't have dinner, and he was a little tired from running. He happened to pass by the food street. He told Lu Xingxi and the two of them stopped here. They chose a wonton shop and sat down. Lu Xingxi wasn't hungry. He watched Duan Jian eat. Duan Jian ate his wonton very slowly, probably because it was hot. Night runners passed by them one after another. Lu Xingxi saw that Duan Jian seemed to find it interesting and kept looking at those people. He asked, "Are you feeling better?" "I'm okay." Duan Jian looked away. "Are we still running later?" "You can run if you want." Duan Jian nodded and was about to continue eating. "Why are you unhappy tonight?" Lu Xingxi asked softly, "Can you tell me?" When he spoke, his voice wasn't loud, and the tone of his voice was slightly raised. It was a lazy tone. However, the Duan Jian felt that this question was like a sudden clap of thunder. In the silence of the night, it had the effect of making one's scalp tingle. The heater was on in the room, and the Duan Jian was wearing thin clothes. His legs were rubbing against the quilt, and he seemed to be able to feel the rise and fall of the other person's body under the quilt. Alpha's body was slender and strong. The Duan Jian sat on him and felt that the other person's body was hard. The fingers around his waist were also slender and strong. His waist was itchy. More than that, there was a kind of aggression that he had never experienced before. Accompanied by the other person's faintly discernible pheromones, his ears were burning. They were in his own home, but the Duan Jian felt uncomfortable all over. He struggled for a moment and shrank back, trying to get off Lu Xingxi's body. Sensing his resistance, Alpha, who had been acting lazy, raised his eyebrows slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. He narrowed his eyes. Then he cooperatively let go of his hand and let the Duan Jian down. When his feet stepped on his slippers, the Duan Jian recovered from his embarrassment. He stared at Lu Xingxi in disbelief. "Were you pretending to be asleep?" "I was asleep, but I woke up as soon as you opened the door." The boy put his fingers on his forehead and casually rubbed his messy hair. "I wanted to see what you were up to." "You're quite good at praising people." Seeing that the Duan Jian was speechless, he laughed. "It would be better if you didn't call me a pig." "I take that back." The Duan Jian stared at the curve of his lips. The dry feeling from before came back. The Duan Jian swallowed unconsciously, trying to swallow the uncomfortable feeling. "Not only are you good at bed, but you also have amazing acting skills. How can that thing be compared to you?" "What about you?" Lu Xingxi sat up and said lazily, "You're good at bed too." The Duan Jian looked at him for a while. Unbeknownst to himself, he looked at Lu Xingxi with a conflicted and confused expression. "You're not used to it?" The boy's tone was calm, but it immediately exposed the reason why he couldn't sleep. No matter what, Fu Yuan's departure today did have a certain impact on him. Plus, Lu Xingxi was lying in his living room. The Duan Jian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Even though she knew that he didn't mean it that way, the Duan Jian's expression at that moment was particularly beguiling. Lu Xingxi looked at him for a while and sighed softly. He leaned closer to the Duan Jian and smiled faintly. "Do you want to watch a movie?" "After watching for a while, I got bored and fell asleep." The Duan Jian thought that it was a good idea. "Okay," he asked, "do you want to watch it or not?" "Yes," Lu Xingxi said and moved to the side. "Turn on the TV and sit here." The Duan Jian looked at the seat close to Lu Xingxi and paused for a moment. In the end, he turned on the TV and sat next to Lu Xingxi. The Duan Jian scrolled up and down the video feed. What kind of movie can make people fall asleep after watching it? Lu Xingxi glanced at the screen. The Pianist at Sea? This hypnosis? Hypnosis, Lu Xingxi said. When the junior high English teacher played it, half of the class fell asleep. Then let's watch this. Just as Lu Xingxi said, this movie was a little profound for the Duan Jian. That question made the Duan Jian want to disappear. He felt his body temperature rising bit by bit. If his heart had been soaked in soda, he would probably be drowning now. Because I'm embarrassed, the Duan Jian admitted dryly. Before Lu Xingxi could laugh at him, his ears turned red and he spoke very quickly. Can you not get so close and talk so strangely? You see someone blushing and you go over to ask him why he's blushing. You seem to be smart usually, but why can't you think straight now? Lu Xingxi did not expect him to react like this when he was forced into a corner. If she was shy to the extreme, she would ask him a bunch of questions instead. I was wrong. Lu Xingxi tried not to laugh. I shouldn't have done that. The Duan Jian finally understood what it meant to punch cotton. And for some reason, the heat on his face seemed to come back. The Duan Jian forced himself to keep a straight face and nodded. I hope you'll remember your mistake and repeat it to yourself every day. You'll become a discerning person. Then you'll supervise me every day. Lu Xingxi was very cooperative. I'll try my best. The Duan Jian was speechless. The Duan Jian felt that Lu Xingxi was really good at beating around the bush. As the new year approached, there was a festive atmosphere in the school. The day before New Year's Day was Thursday, and many people were planning to go out and celebrate the new year. During the last class in the morning, Xianxia was bored. He looked at his phone and whispered to Duan Jian, there's a musical fountain in Nanshan Square, and there's going to be fireworks at midnight. It sounds grand. Do you want to go there and play? The Duan Jian leaned over to look at his phone. It did not make much difference where they went to celebrate the new year, but there were many entertainment venues in Nanshan. The Duan Jian felt that it was a good idea. Besides, the more people there were, the better the atmosphere. Xianxia said, there should be a lot of people from our school going to Nanshan, right? After all, it's close by. The Duan Jian also lowered his voice. Then we went out that day. When we came back at night, it was already past curfew. Are you going home or staying with me? Xianxia was about to speak. The Duan Jian suddenly felt his body go weak. A sour feeling crept up her spine, and her fingertips felt numb and itchy. Xianxia smelled the faint fragrance of flowers. He looked at the unnatural Duan Jian and hurriedly asked, are you going to the toilet? Duan Jian nodded and took out the inhibitor from the drawer. Since the back door was open, the Duan Jian walked out of the classroom and headed for the toilet. When he walked out of the back door, Lu Xingxi, who was listening to the lecture, turned his head sideways and paused his pen on a piece of paper. Lu Xingxi's eyes narrowed slightly. Just now, he seemed to have smelled a Duan Jian pheromone. After entering the toilet, the Duan Jian pulled open the door of the cubicle and quickly locked it. During the injection of the inhibitor, the Duan Jian vaguely felt some pain in his back. When the needle pierced his arm, he bit his tongue impatiently. After the numbing sensation passed, the Duan Jian let out a long sigh of relief. He reached his hand out to the cubicle door handle and suddenly saw a red color gradually appear on his wrist. He hesitated for a moment and retracted his hand. If it were in the past, he would have gone straight to the classroom and asked Lu Xingxi for help. Lu Xingxi was slightly taken aback. When he came back to his senses, he smiled and said gently, I don't have strawberry-flavored candy. I'll make it up to you next time, okay? The Duan Jian met his eyes. He didn't really want Lu Xingxi to give him another candy. He just wanted to give both of them a way out. The Duan Jian nodded, thought for a moment, and opened his hand. Then give me this one. After taking the candy, the Duan Jian peeled off the candy wrapper and popped it into his mouth. Because of the candy in his mouth, his voice was a little muffled. I'm not angry. Lu Xingxi glanced at him. The Duan Jian saw Lu Xingxi's hesitant expression. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to see Lu Xingxi hesitate. He subconsciously raised his voice. I'm not angry. His voice was too loud, and it was particularly obvious in the empty classroom. The Duan Jian suddenly realized that he sounded quite fierce. He scratched his head and said softly. I didn't mean to question your feelings when I mentioned the third mark. He paused and explained, I just think that I haven't thought it through yet. If you're confused and tied to me because of this, it's unfair to you. The Duan Jian rarely said such serious and careful words. He looked a little uncomfortable when he spoke. His eyelids were drooping, and his gaze was drifting. Lu Xingxi was about to speak when he suddenly remembered something and looked at the Duan Jian's ear. It was red. Although it wasn't obvious, he was really embarrassed. This scene made Lu Xingxi's heart melt. He leaned closer and dispelled the Duan Jian's worries. The fact that I like you won't change. It doesn't matter to me whether I mark you or not, or how many times I mark you. Compared to this, your physical condition is more important. Lu Xingxi looked into his amber-colored eyes. I was too anxious before. I didn't consider your thoughts clearly and wanted to mark you. It's my fault. He paused for a moment before continuing, but if possible, I hope that you won't hide it from me when you're not feeling well. Can you promise me? His speech was neither fast nor slow, and it was very methodical. Duan Jian listened to him speak slowly, but he really couldn't find anything unreasonable about it. In the end, the Duan Jian nodded and responded in a low voice. Everyone was restless during the last self-study period on Thursday. There were only a few hours left until New Year's Day, and most of the students couldn't sit still. Tonight was Zhou Minjun's evening self-study class. When the class was about to end, Zhou Minjun stood up and smiled at the students. In the new year, I hope you will make progress in your studies and achieve better results. She lowered her gaze and looked at some of the boys in the classroom who were almost unable to sit still. Happy New Year's Day, everyone. The classroom echoed in twos and threes. Perhaps because they were embarrassed, the blessings were very soft. The Duan Jian was the first to shout, Teacher Zhao. Happy New Year's Day. With him taking the lead, Zhou Xingchen also shouted, Happy New Year's Day, teacher. When the students were all saying their New Year's Day blessings, Zhou Minjun smiled and nodded. The bell for the end of class rang. Let's go. Zhou Xingchen was very excited. He ran over to the Duan Jian and said, Nanshan New Year's Eve. His tone was too intimate, and naturally, there was a hint of ambiguity. The Duan Jian was hugged by him, and his body was gradually tainted with his scent. The Duan Jian was still holding on to his down jacket, and he only had a thin layer of clothes on him. Lu Xingxi hugged him like this, and he could clearly feel how Lu Xingxi's arms were around his waist, hugging him tightly. Intentionally or unintentionally, the fingers on his waist slid down slightly. As if surprised by the touch, he couldn't help but pinch lightly. Lu Xingxi murmured, You're so thin. The Duan Jian's brain heated up, and he felt as if an electric current was passing through his skin. He unconsciously shrank back, and half of his body went numb. Do you think, the Duan Jian asked sincerely after he calmed down, between the two of us, which one of us is more like a hooligan? Lu Xingxi didn't refute. After a while, he raised his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, Fortunately, you agreed. Otherwise, I would be traumatized by fireworks. The flowers in the sky were still blooming, and the sound of explosions was like thunder in winter. As he spoke, he felt the stiff Duan Jian in his arms gradually relax, and finally, he silently pressed against him. Lu Xingxi felt that it was about time and was about to let go. A fair and thin arm hooked around his waist from the side. The Duan Jian hugged him back and laughed in his ear, That won't do. If my boyfriend is afraid of this kind of thing, it won't be good if word gets out. When he spoke, his voice was casual, and there was a hint of playfulness in it, but it also sounded inexplicably serious. Lu Xingxi reacted and couldn't help but hug him tighter. For the first time, he realized that there was someone who could make him throw away his armor with just a few words. The Duan Jian's heart was beating extremely fast, unlike the calm and composed expression he had on his face. He rarely hugged someone so intimately, and his waist was a sensitive area. When Lu Xingxi touched him, he was a little overwhelmed. But between him and Lu Xingxi, he was the one who had been in a relationship. If he lost his balance because of a hug, it would be a little embarrassing. But Lu Xingxi had no intention of letting go even after the fireworks had burned out. After the moment of shyness and novelty, the Duan Jian finally couldn't take it anymore. He asked tentatively, Lu Ge, how much longer are we going to hug each other? Sensing that Duan Jian wanted to run out of his arms and knowing that this guy couldn't sit still, Lu Xingxi laughed. Then I won't hug you. As soon as he said that, he lowered his head and kissed the Jian's lips. Duan Jian! The Duan Jian was completely frozen. Who would be like this when they were in a relationship, kissing as soon as they confirmed their relationship? Also, the the Duan Jian felt the other party pecking his lips. Boom! His face and neck turned red. The Duan Jian stood there in a daze, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. When the tip of the other party's tongue was about to touch his teeth, the Duan Jian couldn't take it anymore. He stepped back, but a hand covered the back of his head. At that moment, he almost thought that Lu Xingxi was going to push him back. The Duan Jian reflexively had the urge to kick him in this predicament where he couldn't retreat and was under the other party's control. The person who had been so gentle before was unscrupulously aggressive after confirming that she had him. The Duan Jian inexplicably felt like he had been deceived. His emotions were very easy to read. They were practically written all over his face. Seeing a trace of uneasiness flash across the Duan Jian's eyes, and his hand unconsciously patted him on the back, Lu Xingxi knew that this meant that he should stop while he was ahead. It wasn't easy to get someone, so naturally, he couldn't bully him too much. Even though he knew that he should stop here, Alpha's possessive nature couldn't help but stir. He gritted his teeth unwillingly against the Duan Jian's lips, and then met the pair of wet eyes. The Duan Jian was an omega, and his natural instinct made him involuntarily relax his body during the kiss. He looked slightly dazed, as if he hadn't recovered from the intimacy just now. Those words brushed past his ears, causing his exposed skin to heat up. Like small hooks, they pierced Lu Xingxi's heart. He quietly half-closed his eyes and looked at the Duan Jian. After the latter finished speaking, he probably realized how audacious he was. There was a hint of shyness between his eyebrows. There was also a hint of frivolity. They stared at each other for a few seconds. The Duan Jian couldn't take it anymore. This kind of tense atmosphere was a test of one's mental fortitude. Lu Xingxi's eyelashes drooped, casting heavy shadows under his eyes. He knew that Lu Xingxi wouldn't let him tease him, but he didn't know what the other party wanted to do. The Duan Jian felt a sense of crisis, and he guiltily took a step back. This evasive action seemed to stimulate the nerves of the person in front of him. He was pressed down on the sofa. The sudden change made the Duan Jian subconsciously want to struggle, but the more he struggled, the tighter he was pressed down. Lu Xingxi pressed down on him sideways. The Duan Jian opened his eyes wide. Xianxia and Chen Yu were still singing the same tune. Sweet words, lies, laughter. Chen Yu sang and shook his head, indicating for Xianxia to continue. Boss Shen, please. Kiss me into the cold night, F***ck. What are you doing? Xianxia's voice changed. Lu Xingxi probably realized that they were in public. He quickly took off his jacket and covered himself and the Duan Jian. No one could see what he and the Duan Jian were doing under the jacket. Song Yu was stunned. Class president, don't you think this is a little too much? Zhou Xingchen was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Then, she felt that it was very interesting to find a partner like this. Let me learn. At this moment, Chen Yu's reaction was faster than anyone else's. After watching for a while, he switched to the next song. Let them play. Let's sing. When Lu Xingxi got up, the Duan Jian's amber eyes were wide open and his eyelids drooped. His previous appearance of baring his fangs and brandishing his claws had been wiped clean. What was even more embarrassing was that his heart was beating so fast that his throat couldn't help but contract. He was very nervous. Lu Xingxi's fingertips rubbed against his swollen lips, reminding him of his untrustworthiness. You still bit me just now. The Duan Jian had yet to recover from his shock and was caught off guard by this accusation. He looked up in disbelief and said, Don't you think you're being too much? Lu Xingxi finally pressed the corner of his lips and retracted her hand. I don't think so. It couldn't be any more natural. In comparison, he was like a naive boy who had never been in love before. The Duan Jian really didn't want to lose so completely. He thought quickly and put on a fake smile. I'm sorry, brother, I bit you. It's okay. Lu Xingxi gently patted his head. Brother won't be angry with you. After entering the new year, most students were most concerned about the final exams before the winter break. The heater was on in the classroom. Due to the difference in temperature, the glass windows were covered in white mist. Song Yi turned her head. Duan Jian was still doing the math. He had been in this state for the entire morning self-study period. As a consequence of thinking too much at night, the Duanjian tossed and turned until 1 or 2 in the morning before he finally fell asleep. When he arrived at the classroom, Lu Xingxi saw him yawn a few times. "Sleepy?" The Duanjian nodded. Lu Xingxi asked, "What did you do last night?" He was just asking casually, but he didn't expect Duanjian to suddenly turn his head and stare at him without blinking. He stared at him for 3 or 4 seconds. The Duanjian had a guilty conscience and denied it. Nothing. He couldn't possibly tell the truth that he had been thinking about all sorts of things last night and couldn't sleep. In the end, he seemed to have had a dream about Lu Xingxi. Lu Xingxi looked at him and smiled. Although the Duanjian was physically exhausted, today was his first day as a deskmate with Lu Xingxi. The Duanjian was very excited when he thought of this. He looked at the class schedule. The first class was physics again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take it, so he took out a box of candy from his drawer and prepared to eat one when he was sleepy. The Duanjian ate the candy and held a pen in his hand. At first, he was in a good state of mind. When the physics teacher talked about the first 2 multiple-choice questions, he roughly understood them. When they started talking about the electric field question, he looked at the projected electromagnetic field and felt that his vision was blacked out. Before he knew it, the Duanjian had finished eating the candy and his pen had fallen on the desk. His head gradually drooped. Lu Xingxi finished writing a series of calculations and glanced sideways. He saw that Duanjian's head was lowered and he seemed to be about to fall asleep. Lu Xingxi reached out and patted him lightly on the arm. The Duanjian's consciousness returned when he was patted. He blinked hard and began to focus on the blackboard. He whispered, "If I fall asleep again, pat me again." Lu Xingxi nodded. After a question, Lu Xingxi looked to the side. The previously energetic person lowered his head again. He hesitated for a moment, but still followed the Duanjian's request and woke him up. The latter was caught off guard and instinctively glared at Lu Xingxi fiercely. Then, the Duanjian realized what was going on. He felt that Lu Xingxi was wronged by his glare. He asked in a fawning manner, "Lu Go, aren't you sleepy in the morning?" "I'm usually not." "I don't want to be sleepy either," Duanjian said as he picked up his pen. "I want to be as awesome as you." Not long after he said this, Lu Xing heard the sound of a pen hitting the table while he was doing the math. He looked to the side and saw that his new deskmate had already closed his eyes. Duanjian's eyes were dark, probably because he did not sleep well. The contours of his side profile were very pleasing to the eye. His brows and nose bridge were exceptionally youthful. His skin was almost translucent and fair under the bright classroom lights. Lu Xingxi watched as his head nodded slightly and his hands supported his chin in a daze. In the end, Lu Xingxi couldn't help but smile. His child seemed to be trying very hard not to fall asleep. The Duanjian was supporting himself with his arm and was about to fall over. Lu Xingxi reached out, supported his chin with his palm, and slowly dragged him onto the table. The Duanjian vaguely felt that someone was taking care of him. He lifted his eyelids and looked to the side in a daze. "Go to sleep," he heard a promise to relax him. "I'll talk about it in this class. I'll teach you after class." Kissing in the classroom was far more exciting than what the Duanjian had imagined. He closed his eyes and felt a warm touch on his lips. The surroundings were noisy, and the sound of students talking could be heard everywhere. The Duanjian was a little dazed from the kiss. They exchanged saliva as they kissed. He swallowed Lu Xingxi's pheromones, and his head was heating up. "Xiao Duan, do you have any snacks?" Song Yi's voice came from the front row. "I'm a little hungry." Song Yi knew that he had a habit of stocking up on snacks. The Duanjian wanted to say yes, but the sound that leaked out from his mouth was swallowed by someone else. He hurriedly pushed Lu Xingxi, but the latter acted as if she hadn't heard him and kissed him. "Xiao Duan?" Song Yi said and turned around. "Why are you?" Song Yi saw the situation in the back row. He didn't see the Duanjian, but Lu Xingxi was leaning over with his head lowered. He froze for a moment, then suddenly realized what had happened. Song Yi's voice came to an abrupt end. He turned back in silence. His gaze involuntarily slid to the front of the classroom. The surveillance cameras there had just been checked. Fortunately, they had not been used for the past few days. Otherwise, it would have been, after a while. Song Yi heard the sparse movement in the back and couldn't help but turn back. This time, the two people in the back row were seated properly. They were sitting very close to each other. Although they weren't leaning against each other, they were close enough. One had a languid expression and a hint of contentment. The other had his head lowered, and his thumb seemed to be angry as he fiercely rubbed the corner of his red and swollen lips. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like he was being bullied. Song Yi turned his head back again. After a long while, he really felt that the Duan Jian was a little miserable. The Duan Jian was probably going to explode when Lu Xingxi forced someone else to do such a thing in the classroom. It was rare for Song Yi to feel a trace of affection for Duan Jian. He turned to Qin Yu and said, "Can you give the class monitor a hint to not bully Xiao Duan too much?" Qin Yu sat leisurely and played with his phone. "Then why don't you give him a hint?" "Song Yi, you're more familiar with him." "Qin Yu, if I tell him not to bully your Omega, what do you think he will think of me?" "Song Yi," Qin Yu slowly spat out a sentence, "I think I still want my life." In the back row, Lu Xingxi watched as the Duan Jian silently rubbed the corner of his lips with his thumb. He was in a daze, as if he hadn't recovered yet. "Does it hurt?" He observed his expression. The Duan Jian withdrew his hand. He was still immersed in the intimacy from before, and his heart was racing. The Duan Jian's expression was a little unnatural. "It doesn't hurt." Lu Xingxi suddenly leaned over and kissed him. After the unexpected emotions, the Duan Jian found that he couldn't move at all. This was the third time they had kissed. Lu Xingxi knew how to tease him, but he was still as stiff as a block of wood. Even towards the end of the kiss, he was inexplicably trembling. He thought that he looked really pitiful. Lu Xingxi was patting him on the back in the end. The Duan Jian recalled his cowardly appearance. The more he thought about it, the more disappointed he felt. Why couldn't he kiss him back? When Lu Xingxi leaned in, he froze in place like a fool. How King boring was that, Lu Xingxi saw that he didn't speak for a long time. His expression changed from shy to serious, and it was unpredictable. He thought that the Duan Jian was uncomfortable with his half-forced approach just now, so he asked, "Are you unhappy?" He didn't expect that the Duan Jian would move his lips and look at him with slight embarrassment. "Am I boring?" After the final exams ended, the school gave everyone a winter break. On the day the exam results were released, the Duan Jian arrived in Haicheng. The Duan Jian was pleasantly surprised when he saw the results on the electronic file. He ranked 462nd in the cohort. The final exam questions were quite difficult. He thought that his ranking would drop, but he actually moved up a little. Fu Yuan was also surprised and happy when she saw his results. In order to encourage him to improve, she accompanied him everywhere whenever she had time and bought many things that the Duan Jian liked. Fu Yuan saw that he often played games, so she decided to replace the computer at home with a high-end model. The Duan Jian was very satisfied as he typed on the colorful mechanical keyboard. On the night of the second day of Chinese New Year, the Duan Jian was in his room trying out his new computer. Fu Yuan brought him food several times and asked if he wanted to come out and watch TV or play cards with them. The Duan Jian was not used to staying in Haicheng. He pretended to be busy playing games and said, "Mom, you can go out. I'm already in line." "Hey. Look, my teammates are rushing me. I'm going to play games first." Fu Yuan could not understand his game interface, but seeing him typing on the keyboard and looking busy, she could only leave. "If you're bored, you can come out and play cards with us." As she spoke, she saw how busy he was playing and felt worried. "Don't play for too long. Remember to rest your eyes." The Duan Jian nodded. After Fu Yuan left, the Duan Jian put his fingers down from the keyboard and stretched lazily. During the Chinese New Year, it usually took a long time to get in line. He had been stuck in the queue for more than 10 minutes. Just as he was feeling bored, he suddenly felt his body go soft. A familiar itch crept up his tailbone. The Duan Jian was stunned for a few seconds and felt his body slowly heating up. Even though he knew that his estrus was irregular, the Duan Jian felt that the timing was too unlucky. Of all times, it had to come during the Chinese New Year. He quickly got up from his seat, walked to the bedside table, and took out his inhibitor. As he injected the inhibitor, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, and his skin turned red. Just as he was flustered, the game system showed that he had reached a player. The Duan Jian did not have the strength to confirm it. After the suppressant was administered, the originally uncomfortable fever gradually subsided. However, the pain caused by the stress disorder was becoming more and more intense. Seeing that there were only a few seconds left, the Duan Jian hesitated for a moment before deciding not to enter. In his current state, he would only be tricking others if he played games. The Duan Jian kicked off his slippers and fell onto the bed, covering himself with a quilt. There was no way to isolate the alpha pheromones with just a quilt. He didn't know how many alpha pheromones were nearby, but those unfamiliar pheromones penetrated his skin little by little, like thousands of fine needles pricking his body. After some time, Duan Jian couldn't take it anymore. He reached for his phone and found Lu Xingxi's contact list. He wanted to call Lu Xingxi to divert his attention. After dialing, it didn't take long for the other side to answer. Hearing his voice, Duan Jian's heart clenched, and he whispered, "You picked up so quickly." "You called right after I finished playing cards," Lu Xingxi teased him. "Don't you usually live in the game and have no time to talk to me?" The Duan Jian silently curved his lips. His body still hurt. He bit his lip and tried to ignore the pain. "That's not because I don't usually have anything to do, so I can only play games." He paused. "You have fun every day, don't you?" A few days ago, Zhou Xingchen was shouting in the group to sing. "Did you go too?" He remembered that on Chinese New Year's Eve, the Duan Jian seemed to have played games all night. Lu Xingxi knew that he was probably not very comfortable over there for Chinese New Year. He felt sorry for him, so he changed the subject. "A lot of relatives came over today. My mom and the others are short of people to play cards, so they asked me to fill in the numbers," Lu Xingxi said. "I played mahjong tonight and won a lot of money." Lu Xingxi said that it was a lot, so it wasn't a small amount. "Lu Ge, the title of king of gamblers belongs to you." The Duan Jian was uncomfortable, and his forehead twitched. He rolled around on the bed and casually asked, "Then did you become rich overnight? Take me with you." The other side answered softly, "I'll buy you clothes." The Duan Jian was woken up by Fu Yuan's knocking on the door. Fu Yuan seemed to have said something outside the door. She hugged him and responded. She gently let go of him and got up from the bed. In a daze, the Duan Jian heard Lu Xingxi open the door. Lu Xingxi and Fu Yuan spoke very softly. The Duan Jian vaguely heard Lu Xingxi say that he was fine. Realizing that Lu Xingxi was referring to him, the Duan Jian sniffed the pheromones in the air and woke up abruptly from his sleep. The pain from last night's skin had disappeared without a trace. He rubbed his eyes and lazily rubbed his head against the pillow. A shadow fell on his face. The Duan Jian felt a warm fingertip caressing the skin under his eyes. He opened his eyes. "What time is it?" He still sounded tired. 10:30. Lu Xingxi's voice was very clear. He must have been awake for a while. "Are you awake?" The Duan Jian nodded. He thought of a lot of things last night and felt embarrassed to stay in bed any longer. He got out of bed. As he put his feet into his slippers, he thought of something. "Did you bring anything to wash up?" "Auntie helped me find a set of clothes last night." The Duan Jian nodded. He shuffled to wash up in his furry slippers. Because they woke up late, Fu Yuan told them to eat something to fill their stomachs before returning to Ning City. Fu Yuan looked at the Duan Jian who was sitting and eating. There were still light blue circles under his eyes. His skin was fair, and the dark circles under his eyes were obvious when he stayed up late. She remembered knocking on the Duan Jian's door a few times last night, but he did not respond. When she finally opened the door, she saw him lying on the bed with a pale face. Fu Yuan's mind went blank for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly called the ambulance. When the doctor saw the red marks on the Duan Jian's skin, he said that it was due to stress. He must have been suffering from this for a long time. It was not easy to find an isolation room in Sea City Hospital. She was trying to contact her friend for help when an unknown number called. It was a man on the other end of the line. He said that he was a Duan Jian classmate and explained to her why the Duan Jian had been so well treated for so long. Because he had been relying on that boy's pheromone. When they met, Lu Xingxi gave her a matching report from Nanshan Hospital. After the doctor took a look at him, he confirmed that his pheromone could alleviate the Duan Jian's condition. It was even more effective than an isolation room. At the doctor's suggestion, they took the Duan Jian home, and Lu Xingxi spent the night with him. Fu Yuan watched the two of them eating breakfast together. Duan Jian naturally reached out and patted Lu Xingxi's arm, gesturing for the latter to pass him the glass jug of orange juice. Lu Xingxi took the Duan Jian's glass and poured him some orange juice. Fu Yuan watched the interaction between the two of them, and the worry in her heart eased slightly. Last night, when she heard Lu Xingxi's name, she understood a lot of things. He was able to retrieve Nanshan Hospital's medical records during non-working hours. Earlier, when Qiao Nan was sentenced, Lu Xingxi had also intervened. At that time, when she looked at the gentle and polite boy in front of her, she was grateful, but at the same time, a trace of worry arose in her heart. Although the next head of the Lu family was still young, she could see how far he would go in the future. If not for the fact that the Duan Jian was coincidentally his classmate, it was almost impossible for such a person to have any interaction with their family. The boy in front of her was too good, and he was smart. She was a little worried that the Duan Jian would be at a disadvantage. After all, an alpha could mark several omega in a lifetime, but an omega could only be owned by one alpha. Although the law only allowed one A10 system, in private, the higher the status, the more unbearable things were. However, when she thought about how Lu Xingxi had rushed over from Ming City in the middle of the night, and in order to reassure her, she felt that her worries were unnecessary. She thought about it all night and could not fall asleep. She was really worried about the Duan Jian's situation. When it was almost dawn, she walked to the Duan Jian's room and quietly pushed the door open to take a look. The two of them were sleeping together. Lu Xingxi's arm was intimately wrapped around the Duan Jian's shoulder, but it was obvious that they were just hugging. He was half-hugged in Lu Xingxi's arms, and his body was surrounded by the other party's scent. Faintly discernible pheromones floated in the air, as if comforting and seducing him. Lu Xingxi's ears couldn't help but heat up. The heat crept from his ears to his neck, and vaguely seemed to spread to most of his body. His bones were numb. Duan Jian pursed his lips. He was in a daze from the other party's rare display of weakness. He really didn't expect Lu Xingxi to say something like that after such an aggressive action. It was completely overwhelming. Duan Jian took a long time to recover. In the end, he simply stopped thinking and nodded almost numbly. Okay. His words were also filled with confusion. Then you go to sleep. A soft kiss was imprinted on his lips. Duan Jian cooperatively straightened his back and didn't dodge. Lu Xingxi looked at him in a daze, as if he wouldn't resist no matter what he did. He suddenly laughed. His laughter was met with a confused and angry look from Duan Jian. He repeated with a smile, What? Duan Jian was a little embarrassed by his laughter. He really didn't want to appear too helpless. Duan Jian clicked his tongue. You really know how to play along? Are you done laughing? Tell me, are you asking for a beating? Have I told you before? Lu Xingxi's eyes curved. You're so cute. At that moment, Duan Jian almost cursed out loud. He didn't know how this person could read those words from his tense face. What was worse was that he was so aggressive in his questioning, but the other party pushed it back with little effort and even casually mentioned that he was cute. He actually enjoyed it a little. Duan Jian felt that he was too easily bought over. Is cute a word to describe handsome? Lu Xingxi, you've been very wild recently, hey? Have you showered? You even touched me. I washed it before I came looking for you. As Lu Xingxi spoke, he folded his hands and pressed them against his chest. She wrapped her arms around the Duan Jian's waist again and tightened her grip slightly. The person in his arms had warm skin and a slim waist. Alpha pheromones were fatally attractive to Duan Jian during the onset of stress disorder. After being hugged for a while, his attitude softened. In the end, he took the initiative to snuggle into Lu Xingxi's arms and find a slightly more comfortable position. He looked at Lu Xingxi lazily, as if he had no intention of letting go of him. "I think it's only 10 o'clock, the Duan Jian muttered. "He's already asleep? I haven't been this healthy in 800 years. "Then let's chat?" "What are you talking about?" "Let's talk. What do you think of my family?" Lu Xingxi teasingly blew into his ear. "We'll be together for the rest of our lives." When the Duan Jian saw that he had victory in his hands, his heart melted and he couldn't help but want to play with him. The Duan Jian deliberately stepped back a little. His lips curled into a slightly roguish smile. Coupled with his face, he really did look a little undisciplined and fickle. There was a sharp pain on his neck. It was slow and warm, but it was undeniably strong. The Duan Jian came back to his senses when he realized that the other party's fangs were pressing against his skin. Lu Xingxi had bitten him a little too deeply. If this went on, there would definitely be a mark on his neck. The Duan Jian heaved a sigh of relief when he thought about the meeting tomorrow. "Stop biting." His voice was a little hoarse. "You should know when to stop." Lu Xingxi didn't respond. This kind of intimacy was different from the temporary mark. When the temporary mark was made, the Duan Jian could still convince himself that it was due to stress. But now, the situation was a little over the line. The faint scent of lemon permeated the air. The Duan Jian felt his blood rush to his head, and his body slowly went limp. Just as he was wondering if he should give up and let Lu Xingxi continue, or if he should push this unreasonable guy away, Lu Xingxi pecked his skin one last time. Then he raised his head and said in a lazy voice, "Your neck is red. And judging by the degree of redness and swelling, the color might be darker tomorrow." "I'm red, and you pulled the plug." The Duan Jian felt the lingering pain on his neck. "You can sleep with yourself today." After he finished speaking, he fell on the bed. He didn't really want to chase Lu Xingxi away. He just felt that he couldn't spoil him like this. This person was too insatiable. Lu Xingxi watched him bury his head in the pillow, refusing to communicate with him. Lu Xingxi suddenly said, "I haven't showered yet." When the Duan Jian heard this, his eyelids twitched slightly, and he crawled out of the pillow again. No wonder he always felt that Lu Xingxi smelled faintly of cigarettes. It was probably from playing cards. The Duan Jian took the bait. "You can come to my bed after you're clean. If you can't, you'll sleep on the floor." He didn't notice that his thoughts were unknowingly led by Lu Xingxi. He never let Lu Xingxi sleep with him, but now he could sleep with him after a shower. Lu Xingxi couldn't help but laugh when he saw the dumbfounded look on his face. "You just said that you wanted to take another shower." Lu Xingxi politely invited her. "Want to join us?" When Duan Jian heard this, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He jumped out of bed and said, "You're really something. After you bit me, you still want me to take a shower with you? I suggest you make a banner for yourself that says 'I love to dream.'" "I'm just asking," Lu Xingxi said innocently. "If you agree, then I'll benefit quite a bit." The Duan Jian could not outtalk him, so he slumped back. He pointed at the bathroom and motioned for Lu Xingxi to get in. Lu Xingxi left very quickly this time. He probably thought that he wouldn't agree to take a shower together and was just teasing him. The faint sound of running water came from the bathroom. The Duan Jian's ears twitched. Inexplicably, he felt thirsty. Actually, it wasn't impossible to take a shower together. The Duan Jian hesitated for a moment, then reached out and lifted his pajamas. He looked at his abs and felt that he could show them off a little. Although it was only 4, it was still quite impressive. What about Lu Xingxi? How many did he have? He couldn't remember. During the school anniversary celebration, everyone was changing in the bathroom. He even saw Lu Xingxi without a shirt. Alpha usually had 8? Even Chinchilli had 8 pieces. Luga must not lose to that B*****. He Yunshin's condition gradually stabilized. In March and April, Fu Yuan took a leave of absence and went to Ning City to thank the Lu family. In the second semester of the second year of high school, the teachers began a round of general revision. Duan Jian showed extraordinary perseverance in his studies. At first, Song Yi and the others made fun of him, but in the end, even Xianxia stopped joking. After the final exams, they moved to the third-year building. Son, Xianxia patted Duan Jiayan's shoulder from behind. He glanced at Duan Jiayan's teaching assistant and sighed from the bottom of his heart. You were the perfect example of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf when you graduated. You're the perfect example of a prodigal son. I started tutoring in English last week, Xianxia said. I hope it can still be salvaged. Duan Jiayan looked at him curiously. Didn't you claim to be a gifted player and that you don't need tutoring in this lifetime? Just take it that I let out a fart. Xianxia said frankly, I now realize that other than the one in your family, no one else can be considered a gifted player. Duan Jiayan nodded. Thank you for praising him. Seeing that Duan Jiayan was about to continue walking, Xianxia said, Hey. Are you stupid? We've arrived at your new classroom. Duan Jiayan said, and walked back. He glanced at the classroom door. Third year of high school. They were the top students in number 1 middle school. The autumn breeze swept across the basketball court. The sky was bright, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Zhou Xingchen tapped the basketball on the ground intermittently. He had just finished playing basketball with the boys in the class, and the surroundings were noisy. Did we choose B for the last math question? Didn't we choose C? I just asked Lu Ge and he chose B. I'm so disappointed. I chose 5 out of 10 questions wrong. It's over. Someone sighed. This monthly exam is really difficult. The first monthly exam for the senior year of high school had just ended. According to the usual speed of grading in number 1 middle school, the results would be out by tomorrow at the latest. Zhou Xingchen looked back and didn't see anyone who had been following them. Where's the Duan Jiayan? I went to the supermarket. Qinyu raised his chin. I went to buy water from Lu Ge. Did you bring your phone? Ask him to bring me a bottle of Coke. I left my phone in the classroom. Qinyu glanced sideways as he sent the message. He noticed that Zhou Xingchen didn't look too good, so he hesitated for a moment. How have you been getting along with Guli recently? Zhou Xingchen pursed his lips, and there was a trace of anxiety between his eyebrows. After a long time, he said vaguely, just like that. When the Duan Jiayan came back, other than his own sports drink, he also helped Zhou Xingchen get a bottle of Coke. He placed the Coke on the corner of Zhou Xingchen's table. Zhou Xingchen leaned on the table and thanked him listlessly. The Duan Jiayan glanced at him a few more times. After returning to his seat, the Duan Jiayan flipped through the test papers for the next class and asked his deskmate, Little Zhou, have you been depressed recently? Lu Xingxi saw that he had messed up his desk and pulled out the test papers for him. You put the test papers in the physics textbook last week. The Duan Jiayan was pleasantly surprised to see that he couldn't find the test papers. He said casually, You're amazing, brother. You even remembered that. He reached out to take the test papers from Lu Xingxi's hands and leaned over slightly. Lu Xingxi tickled his chin with his finger, as if he was teasing a cat. Then he answered his previous question. He's been depressed recently. It seems to be because of Guli. Lu Xingxi was slightly taken aback. I shouldn't have said those things to you this afternoon, the Duan Jiayan said. I won't bring it up again. Regardless of whether it was because he was worried or uncertain about the future, it was indeed wrong of him to talk about breaking up in front of Lu Xingxi. I thought about it. Even if we can't be in the same city, we can still apply to a neighboring city. The Duan Jiayan paused. Actually, he wanted to talk about his parents, but on second thought, he felt that it was unnecessary. Lu Xingxi was not his father whom he had only met a few times, and he was not Fu Yuan. There was no point in talking about this nonsense. It doesn't matter even if we end up in a long-distance relationship. The Duan Jiayan looked at him and said softly, I'll come to you every day. His eyes were clear and watery as he looked at him without blinking. But if it really was a long-distance relationship, how could he look for him every day? Lu Xingxi listened to his illogical words and wasn't sure if he was drunk or not. After all, his face didn't get red when he drank, and even his ears turned slightly red. Before coming to the rooftop, Lu Xingxi had thought about what to say to the Duan Jiayan. But after hearing the Duan Jian say a bunch of nonsense, the anger that he had been suppressing inexplicably disappeared without a trace. He didn't want to say a word to the Duan Jian about the threats and interrogation. I know how to read too. Study hard. The Duan Jian paused. He was actually a little drunk, and he couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Why are books so difficult to read? I'm going to cry every day. Is electromagnetic fields something that humans can learn? I'm not an electric charge. How do I know where it's going to roll? Lu Xingxi seemed to laugh. Then, a light and clean breath brushed past the Duan Jian's face. He could feel Lu Xingxi's hand holding the side of his face, and the other hand gently knocking on his head. Are you stupid? Duan Jian knew that he was no longer angry. After he relaxed, he couldn't help but rub his cheek against Lu Xingxi's palm. But hearing the other party's teasing question, coupled with the alcohol, the Duan Jian felt a little wronged. Not everyone is as smart as you. At least I know about electromagnetic fields. If you ask Black Panther, he might think you're talking about the market. Due to the intensive training, Black Panther was no longer in number 1 middle school. When Lu Xingxi heard this, he laughed again. You're framing people while they're not in school? The Duan Jian looked at him and smiled. He forced himself to stay rational. 1 more year. Lu Xingxi maintained the action of holding his cheek, his fingertips sliding. Slightly. I'll help you review slowly. You'll get the score you want. His words were very convincing, and the Duan Jian subconsciously agreed. When Lu Xingxi saw this, he added softly, Don't be afraid. He spoke very slowly and gently, making the Duan Jian's heart sink. The Duan Jian suddenly realized that he had spouted a lot of nonsense. He hadn't said the most important thing yet. Then you see, I've learned the market because of you. His thoughts were no longer clear. In the end, the Duan Jian simply nodded to express his affirmation. It means that I like you very much. When he finished speaking, someone pecked him lightly on the lips. It was as if to reward him for his honesty. When he was drunk, Lu Xingxi's pheromones were like poison to him. The fatal attraction burned the Duan Jian's rationality to ashes. The Duan Jian liked this kind of touch. This kiss was both permission and a hint. He realized that he could still get along with this person. He could touch him, he could hug him. The Duan Jian stretched out his arm and rudely tugged at the collar of Lu Xingxi's school uniform. Come closer. Lu Xingxi looked at him and knew that he was drunk. He originally wanted to hug the Duan Jian, but after thinking about it, he didn't remember seeing the Duan Jian drunk since they got together. When that sentence fell, Lu Xingxi was stunned at first, then his brain heated up and he felt like it was about to explode. It was really rare for him to feel like he couldn't hold his ground. But tonight, the Duan Jian almost forced him into a corner. He was so unscrupulous and ignorant. Should I hide all the alcohol in the house in the future? He muttered to himself as he brushed Duan Jian's fingers. Omega's unprincipled indulgence of alpha was really a terrifying thing. Now that he was hanging by a thread, he could barely remind himself to maintain his sanity. After a certain age and the Duan Jian's glands had healed, he wasn't sure if he would do anything unscrupulous. His voice was too soft for the Duan Jian to hear clearly. He only felt Lu Xingxi holding his shoulder. The Duan Jian lazily glanced to the side and his gaze fell on the hand, but he didn't move. It was as if he couldn't resist anything. Lu Xingxi's fingers squeezed between the Duan Jian's and his back clasped. When they shook hands, he noticed that he also pulled the Duan Jian's collar into his hand. First, it was a kiss. The feeling of intertwining pheromones was more fascinating than expected. The Duan Jian couldn't help but straighten his back. The kiss moved from his lips to the side of his neck. By the time he reacted, Lu Xingxi had picked him up with one hand. Lu Xingxi probably thought it was too troublesome to bend over, so he simply put him directly on the desk. The desk and chairs in their dormitory were very high. After the Duan Jian sat down, he was at the same level as Lu Xingxi, who was standing. Lu Xingxi carefully looked at him, then suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled his head down, forcing him to bend his neck. In this position, his back and waist were forced to bow. Lu Xingxi pressed on his shoulders from the side and slid his fingers under his chin. No matter how much the Duan Jian liked Duan Jian's aura, he was a little displeased to be pulled so roughly. Don't pull. Why are you on top of me? I don't think it's very comfortable like this. How about I lie on top of you? Be gentle. His voice of protest gradually weakened after the pheromone was injected into the gland. As if she was afraid that he would dodge, the force of her fingers on his jaw was very strong. Slowly, the Duan Jian could not help but frown. It was so painful. It was too painful. It was different from before. During the temporary marking process, Alpha had absolute dominance and control over Omega. Duan Jian did not have the strength to speak and could only nudge Lu Xingxi. However, his current strength was no different from a cat's scratch. Feeling the person in his arms move uneasily, Lu Xingxi reached out and carelessly rubbed his head. He thought that the Duan Jian was playing with him and did not take it seriously. At first, he just wanted to make a shallow mark on the Duan Jian to make him behave. But later on, the mark became deeper and deeper. He was indeed a little disturbed by the Duan Jian, and the thoughts buried in his heart constantly tortured his rationality. Later on, he almost let himself bite the Duan Jian's neck. It was not until the Duan Jian forcefully turned him that he noticed the latter's condition. He belatedly realized that the Duan Jian was struggling. It was probably true that the Duan Jian had used up all his strength when he turned him. The latter's body trembled unnaturally, and his face was slightly pale. Unknowingly, his teeth pierced the skin on the Duan Jian's neck, and blood flowed down the white neck. The Duan Jian's glands had not grown properly, and he had been careful not to go too far. This time, the bleeding must have been really painful. He looked at the bright red teeth marks on the back of the other's neck and was silent for a long time. Then, he said in a hoarse voice, "I shouldn't have done this." Alpha's natural desire to destroy increased after seeing blood, and he even wanted to bite deeper. However, his rationality told him that he had done something terrible. He lowered his eyes guiltily, grabbed a tissue from the desk, and wiped the saliva and blood on the back of the Duan Jian's neck. "Does it hurt?" The Duan Jian did not speak. The dorm light shone on his face, casting the shadow of his eyelashes under his eyes. He looked over without saying a word, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Lu Xingxi looked at him for a few seconds. "I?" His tone was flat, and there was a hint of coldness in his words. He didn't look particularly angry, but his cold and indifferent tone, when compared to the paralyzed Hua Heng, had a rather shocking effect. The delinquents from No. 3 high school paused for a moment and suddenly realized that this wasn't a one-on-one fight. They were here for a gang fight. Although their original target was Black Panther and the others, and now a Duan Jian had appeared out of nowhere, the Duan Jian was from No. 1 high school and had defeated Hua Heng. Therefore, he was the enemy. A few boys who were close friends with Hua Heng were the first to react. One of them cursed and rushed towards the Duan Jian. After beating up Hua Heng, the Duan Jian had vented most of his anger. He immediately retreated, not intending to engage in a melee with them alone. However, the other party had a different idea. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hua Heng got up from the ground, a trace of anger flashing across his eyes. Black Panther saw the light on Hua Heng's body. He couldn't rush over in time and could only shout, "Knife! He has a knife!" But it was too late. The back of the Duan Jian's left hand was slashed by the knife, and large drops of blood flowed down his fair skin. The Duan Jian didn't expect Hua Heng to have the strength to stand up. Seeing Hua Heng pounce on him like a mad dog, the Duan Jian was slightly stunned. He wasn't the only one. The people around him were also stunned. A fight that saw blood was completely different from a fight that didn't. Usually, no one would take out a knife in a fight between high school students. With a knife, it was easy to get into big trouble. In the worst case, it could even get someone killed. Moreover, the size of the wound on the Duan Jian's hand was quite frightening. Hua Heng held the knife and sneered, "Are you going to continue acting cool? Why aren't you talking? Are you scared of blood?" The Duan Jian opened his eyes and slammed his bleeding hand into Hua Heng's face. Hua Heng's nose heated up and his vision blurred. When he looked down, he saw blood dripping on the ground. It took him a moment to realize that it was his nose bleeding. Hua Heng covered his nose in pain. Seeing this, Duan Jian swung his injured left hand and said with a forced smile, "Do you think I'm scared of blood?" Coupled with the bloodstains on the ground that he had left behind, this wave of mockery could be considered a heavenly show. His actions completely infuriated the third high school. Seeing that the third high school students were about to go after the Duan Jian, Black Panther yelled, "Pink hair, move. Are you watching a show?" Seeing Black Panther charging forward, the group of brothers behind him also joined in the battle. Mother Kerr, did we agree to touch the school bully of number 1 middle school? How can you bring a saber to a group fight? Don't you care about the rules of Jianghu? Catch the younger brother of the younger brother, flash to send your mother off, old schemer. Cherry Blossom fan kicked Hua Heng's knife away and rushed into the crowd, wailing, "Hua Heng! How dare you insult Brother Duan? I'll kill you." Seeing that the Cherry Blossoms fans did not differentiate between friend and foe, number 3 middle school could not take it lying down. "Hua Zirwei, what's wrong with you? Which side are you on?" Cherry Blossom fan shouted back righteously, "I'm on my brother's side, of course. Honestly, don't you think that Hua Heng is very Chunibyu? Are you on his side or mine?" Number 3 middle school was led by Cherry Blossom fan, and now there was an internal conflict. F***CK, actually I didn't want to fight. I just came to watch the show and record a video. Who knew we'd really have to fight? Your brother is too strong. He's injured and still can fight 2 people at once. Let's split it 30-70. 30-70? Can't you show some confidence? To be honest, 20-80. Brothers, can we stop fighting? Guli came out of the shower and walked while drying her hair. Her phone kept vibrating. When she saw the messages that kept popping up, she reached out and unlocked the screen. Fox. Fox. I'm giving out candy today. Xiao Duan fought for Lu Gu. In the end, it became a group battle between number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school. Angry Duan Jian, Fatao Lu Xingxi. But I heard that Duan Jian injured his hand. I don't know if it's serious. Guli looked at the lively discussion in the group and clicked on the post. She was happily munching on candy when she suddenly saw a familiar ID. I was wondering where he went this evening. Who's Hua Zai? Hand injury? It's not very serious. He's still alive and kicking even with a bandage. It was Zhou Xingchen's ID. She remembered the last time they had contacted each other. He had asked her seriously, "Can I give it a try after the college entrance exam?" She smiled and her eyes dimmed again. The temperature was dropping day by day. When winter came, the sky darkened early. The school also adjusted the students' schedules accordingly, and the end of school was slightly earlier. Lu Xingxi and Duan Jian's birthdays were in winter. After their birthdays this year, they would be adults one after the other. Every time Song Yi mentioned this, he would secretly laugh at Duan Jian. "Xiao Duan, when are you going to the hospital for a checkup? Your glands should be ready soon, right?" Omega patients with stress disorder usually had glands that developed later and couldn't tolerate sex until they reached adulthood. After this age, their glands would gradually mature, which meant that they didn't need to avoid sex anymore. Duan Jian looked at Song Yi's mischievous face and patted him on the head. "What are you thinking about?" Song Yi continued to beat around the bush. "You're not going to get a checkup?" Duan Jian didn't say anything. Song Yi smirked. "Then I'll wait for the class monitor to take you for a checkup." When the Duan Jian heard this, he could not help but laugh and kick Song Yi's chair. While the two of them were fooling around, Song Yi said, "Class rep's birthday is this weekend? I've never been to his house before. I'm a little nervous." Lu Xingxi's coming-of-age ceremony was held at the Lu residence. Other than the friends he invited, most of the invitees came from the rich and powerful families in Ning City. Compared to ordinary celebrations, his birthday was more like a social gathering. There were even people who specially came from other places to attend the banquet. The Duan Jian opened his mouth and suddenly remembered something. Lu Xingxi was not in the classroom. Duan Jian called out to Qinyu, "Chief Chen." Qinyu had just finished the physics question at hand. When he heard this, he turned his head and said, "Coach Duan." Duan Jian asked, "Are you going to Lu Xingxi's house this weekend? Are you wearing a formal suit?" Yu thought for a moment and said, yes. After all, he's an adult. Auntie Jiang invited many guests. I heard that some media reporters wanted to visit, but Auntie Jiang declined. Song Yi and Duan Jiayan looked at each other and saw the complicated emotions in each other's eyes that seemed to be a little troublesome. On Lu Xingxi's birthday, a light drizzle fell from the sky. The security in Jingshan Alley was tight. For convenience, the Lu family's driver went to the school to pick up Duan Jiayan and Song Yi. As soon as they got out of the car, a chilly north wind blew in their faces. The housekeeper recognized Duan Jiayan. When she saw him, she led him and Song Yi inside. Song Yi looked around as they walked. The house with black tiles and white walls covered a vast area. The drizzle fell into the pool near the long corridor, splashing transparent water. Song Yi looked around and asked sincerely, "Don't you think we're going to the palace?" Duan Jiayan also said sincerely, "Don't you think you're very dramatic?" Song Yi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Duan Jiayan suddenly quickened his pace. The winter night breeze was chilly. It swept past his body, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. The fragrance of flowers and grass intertwined intimately, and the pheromones melted together. His body slowly heated up. A voice came from the door of the main house. "I killed that nurse, Duan Jiayan. Apologize to me." "I'm not a..." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Xingchen suddenly saw the scene in the courtyard. Lu Xingxi turned his face to the side and pecked the Duan Jiayan's lips. It was a very gentle and explicit kiss. Zhou Xingchen froze in place. It was not until the Duan Jiayan withdrew from Lu Xingxi's arms that the latter glanced at him with an unreadable expression that Zhou Xingchen realized that he had appeared at the wrong time. He rushed into the room like a wisp of smoke. "I apologize." "I'm sorry. Please continue." When the Duan Jiayan saw Zhou Xingchen rush out and then rush back in, his displeasure at being interrupted faded. The Duan Jiayan laughed. How did he grow up? Family environment. After Zhou Xingchen's interruption, Lu Xingxi let go of the Duan Jiayan and helped him fix his loose collar. He has a brother who's 5 years older than him. His parents are very close. As he spoke, Lu Xingxi casually gossiped. His father seems to listen to his mother. The Duan Jiayan asked curiously, "Are there really henpecked men in the upper class? Is that strange? What about you?" Without waiting for him to speak, the Duan Jiayan answered his own question. "You're obviously a good wife. You definitely won't care about me." Seeing that Lu Xingxi was silent, the Duan Jiayan thought that he could not continue the conversation. He took advantage of the situation and sighed. "I'm so lucky." "Say whatever you want to say." Lu Xingxi said gently, "Anyway, you still have to let me sleep." Lu Xingxi reeked of alcohol, so he went back to his room to change. The Duan Jiayan followed him. This wasn't his first time in Lu Xingxi's room. The spacious room was bright and transparent, and the overall design was simple and white. There was a set of extracurricular exam papers on the desk, as well as their weekend homework. The Duan Jiayan sat on the bed like an old man. As he watched Lu Xingxi take off his suit, he suddenly felt a little tempted. "Lu Ge," the Duan Jiayan called out to him. "Come here and take it off." Lu Xingxi saw the malicious look on his face and walked around him good-naturedly. True enough. As soon as he walked over, the Duan Jiayan straightened up and leaned into him. This guy had always been like this, doing things according to his own heart. And probably because he had always been very tolerant, the Duan Jiayan didn't know how to write the word propriety in front of him. The Duan Jiayan reached out and tugged at Lu Xingxi's tie. He used a little force to make Lu Xingxi lower his body slightly. Then, as if suddenly thinking of something, he asked with a smirk, "Let me help you take it off?" Lu Xingxi looked at him for a few seconds and smiled. "You take it off." The Duan Jiayan looked at the curve of his lips and felt dizzy. He really reached out his hand. Lu Xingxi's tie had not been taken off yet. The Duan Jiayan's fingers circled around his neck. Inadvertently, his fingertips touched the cool skin of his neck. Lu Xingxi moved, and fine strands of hair brushed against the back of the Duan Jiayan's hand. The atmosphere was ambiguous. His warm breath brushed past his ear, bringing with it the faint scent of lemons. The Duan Jian still remembered how much Lu Xingxi had drunk. Looking at him now, even if he wasn't drunk, he was definitely not sober. The person behind him was like a ticking time bomb. The Duan Jian knew he couldn't move, but it was too tiring to keep looking behind him. The Duan Jian slowly turned his head back, trying not to disturb Lu Xingxi. But his behavior seemed to be interpreted by Lu Xingxi as a sign of escape. Lu Xingxi clasped his shoulders and hugged him tighter. "I'm not trying to run away." Thinking about Lu Xingxi's current situation, the Duan Jian became hot-headed. He tried to explain to him as calmly as possible, "You don't have to do this." Lu Xingxi made a sound of agreement, but he didn't intend to let go. The Duan Jian tried to talk to him, trying to divert his attention. "Can't you let go? Aren't you tired of hugging me like this?" "Yeah," Lu Xingxi responded. After a while, he added, "I'm not tired." The Duan Jian wanted to talk to him for a while more, but Lu Xingxi fell silent and buried his head in his neck. Lu Xingxi's long legs were on the ground, and he wrapped the Duan Jian in his arms. It was hard to tell if this was a sign of weakness or possession, but it was a little unusual. The others couldn't help but take a few more glances. "What's wrong with Lu Gu? Are you not feeling well? Is he drunk?" "A little." The Duan Jian said to the boys, "He's recovering." "I." The person lying behind him suddenly called out, as if he didn't want his attention to be distracted. "I'm here, bro." The Duan Jian heard him call out to him and asked casually, "What can I do for you?" Zhou Xingchen was drunk and looked up blankly. I? Lu Xingxi enunciated each word clearly, "I." Zhou Xingchen, Lu Xingxi interrupted him, "Don't shout." Zhou Xingchen, why is he so clingy? Jin, you couldn't bear to watch. Coach Duan, look at him. He might lock you up at home in the future. Duan Jian didn't think much of it. He even put himself in Duan Jian's shoes and said, "It's fine. I'm just like him when I'm drunk." When Qinyu heard this, he said meaningfully, "Don't spoil him too much. He's not the same kind of person as you." Lu Xingxi clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw that Qinyu was still trying to sow discord between him and the Duan Jian. The boy's dark eyes looked straight at her, and the emotions in his eyes could not be clearer. "Could you scram?" "Okay, I understand." Qinyu was looking at him with disdain. She smiled and nodded. "I'll scram, Mr. Liu. My mom is also urging me to scram." Qinyu wasn't the only one. It was already past midnight, and everyone else had received calls from home one after another. Songyi had just sent a message. She turned her head to look at the Duan Jian. "Xiao Duan," Songyi called out to him. "Let's go back together?" Lu Xingxi was already fine. Duan Jian was about to get up when his wrist was grabbed. Before he could ask Lu Xingxi what he wanted to do, he was forcefully pulled back. He was caught off guard and his whole body fell on Lu Xingxi. The latter opened his arms and hugged him. Because of his weight, Lu Xingxi's back was pressed against the sofa, and he couldn't help but groan softly. Looking at the scene in front of her, Songyi was stunned. His voice wasn't loud, so no one present could say anything when they heard him. Several madams looked at each other in dismay. They were all extremely shocked. Qinyu tried to hold it in. He could not help but whisper, "Awesome." His mother heard him mumbling and pinched him lightly under the table. However, she was also surprised. She could not help but mutter, "How could it be? How could it be decided so early?" Xianxia smiled helplessly when she heard Lu Xingxi's words. She raised her wrist and took the champagne glass beside her. Her gaze swept past the pale Wei Shuolan and the embarrassed Mrs. Wei next to her. The smile on her lips slowly faded. Xianxia took a sip of champagne expressionlessly. Mrs. Wei saw that everyone was pretending to be deaf and mute, so she could only bite the bullet and say, "When did Xingxi have a crush? We haven't heard about it." Xianxia's expression softened when she saw that Mrs. Wei was looking for a way out, but she did not say anything. She looked at Lu Xingxi silently and waited for him to make a decision. Lu Xingxi and Mrs. Wei looked at each other for a moment and said, "It's been a long time." He paused and added with a smile, "It's been almost 2 years. I haven't mentioned it to anyone except my family." Mrs. Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he answered. A lady next to her could not help but interrupt, which family does Xianxia belong to? No matter which family the Omega family married into, it would be considered a social climb. Even Wei Shualan could barely be on par with them in terms of status. It's my classmate. When they heard that it was her classmate, the ladies in the room looked down and ran through the young masters and young ladies of number 1 middle school in their minds. However, other than the Chen and Zhou families, there did not seem to be any particularly powerful families in number 1 middle school. Qinyu saw that his mother was calm on the surface, but she narrowed her eyes slightly. She seemed to be thinking hard. Qinyu thought to himself that this was the disadvantage of the older generation not being good at surfing the internet. He suddenly realized that he had muttered something about the Duan Jian. Qinyu quickly turned on his phone and saw a string of messages. Chen. Boss. What's wrong? The Duan Jian pondered for a long time and came to a conclusion. Did they fight? The message had been sent a few minutes ago. After that, the Duan Jian had not contacted him again. Qinyu guessed that he had gone straight to Lu Xingxi. Just as he thought this, Lu Xingxi lowered his eyes and looked at his phone. Qinyu saw his expression soften a little and knew who he was looking for. Compared to Wei Shualan, who could no longer speak, Qinyu lit a candle for her in her heart. Those who were on good terms with the Duan Jian knew that anyone who dared to lay a finger on them would be in trouble. Wei Shualan, on the other hand, repeatedly jumped on Lu Xingxi's sore spot. Lu Xingxi swiped his phone and saw all the messages. Qinyu said that you were about to go berserk. What happened to you? Did you get into a fight? Seeing that he did not reply for a long time, the Duan Jian said, Do you want me to come over and support you? I'm a professional fighter who is on call. It shouldn't be a problem for me to take down 2 of them. Lu Xingxi could not help but smile. Omega's estrus usually lasted from 3 to 4 days to a week. During this period, most Omega couldn't eat and could only drink water. Because he had to go to school on Monday, after 2 days of indulgence, Lu Xingxi and the Duan Jian discussed and decided to give him a suppressant later. On Sunday night, the Duan Jian curled up on the bed in the master bedroom. He was in a trance. For the past 2 days, he had been forced to say everything. The influence of the high compatibility was too terrible. As soon as they were in bed, he couldn't resist any of Lu Xingxi's requests. Even for someone as thick-skinned as the Duan Jian, when he came back to his senses, he felt a little ashamed of what he had done. What's wrong? Lu Xingxi saw that his face was unnatural and reached out to touch his cheek. Are you not feeling well? No. The Duan Jian resisted the urge to rub his face against Lin Sanjiu's palm. During this period, Omega became more and more clingy. Even though he had just been fed, he couldn't help but smell Lin Sanjiu's pheromone. The Duan Jian whispered, I want to give you a suppressant. Alpha, who was holding him, was slightly startled and then smiled. Now? Can you wait a little longer? Why? The Duan Jian paused and his face changed. He couldn't help but crawl to the side. I've been wanting to say it since yesterday. Can't you be normal? In his current state, he couldn't run anywhere. Lu Xingxi easily grabbed him back. Seeing the resistance in his expression, he lowered his head and kissed him gently. He couldn't refuse. Even though he was already very tired, once Lin Sanjiu's pheromone covered him, his emotions would be aroused again and he would be extremely excited. The faint fragrance of grass and trees was like a wind passing through the forest. It was such a clean smell, but it could destroy all his rationality without any effort. The Duan Jian endured and finally couldn't help but close his eyes. Lu Xingxi was a little surprised and his voice softened. Ah Yi, are you crying? It was the first time in 2 days that he had seen the Duan Jian cry. He looked at the scene in front of him with some curiosity, tears soaking his clear eyes. The Duan Jian's eyelashes were very long and there were tear stains on them, as if they would roll down if he didn't pay attention. Such a miserable and pitiful scene could especially satisfy the alpha's desire to conquer. Lu Xingxi pressed his thumb against his reddened eyes and praised him sincerely, so beautiful. Lin Sanjiu's emotional breakdown. Duan Jian kicked him weakly and scolded him for the first time, You're crazy. The alpha and omega's pheromones were growing intertwined. The fragrance in the room became stronger. When he was brought to the bathroom to be cleaned up, Duan Jiayan was already exhausted. Originally, it was just a simple cleaning, but in the end, the smell changed. When everything was over, the Duan Jiayan's legs were so weak that he couldn't stand. Lu Xingxi carried him directly to the side bedroom. On the dry and tidy bed, the soft pillows gave off a clean smell. Realizing that it was time to inject the inhibitor, he shook his head and barely recovered. He wanted to inject it himself, but when his fingertips were about to touch the edge of the inhibitor, a hand reached out from behind and took the inhibitor from his hand. The Duan Jiayan was scared of him. Seeing Lu Xingxi take the inhibitor away, he asked directly, "What are you doing?" Faced with his unfriendly attitude, Lu Xingxi negotiated with him nicely. "Let me help you?" The Duan Jiayan looked at him suspiciously, but Lin Sanjia looked calm. "I've already showered. I won't do anything else." Seeing that he still had the nerve to mention showering, the Duan Jiayan was expressionless. "That's because you've already done everything you wanted to do." As he spoke, he thought of something and pulled the corners of his lips. "I wasn't kidding when I told you it hurt in the bathtub." Seeing his fake smile, Lu Xingxi fell silent. "Come, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Seeing that he couldn't speak, the Duan Jiayan mercifully stretched out his hand and said lazily, "Brother, hit me here." Lu Xingxi looked down and reached out to grab his wrist. The countdown to the college entrance examination was posted in front of the classroom of Class 10. As the number on it decreased, the days passed faster and faster. The teachers of each subject assigned a mountain of homework for the winter break. The last holiday of the third year of high school was only 10 days. On the day Lu Xingxi came back from school, old Madame Lu came to Jingshan Alley for the weekend. Old Madame Lu greeted him when she saw him. Jiang Yao also smiled and stood up. "You're finally back. Grandma has been waiting for you at home all afternoon." Old Madame Lu looked at him and said, "I haven't seen him for half a month. Has Xingxi grown taller?" Jiang Yao also looked at him. "He seems to be a little taller. I can only look up at him now." Old Madame Lu nodded in satisfaction and asked him, "How long is the holiday this time?" 10 days. Lu Xingxi looked at the elegant tang suit she was wearing. "You look good in this color. It enhances your complexion. Both you and your mother said so." Old Madame Lu beamed with joy at first, then frowned slightly. "It's too rushed. We won't even have time for the Lantern Festival. It's like this in the third year of high school. I heard from someone that their child's school is only open for a week." Jiang Yao said softly to the auntie next to her, "Go tell Sir to come down for dinner." Lu Xingxi looked up when he heard her. "Dad is home so early?" "It's just a little easier today. It's almost the new year. You definitely won't see him in a few days." Jiang Yao changed the topic and said with a smile, "Your dad and grandma are waiting for you to come back for dinner." It was rare that everyone in the family was here. At the dinner table, they inevitably talked about the college entrance examination next year. Lu Hongchuan was the first to speak. "It's better to work hard in the last few days. When you think of this period in the future, don't leave yourself with any regrets. You're asking too much of Xingxi." Old Madame Lu disagreed. "He's taken so many exams since he was young. When has he ever not worked hard? I usually don't see my dad much. Whenever I see him, he talks about the college entrance examination with me." Lu Xingxi half joked. "It makes me feel quite pressured." When the old lady heard that, she looked at Lu Hongchuan. "If you're in such a hurry, why don't you take the college entrance exam yourself?" Lu Hongchuan was speechless. Jiang Yao smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Just do your best." "That won't do either." Lu Xingxi said, "Dad said that if I do well in the exams, he will buy me a house near the university. I want to move out for university, so I have to do well in the exams." Lu Hongchuan glanced at him with a half-smile. "I wanted to ask you last time. Are you planning to move out by yourself?" Lu Xingxi looked at him for a few seconds and smiled as well. When Jiang Yao saw that the father and son had a tacit understanding, she took the initiative to change the topic. "How's Jian's revision going?" "Lu Xingxi, he should be able to get into one. He did pretty well in the first mock exam." Jiang Yao said, "You should help him during this period of time so that he won't be under too much pressure." If he doesn't perform well, our family can. Lu Xingxi interrupted her. It's okay. He should be able to pass by himself. Xianxia nodded. Oh, old Madame Lu muttered to herself when she heard that. How could I forget? After dinner, old Madame Lu looked for Lu Xingxi alone and handed him a small box. I went to Daguan Temple a few days ago and asked for a piece of jade for you. I heard that it's very effective. Daguan Temple was an old temple in Ning City. Every New Year's Eve, a large number of people would line up at the foot of the mountain just to burn New Year's morning incense. Lu Xingxi weighed the small box in his hand. What is this jade for? It's for you to be successful in everything. It's for your college entrance examination. Old Madame Lu said. I was in a hurry and forgot to ask for one for the child. Lu Xingxi accepted the jade from old Madame Lu and smiled. Thank you, Grandma. After returning to his room, he put the box on the desk. Lu Xingxi took out 2 test papers from his homework. When he was writing the questions, he accidentally glanced at the jade box and his train of thought changed. He didn't believe in such things. Old Madame Lu had asked for jade and prayed to Buddha for him in the past, but he had always coaxed her into thanking him. He had never really taken it to heart. June was getting closer and closer as the temperature rose. It had rained heavily the night before, so the air was clear. The spider orchids outside the corridor drooped their leaves, and the wind carried the unique heat of summer. The college entrance exam was just a few days away. There was a notice from the grade saying that the day would be a holiday after class. Everyone was asked to go home and study for 3 days to prepare for the college entrance exam. In the classroom of Class 10, the air conditioner made a slight noise as it turned on. It was a self-study period, and Duan Jiayan was working on a math problem with his head down. Perhaps it was because the holidays were approaching, but it was getting harder and harder for him to concentrate. From time to time, thoughts that had nothing to do with his studies popped up in his mind. He had been working on this math problem for more than 10 minutes, and he was getting impatient. Duan Jiayan glanced to the side and saw his deskmate playing with his phone. Duan Jiayan decided to find trouble with him and entertain himself. Are you looking down on the college entrance exam, or are you looking down on this self-study period? Lu Xingxi's fingers paused. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Minjun rushed into the classroom. Everyone, get ready. We have to take our graduation photos an hour in advance. Zhou Minjun looked around the classroom and said, put on your uniforms, line up, and get ready to go downstairs. As soon as she finished speaking, there were sounds of discussion around her. Duan Jiayan threw down his pen and said excitedly, are we free? Amused, Lu Xingxi put back the pen that had been thrown on her desk. Duan Jiayan wasn't the only one. Everyone else was also excitedly putting on their uniforms. Most of the students had been holding back for too long. They were caught off guard by the news that the holidays had been brought forward an hour in advance. Even with the college entrance exam weighing down on them, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I hereby announce that my vacation for the college entrance exam begins at this moment. Qinyu put on her uniform and glanced behind her. Hey, Duan Jiayan, this seems to be the first time I've seen you in your uniform. Are you exaggerating? Duan Jiayan tugged at his collar. I used to wear my uniform occasionally. It's quite pure. Qinyu had originally wanted to say pure, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he felt that it didn't sound right. In addition, Lu Xingxi looked over, so Qinyu changed the topic at the last minute. Brimming with youth. Thank you, President Chen. Duan Jiayan nodded and looked at Qinyu's school uniform. Mr. Chen, you look like a young man. While lining up in the corridor, Duan Jiayan noticed that a few girls in his class were secretly putting on lipstick. He was curious and glanced at them a few more times. Being stared at by him, the girls were a little embarrassed and stopped what they were doing. The Duan Jiayan giggled and said, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls burst into laughter. One of them said enthusiastically, Duan Jiayan, do you want some too? Looking at the tube of lipstick in her hand, the Duan Jiayan was at a loss for words. Thank you, but there's no need. The students from each class gathered in front of the Year 3 building. Zhou Minjun saw that the students in the class were fooling around, so she raised her voice slightly. Students of Class 10, please stop fooling around. line up and take pictures. There are other classes waiting. As she spoke, she gestured for the students to walk up the stairs. They stood in order of height. Jo Minjun stood a little further away and carefully looked at the positions of each row. When she saw the last row, her gaze paused. Duan Jian, Jinyu is a little taller than you. Change positions with him. Teacher Zhao, Jinyu suddenly said, I stood on my tiptoes just now. Look carefully. Duan Jian is taller than me. As the boys chuckled, Jinyu shrank a few centimeters, just a little shorter than the Duan Jian. Jo Minjun immediately knew what they were up to. She looked at Lu Xingxi, who was standing next to the Duan Jian, and understood what was going on. She raised her chin at Jinyu. Alright, don't shrink. Just stand there. For the first graduation photo, the teachers of each subject sat in the first row. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. After a few clicks, the photographer nodded at Jo Minjun. Alright, Jo Minjun said. It's time for the second graduation photo. Everyone, relax. Put on your uniforms if you want to. Do whatever you want. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the girls in the first row began to take off their uniforms and straighten them. Seeing that everyone was looking for a partner to pose with, Zhou Xingchen said excitedly, let's do a heart sign together? Jinyu looked at him with disdain. Can't you act like a normal alpha? Suddenly, someone said, why don't we all face Lu Ge and Duan Jian? Like a wedding photo. Ha 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 ha, do you think your side profile is more handsome than your face? I think so. They're standing right in the middle. On the day of number 1 middle school's graduation ceremony, half a month had passed since the end of the college entrance exam. The graduation ceremony hadn't started yet, so the third-year students were waiting in their classrooms for the announcement. Duan Jian had just opened the door to class 10 when he heard the sound of noisy laughter accompanied by the coolness of the air conditioner. When they saw Duan Jian enter the classroom, the boys who were chatting deliberately raised their voices. When I arrived at school today, I saw a Maybach parked in front of the school gate. Number 1 middle school sure has a lot of rich people. Just as I finished thinking, I saw the class leader. I put down my lemon halfway and thought it was normal to drive a Maybach, but then I saw Duan Jian get out as well. The boy paused for a moment and asked, what does that mean? The person next to him chimed in and chuckled. This means that brother Duan didn't spend last night at his house. It means I haven't seen you for half a month and you're itching for a beating. Duan Jian patted the boy's shoulder. You're making fun of me as soon as you arrive? Hey, brother Duan. The boy turned his head exaggeratedly and smiled mischievously. I didn't see you. You didn't hear any nonsense just now, right? Duan Jian threw his bag on the seat and laughed. Alright, let's put it away. Duan Jian, I heard you got into a top university behind our backs. The night the results came out, I was scolded by my parents until I was dizzy. I was looking for someone to hug and cry, but when I asked, I found out Duan Jian had already succeeded. The boy started talking like a storyteller when he suddenly realized there was no one next to Duan Jian. The class leader didn't come with you? He was called away by teacher Zhao. I think he wanted to take a picture. Duan Jian sat down as he spoke. As soon as he sat down, there was a burst of cheers from the classroom door. Duan Jian opened his eyes and saw Lu Xingxi walk in. Jinyu casually grabbed a draft book and wrapped it into a microphone. He said excitedly, everyone, can you see that? This year's top scorer is walking towards us. Ah, I can't believe it, Dog Lu has been so dazzling today. Zhuang Yuan, tell me, should we sit or kneel? Sit down. Lu Xingxi saw that these people were very restless and smiled. If you want to kneel, that's fine too. Just kneel neatly. Did you hear that, brothers? The top scorer said that we should all kneel down and pay our respects. What's that saying again? When will the second joyous event be confirmed? When will the second joyous event be confirmed? As soon as he said this, class 10 burst into laughter. The girls smiled and lowered their eyes in embarrassment. Seeing that Lu Xingxi was also laughing, a few of the boys wailed and howled. Did you see that? Even the top scholar smiled. This marriage must be arranged. Lu Ge, let's close the classroom door and tell the truth. It's been half a month since the college entrance examination. Don't tell me you two have already gotten your marriage certificate? F*CK, the Duan Jian couldn't hold it in any longer. What's going on? Why are you so excited today? The atmosphere around them was particularly lively. Song Yi turned around with a smile. We haven't seen each other for half a month. Aren't you excited? Excited. The Duan Jian patted Song Yi's face. When I see you now, it's like seeing my youngest son who I haven't seen for half a month. Just as the noise was getting louder, Zhou Minjun entered the classroom. She was wearing a dress today and seemed to have put on light makeup. She looked very intellectual. Looking at the classroom full of students, the corners of her eyes raised slightly, and there was some warmth in her eyes. When Zhou Xingchen saw her, he couldn't help but say, "Teacher Zhao, you look good today." The boy next to him immediately said, "What are you talking about? When did the teacher not look good? We don't have to worry about Teacher Zhao if she doesn't take care of us. Her complexion is definitely good." The Duan Jian couldn't help but joke, "Teacher, are you happy to see us?" "Yes." Zhou Minjun smiled and nodded. She looked around carefully. It's only been half a month, and you all look like you've grown up. As soon as she finished speaking, loose laughter came from the classroom. At the beginning of September, colleges and universities all over the country began to welcome new students. Looking again and again, Duan Jian's university was across the street from Lu Xingxi's. On the other side of the street was D University, which all the top students in the country wanted to get into. On the other side was a university, which Duan Jian had applied for. A university was considered a good school, and it was not bad in the overall ranking of colleges and universities. However, it paled in comparison to the famous century-old school across the street. On the day of registration, Duan Jian dragged his suitcase to the door of the dormitory and saw his two new roommates. One of them had a baby face, and the other was pale and looked like he was still half asleep. The baby face was still sleepy. "Trust me. He's F*King handsome." Duan Jian interrupted. "Trust you, he's F*King handsome." The two people in the room turned to look at him at the same time. Duan Jian met their gazes and smiled. "Hello. Hello, hello." The baby face was full of enthusiasm. "New roommates, right?" The sleepy boy poked his head out and suddenly said, "Our new roommate is also very handsome. Is the D University student you mentioned half as handsome as him?" "They're on par." The baby face looked at Duan Jian and commented very pertinently. "Their styles are different." "Okay." The sleepy boy nodded. "You're bullshitting." Duan Jian saw that they seemed to be familiar with each other and asked curiously, "Do you know each other?" "High school classmates. I didn't expect to be in the same dormitory." The baby face introduced himself. "I'm Xiao Ran, and the one with the sad face is Lin Du." Duan Jian. He dragged his suitcase in and asked casually, "What were you talking about just now?" "I went to the food street with my friends yesterday and met a very handsome alpha." Xiao Ran was very excited when he mentioned this. "I asked around and he should be from D University across the street. He's also a freshman in our year." Because of this guy, D University's internal forum exploded. Duan Jian had just unpacked his suitcase when he heard this and said, "Wow." Seeing that he was so supportive, Xiao Ran praised again, "It seems like he's the top scorer of the college entrance examination in the neighboring province." The college entrance examination is a big province. Tianqiu. Duan Jian, ? Lin Du lifted his eyelids. "Why are you so excited? Have you taken a fancy to her?" Xiao Ran replied, "I'm just admiring handsome guys. This type of alpha would definitely be chased by many omega. One look and I can tell that his rank is very high. I don't have the guts." Duan Jian tried to hold back, but failed. "Is his name Lu Xingxi?" Xiao Ran nodded and smiled. "You read the forums too?" The Duan Jian also smiled. "He's my boyfriend." Xiao Ran, sorry. I don't know. Just treat it as if I was farting." Duan Jian saw that his face was red and he looked at him apologetically. He shook his head and said, "It's okay." Lin Du gloated. Who told you to be a love-struck fool all day? Now you've caused trouble. That night, the freshmen of a university received a notice that military training would begin the next day. It wasn't just a university. The surrounding schools also organized military training one after another. The September sun was unusually bright and it made people dizzy. Duan Jian majored in foreign languages. Their professional phalanx stood under the library, separated by men and women. At the end of the day, 2 Omega fainted from heatstroke. Xiaoran and Lin Du were both beta. During the break, Xiaoran looked at the only Omega standing in their phalanx and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you tired?" Many Omega went to rest. "It's okay." Duan Jian took advantage of the break to wipe the sweat off his face and take a sip of water. "We're dismissed at 5? Not long after the military training ended, Duan Jian and Lu Xingxi moved out of school together. Although their working and resting times were roughly the same, because the two of them had different schedules, most of the time, there was only one person in the apartment. After moving out of school for a while, Duan Jian was bored. One evening, Lu Xingxi opened the door after school. Duan Jian, who was playing with his phone on the sofa, looked up at him. "I want to raise a cat." He opened his amber eyes and stared at him without blinking. Obviously, he was trying to see if he was willing to accept a new member. "Why raise a cat?" Lu Xingxi changed his shoes and washed his hands. He went to the sofa and gently pinched Duan Jian's cheek. Looking at Duan Jian's squinting eyes, he smiled and said, "I'll raise you alone." Duan Jian was used to doing whatever he wanted. Lu Xingxi thought he was doing it on the spur of the moment and didn't take it to heart. He didn't expect to see Duan Jian watching pet videos when he went home for the next few days. Before going to bed at night, he glanced in his direction and asked casually, "Watching cats again?" Duan Jian nodded. "You really want to raise one?" Lu Xingxi rubbed his head and leaned over to watch with him. The cat on the screen was snoring slowly. "It's cute. But if you bring it back, you'll have to help it clean. It might even lose its fur." Duan Jian saw that he had relented and continued, "You can split it and I'll split it. It's not that troublesome." Lu Xingxi couldn't help but laugh. "Do I have to take care of half of it? When I'm not home, you can't just watch it starve." Duan Jian smiled and kissed him. "How about we raise it?" Lu Xingxi didn't say anything, as if he was considering it. Duan Jian thought for a moment, then whispered in his ear, "Lu Go, I want a cat." His breath was slightly hot, and there was a faint fragrance of pheromones on his body. Sensing that he was trying to please her, Lu Xingxi's mind went blank for a few seconds. Lu Xingxi sighed when he realized that he was unconsciously distracted. "Let's go and have a look this weekend." He took a step back and began to think seriously. There is a senior in the student union who also owns cats. She has a familiar cattery that seems to be quite good. Duan Jian's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to praise him, Lu Xingxi reached under the blanket. Duan Jian couldn't take it anymore. "You just said yesterday that you won't be doing anything this week." "Did I?" Lu Xingxi looked at him innocently. "I don't remember." Seeing how shameless Lu Xingxi was, Duan Jian kicked him. "Are you trying to cheat?" Without waiting for Lu Xingxi to speak, Duan Jian suddenly smirked. "Then you can meow like a cat, and I'll consider letting you cheat." Lu Xingxi repeated his words slowly and smiled. "Meow?" Alpha's threatening aura enveloped him, and the pheromone exploded on Duan Jian's shoulder like a cluster of cold snow. Duan Jian's eyelashes trembled. He quickly pushed Lu Xingxi and stopped teasing him. "I have an appointment with someone to play basketball tomorrow." If he let Lu Xingxi do whatever he wanted, he definitely wouldn't be able to exercise vigorously tomorrow. "No." He looked at him and said softly, "Give me a hug." Duan Jian thought to himself, "You're really flexible." Seeing Lu Xingxi leaning over, Duan Jian reached out and patted him on the back. He didn't resist his closeness anymore. In the end, they brought back a ragdoll from the cattery. The kitten was snow white, except for the beautiful light gray around its ears and cheeks. Duan Jian put it on the ground and tentatively tapped the kitten's nose. Because of its outstanding appearance, Duan Jian was attracted to it as soon as it entered the cattery. Unexpectedly, the cat seemed to like him very much. During the selection process, it was very close to Duan. Lu Xingxi saw that the man and the cat were having fun and interrupted him. Have you thought of a name? Duan Jian didn't even raise his head. Xianxia. Lu Xingxi. For most students, their sophomore year was probably the easiest year of college. After their schoolwork and social circle stabilized, they gradually began to plan for their future. It was late in the spring, and the evening sun shone into the room through the window. Lu Xingxi lowered his head and kissed the Duan Jian's lips. The latter hadn't recovered from the entanglement that had just ended, and his eyes were slightly unfocused. It wasn't until his lips were bitten that the Duan Jian reflexively trembled. Alpha, who was hugging him, seemed pleased by his reaction, and his arms around him slowly tightened. Lu Xingxi turned his face and kissed his ear. Are you sleepy? He used to hear Xianxia joke that Alpha would habitually encroach on territory. The more he spent time with Lu Xingxi, the more he liked physical contact with him. Many intimate actions seemed to have left a scent on his body. I'm sleepy. The Duan Jian lazily adjusted his position and patted the arms around him. I'm not feeling well, don't hug me so tightly. After confirming that the Duan Jian was really tired, Lu Xingxi let go. He looked at the person lying next to him for a while and said in a low voice, why don't we find a time to get the marriage certificate? The Duan Jian was about to fall asleep. In a daze, he asked, what certificate? Lu Xingxi looked at him for a while. Seeing that he was about to close his eyes, he said bluntly, I want to get married. The Duan Jian's mind went blank for a second. After confirming that he hadn't heard wrong, the sleepiness that had just been brewing dissipated. He faced Lu Xingxi and looked at him blankly. Marriage? Is it the marriage I'm thinking of? Why did you suddenly mention this? Lu Xingxi's palm pressed against the back of the Duan Jian's head, making him look into his eyes. It's not sudden. I've been thinking about it for a long time. The Duan Jian was speechless for a moment. Seeing his silence, Lu Xingxi flipped over and pinned the Duan Jian on top of him. Her slightly cold fingers touched the Duan Jian's chin and gently slid down. The Duan Jian instinctively sensed danger after being tormented by him for an entire afternoon. Have you forgotten what you said? His voice was a little low as he teased, do you want to be a scumbag? Duan Jian thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that he had promised to get married after he entered university. At that time, the atmosphere was quite good. Not only was Lu Xingxi persuaded, but he himself was also quite serious. Duan Jian understood what was going on. Suddenly, he regained his confidence and questioned him, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? His attitude was completely different. Seeing this, Lu Xingxi gently tapped the tip of his nose and smiled in agreement. Of course you're not. Duan Jian couldn't figure out what he was thinking, so he grabbed his hand and pretended to get up. Tie immediately. What time does the Civil Affairs Bureau get off work? Is it too late to get up now? Knowing that he was coaxing him, Lu Xingxi played along and said, there's still time. Get up. Lu Xingxi got out of bed and grabbed a sweater from the wardrobe to change into. Duan Jian didn't expect him to really plan to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right after work. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should get up with him or not. His back and legs were sore, and he was dead tired. Especially the back of his neck. Because Lu Xingxi had bitten his gland several times, his neck was a little numb. Do you really want to go now? Duan Jian had just opened his mouth when he saw Lu Xingxi looking at him. He suddenly felt guilty. Isn't it too rushed to go now? How about tomorrow? Duan Jian paused and braced himself. Tomorrow morning, we'll wait at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I definitely won't sleep in. Ever since Duan Jian went to university, he would always sleep in until 9 or 10 o'clock if he could. He even dared to say such harsh words. Lu Xingxi turned his head and couldn't help but smile. I'm just teasing you. I have something to do at school later. Lu Xingxi saw that he seemed to be relieved and pulled his legs back under the blanket. He bent down and rubbed his head. Go to sleep. I'll come back to pick you up for dinner. After the cold spring weather, the temperature gradually warmed up, and the sky was a clear cobalt blue. Duan Jian turned the small red booklet in his hand and flipped open the certificate. For the marriage certificate, both of them wore white shirts. Duan Jian stared at this extraordinary photo for a long time. His gaze slid down and stopped at the name column. Lu Ge, he called out to the person next to him. We're really legal now. When he said this, his tone couldn't help but be a little serious. As soon as the words left his mouth, Duan Jian felt a little stupid. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingxi didn't laugh at him. Instead, he nodded. That's right. With Qin Yu and the others cheering from time to time, the wedding finally came to an end. Duan Jian and Lu Xingxi followed their parents and made a round of toasts. Finally, they stopped at their high school classmates' table. When Xianxia saw the two of them, she was the first to put down her chopsticks and was about to call him her son. Son, Songyi reminded her. Xianxia then saw Fu Yuan. She realized that if she called him her son, her seniority would be messed up. Xianxia said lovingly, Xiao Duan, I didn't expect you to get married so soon. We watched you and Lu Ge get to where you are today. Duan Jian was speechless. If it weren't for the elders present, he would have asked this actress if she was itching for a beating again. Xianxia smiled and said, thank you for coming to their wedding today. Fu Yuan also raised his glass and said, the venue is here. Thank you for coming. Seeing the two well-dressed ladies smiling and thanking them, the boys, who had been noisy a moment ago, instantly became well-behaved. Amidst a bunch of you're too polite, it's no trouble at all, and I actually treat this as a summer vacation. Jiang Yao took a sip of the wine in her glass and turned to Lu Xingxi. You'll sit here? After dinner, rest for a while, and then go to the beach to play. Lu Xingxi nodded. After the elders left, Lu Xingxi pulled out chairs for himself and Duan Jian. Duan Jian took the opportunity to sit next to Songyi. Songyi looked at the ring on his finger and teased, Xiao Duan, you're a married man now. Xianxia waited for the elders to leave, and she couldn't wait to show off. Son, come. Let's see what's the difference between a married man and an unmarried man. F***ck, I think you're more handsome now. As soon as he said that, there was laughter around him. The Duan Jian laughed as well. Then you should get one too. Xianxia said, no, it's okay. It would be a crime for me to be more handsome. Before the Duan Jian could make fun of him, Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Lu Xingxi. Lu Ge, let's have a drink. As he spoke, he filled Lu Xingxi's glass with wine. We're quite relieved that he's married to you. After all, he's used to being straightforward. It's really good to have someone watching over him. Duan Jian looked at Xianxia and was about to ask how long Xianxia was going to take advantage of him and be his father. Xianxia paused and looked at Lu Xingxi. Songyi and I are quite envious of the two of you. You met so early and even got married. As his friends, we just want him to live a happy life and not encounter any messy things. The smile on his lips faded a little. It was rare for him to be so serious. But if something really happens in the future, we definitely can't let him be unhappy. Class rep, he's just joking, Songyi interrupted with a smile. It's fine as long as you and Xiao Duan are happy. Don't worry. Lu Xingxi took the initiative to clink glasses with Xianxia. If I'm unhappy, I can't let him be unhappy. The two alphas looked at each other for a moment. Xianxia saw the seriousness in each other's understatement. He returned to his playful self. Lu Ge, I'll leave my son in your care. Lu Xingxi put down his glass and patted him on the shoulder. Guli couldn't help but agree. The two of you must be happy. Otherwise, I won't dare to believe in love. When Zhou Xingchen heard this, he hurriedly said, Lu Ge, I wish you and the Duan Jian everlasting. Qin Yu listened to them fooling around. He took the glass of champagne in his hand and poured it into it. I don't like to hear that. You didn't spend time with them in university because you haven't seen how clingy Lu Ge is. You definitely won't think that way when you see him. Duan Jian, I'd like to propose a toast to you. Chen Yu half joked. I'm serious. Don't dump him. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop his temper. Then I'm serious too. The Duan Jian touched Jinyu's glass and said in a light tone, "I can't find anyone better than him." "I don't need to." "I'm relieved to hear that." The Duan Jian nodded and drank most of the champagne in his glass. Lu Xingxi leaned in his direction and whispered, "Don't drink so much. Don't you want to go swimming later?" The Duan Jian listened and obediently put his glass of champagne aside. Someone noticed their small movements and sighed. "When we were in high school, I didn't think that the two of you would be together." At that time, the Duan Jian really hated the class monitor. It felt like they could fight at any time. End of chapter 76. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.